Really good where, you know what, Nightingale a little bit too aggressive with the mechanics.
Ever again was not happening. Oh no.
Not even close. Oh my god.
Why? You get the reset from the ceiling, you can, and a little bit of space, but
not enough pace downfield, but it should lead to a shot on target, but damn. Someone on the backfield, can they run interference? It's a soft touch, it's a shot on target, it's open net! Nail the post!
But you can get it to start filling while you're on the ball. So like when you're resetting,
you stop!
Oh, a second man on a diagonal cheat, right?
My
goes wrong
goodness,
here.
Bliss.
Ooh. Still a lot of time left. Yeah, go off.
Because I'm from Wisconsin, which is
what a shot! Is it in? Oh,
they're trying to close this one out perfectly.
Air dribble is there. No!
Ends up clapping the other player. So we'll see if that keeps up. Either way, good save, opportunity.
Yeah, you know, mistakes were made.
Take it, take it.
Oh no.
It's down the same lane. Into the midfield, line up a net. Quick pass. They lose this one. They're dropping to the lower bracket. They're on the back
Roxy
board.
pre-jump?
Down,
No.
shot across.
Sends the ball safely into the corner. This should be a breakaway goal.
It's always fun when a montage has really good music. Welcome in, gamers, to the TELUS Esports Series 3 presented by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra. I am one of your hosts. To my right, it's going to be James Bot, and to the right of that right, it is, of course, Supersonic. Welcome in. We'll be taking you through the action here today. Spaceman, James Bot, Super. Let's go down the line. James, how you doing, buddy? Welcome.
Oh, I thank you, Spaceman. Always great to be introduced by you. You are so talented at not only hosting, but Rocket League and Sideswipe. And this is actually my first time getting to commentate Sideswipe as well. So I'm pretty excited to do that.
I'm looking forward to it. Super. You've been here before. You know what it takes for these players. How you feeling today?
You know, I'm feeling good. I'm getting to, finally break free of Adam. I feel like I see him on every broadcast I work. Sure. So, some fresh faces. But it's going to be a lot of fun today. The matches so far that we've gotten to do in the previous weeks have been a lot of fun. And with you guys having not done Sideswipe before casting, some of these guys up in Canada for this event are some of the best you're going to see in the world. They're absolute monsters. And it is a ton of fun. I'm looking forward to you guys getting to get a taste of it.
It's not just the phones they're playing on. It's the tablets as well. We'll get into all of that, of course. The information about it pop up. But before we get to all of the information we're going to give you here today, we do need to talk about some of the most important facts to understand. Of course, that is down to our schedule. And our schedule is an interesting one because, of course, we're looking at traditional Rocket League for sure, but Sideswipe is also involved in this tournament. So if you've never seen this before, Sideswipe is a smaller version of the action you see in Rocket League, meant for your mobile devices, and man, is it fun to watch. But here we go. We have a bit of action to start. We've had a couple of playoffs already happen in phases 1 and 2, and for phase 3 and our semis and finals today, this is the culmination of a couple of weeks worth of work. Of course, Rocket League and Sideswipe both going head-to-head for our TELUS Esports Series number 3. Supersonic, like we talked about prior just a couple of moments ago, you've been here a couple of times. You have sat with Adam and watched the collective in both traditional Rocket League and Sideswipe. What can you tell the masses, nigh the audience, about what Sideswipe brings to the table that they don't get in traditional Rocket League?
I mean, the speed of you see a flip reset go off in a Rocket League match. You see some high level, mechanics come out. In Sideswipe, you can just chain them together infinitely, and it'll look like somebody's using a computer program to control the car for some of the things that you're going to see. It'll be faster than you can come up with words to spit out of your mouth there, Spaceman, and you're usually pretty quick. I don't know that you'll be able to keep up.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one for sure. I'm sure you guys are going to enjoy the action we have today. Of course, our format began with open qualifiers that seeded players for playoffs into a single division elimination bracket where the playoffs would occur at single elimination pools, which is what we have today. Top 4 players qualifying for the finals event, all culminating here on Saturday and tomorrow, of course, Sunday. Following these playoffs, the top 4 players will qualify for the finals and play in single elimination brackets to determine the top 3 placements for prizing. We'll jump into the specifics of prizing in a couple of moments and talk you through how all of that works, but what it really comes down to again is how these formats come together, because James, we see a lot of similar styles when it comes to formatting and playoff structures with traditional Rocket League, and it's nice to see that consistency and cohesivity moving through for Sideswipe, giving a nice esports feel to a game like Sideswipe that has such a large community.
Yeah, there's a reason why a lot of people do playoffs, is because it's so much fun to watch, and it makes it exciting to play in as well. And from what I understand, Spaceman, there was like 300 people in the Discord prior to this event, and now there's over 3,000. So yeah. I do know that if you have fun watching today's format and you're imagining how you could play it as well, the Discord is where you got to be. But that format is what I think we got to talk about, Spaceman.
Yeah, if you want to get involved, of course, the moderators will be in chat. Shout out to Nightbot doing the dirty work on every single Twitch stream. Join them in the Discord, gone from 300 to 3,000. That's a jump of a couple of percentage points. So go find out what the action is all about and why people are so excited to compete. But of course, when we jump into more of the format, it can't all be possible without some prizing. And this is what it's all about. $50,000 worth of prizing broken down and divvied on up for some of our winners. We had it with Apex Legends. We have it with Rocket League and Sideswipe. And of course, there's going to be giveaways. And it could not be possible without our wonderful sponsors, Skull Candy, Logitech, Astro, and of course Samsung with their Galaxy S23 phones that these players are going to be smashing the keyboards on. And I'm so excited about it. But all this prizing comes down to about $20,000 in prizes for Rocket League alone, as very important support for the community. Supersonic talking specifically about that number. What does it mean for a lot of these players not only playing in this tournament, but to be backed up by big sponsors with big hardware in the scene?
I mean, first thing I do have to say is that I do like that the weight of the money is leaning towards Rocket League, right?
We like
Sideswipe and Rocket League, we 30,000 out of the 50,000 plus. So yeah, thank you, TELUS, for knowing where that money should go. But I think the coolest thing is that we see multiple divisions, right? We're all used to casting the 0.01% of players, right? And there's a lot of guys out there that play, they compete, they're doing the online tournaments, they're playing in community leagues that don't get to play for prize pools that are now getting to. And I think that's super cool, seeing people play from all divisions, different skill levels, and we're getting to see that all weekend long. So I think that's just a really cool thing that we don't see very often in esports.
Yeah, look, you can only compete on the best hardware to be the best. So shout out, of course, to Samsung, Logitech, Astro, and Skull Candy for providing a lot of the information and equipment available for this tournament. I know players love them. I love Astro. I've used them for years. And Samsung, of course, leading innovation in the phone space. But let's talk a little bit about how the bracket will look today, because I'm sure you're wondering, all right, well, what are the matches really going to look like? We've gone through some of the preliminary info. Well, how about the actual bracket? Here we go. This is your Rocket League Grand Finals bracket. Of course, you can see as we divvied it up from the upper bracket and the lower bracket. We're going to start with Now Is My Time versus Lotus 8 Academy. That is on the lower semifinals. And then we'll move to our lowest finals. Same thing with the upper side. We're going to go to our upper grand finals, and we'll see how that one plays out. But specifically, when we look at the first matchup we have on our screen, Now Is My Time versus Lotus 8. The winner of this, of course, will move on to play Ballbuster, who is currently waiting in that lower finals to eventually make it up to a bracket reset. All these matches are best of 3, so we only have a couple of real opportunities to see what these players bring to the field before we have to move them on their way. James, specifically in a best of 3 format, in the lower side of things, there's a lot of pressure on these players. You only get really 2 chances to close out a series. What does that do to a series when we shorten it off by a game?
Oh, I think that just puts even more importance on that first game. That first game is so critically important, and and no matter what the competition is as well. Once you get to this stage in the tournament, you get nerves, you get nervy. Yeah. So I think the best way to try to make up for the best of 3, maybe being a disadvantage for the better team, is to just go in and play confident and play for fun. This is. Mm-hmm. At the end of the day, what we're all playing for with all the 4 different divisions. It's not like you're going pro. You might be in the future, but not right now. So just focus on trying to have fun. Don't put that pressure on yourself. And in a best of 3, you might be able to steal a series win against a team that is mechanically better than you.
Words of wisdom from James Ball. Listen to it before I haunt you in your sleep. All right, we're going to say goodbye to Supersonic for a quick moment. We're going to jump into our first series of the day. Goodbye, Jason. We miss you. And already, let's get into it. It's a best of 3 on your screens. You guys wanted it. You were asking for it. Who's going to win it? Well, there's only one way to find out. We play the game. Lotus 8 Academy versus Now Is My Time. James, you talked just a little bit about how important that game 1 is. Starting off, setting a rhythm. What do you like to see from teams on offense when it comes to a best of 3? When it comes to that game 1, what is the kind of the crux of victory here you want to see?
Well, I think it's not being too afraid to go on the attack, and already we see your raw beef serving up some steak with this one 4 seconds in. This is delicious.
I think it's only fair we have a teammate called Lobster on the team, too, if you got raw beef starting things
a little
off.
surf and turf right there.
Already a 1-0 lead. We're not even 4 seconds into the actual match. Sometimes you see this in professional play. It's very rare, but the nice thing about Rocket League at all stages, whether you're from silver to gold to plat, diamond, whatever division you're in, you can always get just a different flavor, a different texture of the gameplay. And so far, we got a couple of physical bumps at the midfield, 1 goal to open up proceedings. But James, you talked about it. A lot of offense, a lot of aggressiveness. You want to see that early.
You really do, and that first goal sets you up so well. Now we'll see. Oh, that's a dangerous miss there from Tazo, but we'll see how Lotus respond here. And see an infield pass and a back pass. Good ball movement there. Martian finding Krim, and now a big clear opportunity will go towards net. The net was vulnerable. If that was on target, that would have been a goal, and now a miss on the rebound. Still more chances coming out. A double commit will pitch that ball out, but for Lotus, that was a big scoring chance. Could have tied it up.
We saw some prioritization of the boost, the corner grab, trying to keep those resources for when those long clears came out. And the double commit that just helps clear the lane. Nicely done on the defensive end, keeping their presence about them as Now Is My Time. Hold on to that 1-0 lead. And whether or not they can sustain it is the question. Krim with a great catch, the flip to the mid-center, and the box was open, but they just couldn't finish the play.
That was actually a pinch off the attacker and the defender that led this counterattack to fruition. Now Is My Time. We'll get some time on offense. I thought Lotus had a great attack. They had good ball movement. Just failed putting the shot on target. There was that one back pass and a big shot opportunity. Now, very good clear off the backboard from Krim. We'll see if Lotus can get one back here, or if Now Is My Time will extend their lead.
Already seeing the selflessness, which is a big factor for a lot of young Rocket League players, right? Knowing when to pass, when to set up a teammate, not wanting to overcommit individually. So props to both sides for showing their fair share of hands at this one. As back to the midfield we go. Lobster going to try to play this one on an ISO. Does so and extends around, but the corner's open, and here comes the crash. You are looking for numbers to keep up. As Now Is My Time will throw more at this play. All back in traffic. Lobster trying to meet it, but a little bit too high on the read.
Uh-oh. Now the break is on. This is a 2v1 situation. Will Martian be able to pass this down? Does get the ceiling pass, but it's a nice clear from Lobster off the ceiling. However, no one helps him out, and it's going to be scored. Lobster, a panicked hit right here. Was hoping to get that more to the corner. And that is a strong response from Lotus, who Spaceman. They've been having a majority of the pressure since giving up that first goal.
Yeah, and a good response, too, just to kind of fall back, rely on the fundamentals, having 2 up at a time certainly helps to keep the pressure moving, but hold on, off the kickoff, already a bit of fanfare early on in this game. Still a best of 3. If you're just joining us and wondering what happens if you win 2 games in this series, you move on. Both these teams in the lower bracket trying to keep their hopes alive in this tournament. And so far, we have had a goal apiece traded. Lobster struggling at the moment to get through the 3rd and does a nice job setting up from the pass and finishes the play.
Lobster stole this goal. I mean, that was going in.
He's a ranked teammate, all right? I respect it.
I did that this morning. I actually needed a goal. I mean, when you're scoreless, sometimes even though you steal it, it gives you that little boost of confidence. Now we see another solo effort there. No contact was made. Lobster trying to pinch that off the sidewall. Does so. This will be a backboard bounce. And that was an opportunity for Lobster, but if you saw his boost, had nothing in the tank, which made it where he could not adjust. And now another chance. Raw Beef will score his 2nd. It does this all on his own, unassisted here. As he gets the hard hit, and you see Martian backing up, a little lost and net. That was an easy goal there for Raw Beef.
Now, we saw a moment where a player was low on boost. They couldn't really get the angle they wanted, and maybe the play breaks down a bit, but you see that how important rebounds are, how important having somebody up who can continue to contest the play is. For people who are just watching maybe for the first time or they haven't really seen Rocket League at this level, why is being on low boost such a detriment offensively and defensively? What does it do to players when you don't have that resource?
I mean, there's a reason why some people prefer boost over even the ball. You know, it's how fun is it playing with no boost? What are you going to do? You can't get back to the ball for a flip reset. You can't get the sick double, you know, unless you're off the ceiling or something crazy. But boost is needed for joy and happiness in Rocket League. Without boost, it's not even Rocket League.
I'm going to get that on a t-shirt. See if we can get boost is needed for joy and happiness. That's true. Crowley needs to follow that advice. Wow, what a shot from the crossbar. All right, it bangs right out. It was a wonderful attempt early, but under 60 to play here in game 1. Now is my time, certainly holding on to that motto as they have 2-goal lead. Raw Beef fighting for possession through the corner. This ball still hangs for anybody's possession, and Martian does a nice job getting it to the midfield. Now's the opportunity for Lotus 8 Academy to try to keep this ball pushed up and find a 2nd goal.
And they've been doing a good job of keeping possession and having time on attack, but who will step up as the striker to start putting these in? There's a demo from behind. Not much boost here for NATO. Martian downfield, but gets demoed. Lovely first touch. Now off the ceiling, Raw Beef, the pass down, and it's saved out. And a big boom. Is it on target? No, it doesn't even matter as Lobster is there. And the final seconds tick away. So now is my time. They started off the game with a quick goal, and they ended up propelling themselves to a game win.
GG's all around. Nicely done. And like you said, they start off with the goal, and you're thinking, all right, maybe the ball, no pun intended, gets rolling real quick. There was a response from Lotus 8 Academy, but we really saw the mechanics flourish in that offensive third. Right on the goal line, couple of double taps that looked great. Doing a nice job of getting Lotus 8 Academy's defense unsettled as they try to find some of those big 50s they couldn't eventually execute on. Now is my time up 1-0 in this best of 3. Only one more game to go before they will move on and play Ballbusters, currently waiting in your lowers finals. And of course, this is a team that I believed I saw earlier. Ballbusters took down Extra Mode Sweats. Extra Mode Sweats is waiting in the grand finals. So a couple of these players' teams specifically have history with each other. But James, they did the most important thing. Like you said, they got the game 1 victory. They're up 1-0. Now comes the pressure of closing out the series. What do you expect us to see in this game 2?
Well, I'm thinking we'll see more of Raw Beef. After I saw him get that goal right at the beginning, yeah, Raw Beef also on that last play didn't connect on the pass off the ceiling, but that first touch was lovely. And then also getting the pass down to the middle, a very threatening play, showing a lot of control and skill on that. Also, the unassisted goal from Raw Beef as well. I thought Raw Beef helped the team win that game essentially. So Raw Beef, my favorite player to watch so far. I think he might be the difference in game 2.
Well, the difference has been, of course, the sponsors who have made this event possible. We want to thank Samsung Galaxy, of course, their S23 Ultra, for helping these players play at their best. Skull Candy, Logitech, and Astro, more importantly, for how much these sponsors have put into this event. It would not be possible without them. But we also want to get ready for game number 2. So if you're just joining us, welcome into the lower semifinals of our bracket. We've had a couple of weeks of action, and now we find ourselves this weekend with the finals on deck. So the docket says we have a semifinals and a lower finals today to get through, and then tomorrow some of the biggest action really takes place. You don't want to miss it. But still, with what we have in game 2, if you enjoyed the first one, you're probably going to enjoy this one as well. Here we go. Match point for Now Is My Time. They just need one more win to get it done.
And like I had mentioned, Spaceman, keep your eyes fixed on Raw Beef.
Oh, I'm fixing them.
All right, we're gonna see how raw this beef actually is. Oh, Raw Beef with a save of a lifetime.
You like that? Patience on the goal line, didn't have any boost, was just parked bus, waiting for that rebound to fall right in his lap. And Raw Beef already making a huge impact play. Tomorrow CS pros need to take note. That's patience on the goal line right there. Into the midfield.
I want to say that Raw Beef is as cool as a cucumber, but I can't think of anything more different than a cucumber than Raw Beef,
Raw Beef's pretty cold. If you've ever bought Raw Beef, it's pretty cold.
Is it? I mean, in a refrigerator maybe, but
yeah, sure, yeah.
This Raw Beef is scorching hot right now. Going to get cooked in a moment if he's not careful.
We've seen a couple of commits already, 3 up. Want to be careful about that. Don't want to overextend as a team. One powerful clear is all it takes to shut down a play. Martian on the backboard with no boost, skying his way towards center field. That ball ejects into the corner. So now you have resources in the tank for Martian. I like the idea, the aggressiveness to follow up on this touch, but just couldn't get the look he wanted.
Oh, and this is another shot opportunity. Put wide, but the boost steal will be good. That shot almost cleaned up. Still in a dangerous spot. Raw Beef trying to take it up the sidewall. Tazo will take the shot. Looks like it's heading wide. NATO taking no chances. Lobster now with a rip. That one is borne down off the post and in. Lobster claws that goal.
Beautiful shot and a great takeaway as well. Recognized the opportunity, the power play available through the corner, said, you know what? I'm pulling up from midfield, and follows up on the shot. Nicely done. Now is my time with another 1-0 lead. Last game came within 4 seconds. This one a couple of minutes, but the damage is still the same. And off the kickoff, Raw Beef in a one-on-one can't get it by.
Lobster stepping up. I guess if game 1 was the turf game for Raw Beef, this is the surf game for Lobster. That one was so perfectly placed, almost getting another one.
Really been forcing those passes through the corner. It's got to be pretty annoying for a Lotus 8 Academy to have to deal with that constant pressure swinging through the center box. But if that is the discrepancy here, then certainly you want a number up to deal with it. Nato from the ceiling. Oh, here it goes off the crossbar again. A couple of times now we've seen Lotus 8 Academy hit the crossbar and bounce out, and they haven't been able to get the rebound.
This is another potential rebound chance. Not the best hit. NATO trying to boom it out. Stopped by Raw Beef. Back to the middle. There's another miss, but Martian will hit a boomer, rather. NATO trying to lob that towards net, but not enough speed. Lobster and Raw Beef both up, both miss. This could be a chance, but Martian's shot is messed up by his teammate Karim.
Oh, that's frustrating. It looked so good, and unfortunately it dissolves very quickly. Sometimes a little bit too eager. Your team is trying to help you, eventually cause you to miss the look you wanted. Tazo trying to kill time through the corner, giving to his squad as a little self-serve assist. Raw Beef thinking about the demo, leaves off, maybe prioritizing the boost grab. Can't blame him. Martian with very little in the tank, and you can see the pressure that Now Is My Time are applying, how dangerous it can be as Lotus 8 Academy can't break out.
This is a good backboard pass, and going for the bump, lands the bump, but the shot not on target, and another shot blasted off the backboard. This will be a counterattack. Martian trying to pass to NATO, but NATO cut off by Lobster.
And he's looking for the pass or maybe the wraparound. It might sneak through. It doesn't. Good cut down from Martian. So though they do feel the pressure, Lotus 8 Academy have still found a way to stay alive in this game. All they need is one shot at the net, and they're tied up. They also have to take the ball away from Lobster. He's been everywhere. 346 points, 2 saves, a goal, a shot, doing everything right now for the offense.
You're 100% right, Spaceman. This game has been all Lobster. Their tip off to the side. Also, can't forget about that save from Raw Beef, the one that hit off the crossbar. But they are not out of the woods just yet. Now is my time. Certainly could use another goal. Lotus have had good opportunities, and that net was vulnerable as well. The shots push wide, but still Lotus might have a chance here. Is that a Rule 1? Is that a Rule 1 over there? Looks like it might have been, but it was broken regardless by Crib.
Thought for a second we might have a sustained one for a moment, but okay, nice redirect. Like the idea. A couple of times it looked like Lotus 8 Academy were favoring the infield pass rather than maybe the aggressive shot, but trying to get everybody involved. The net's wide open, and all right. Here comes a quick punch from the midfield.
In some nations, raw beef is a delicacy. And in this game, that has not been truer. Raw beef is killing it out there.
On the defensive end, the offensive end, and you can see it in the quick shot. You can't be breaking Rule 1s, unacceptable. That's true. And, well, the ball doesn't lie. They're up 2-0, and with that, the series will be the same. This should be done and dusted, barring a miracle. We'd like to see it. It'd be fun if we did. But as this one closes out, it will be a 2-0 series sweep, mind you. As now is my time from Raw Beef and Lobster. The Surf and Turf special. The Splash Brothers are back in business as they will take this one.
Impressive there from Lobster. Raw Beef, honorable mention there, but rightfully so, Lobster getting the MVP that game. Tazo being a strong third, helping him in rotation, but you can really see that Lobster, Raw Beef dynamic duo. I might just keep calling them the Surf and Turf because I just like think, you know, it sounds good. And they're playing like the best dish, the most expensive dish on the menu. And I'm not even kidding. They were killing it out there, Spaceman.
You weren't wrong. The delicacy was true. That park bus strat in the goal line. Look, sometimes it's a risky idea. It worked out there, but I really like the pressure we saw at field consistently, and they were a little bit more physical. Like at the end of the day, sometimes physicality wins you games. Now is my time. Bumps in the net, demos in the corner, really applying that pressure, James. And when it comes to teams who have that confidence on the physicality, when it comes to teams that have that physical gameplay, it does separate their ability to find more success on offense. When it comes down to this series as a whole, 2-0 sweep for now is my time. Do you think they could go all the way with that physical gameplay?
It just depends. It just depends who they run into. And we'll have to see how some of the other offenses stack up. There were some chances that we saw out of the Lotus Academy team. They had a few shots that were just off target that if they go in, it could have been a different series. So I think we'll just have to wait and see, Spaceman. But that was a good matchup, and it was fun to watch.
It absolutely was. Of course, that's only the taste of what's to come here. If you're interested, stay tuned for more, but also check out the Discord that's available. The Nightball will have the link spammed in the chat. Of course, we've gone from about 300 members here to over 3,000. That is the power of Rocket League. So if you want to get involved, jump into the Discord, find out where you can start competing, and potentially make your way onto this stream here. But for the moment, we're going to jump to a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we continue on with the TELUS 3 series. You don't want to miss it. We'll be back in a second.
And here we go!
Really good where, you know what, Nightingale a little bit too aggressive with the mechanics.
Ever again was not happening. Oh no. Posty.
Not even close. Oh my god!
Why? You get a reset from the ceiling, you can, and a little bit of space, but
not enough pace downfield, but it should lead to a shot on target, but damn. Someone on the backfield, can they run interference? It's a soft touch, it's a shot on target, it's open net! The post!
But you can get it to start filling while you're on the ball. So like when you're resetting, you stop. A second man on a diagonal cheat. Right?
Oh my goodness, Bliss.
Still a lot of time left. Yeah, go off.
Because I'm from Wisconsin, which is
what a shot. Is it in? Oh!
They're trying to close this one out perfectly.
Air dribble is there. No!
Ends up clapping the other player. So we'll see if that keeps up. Either way, good save, opportunity.
Yeah, you know, mistakes were made.
Take it. Oh no. It's down the same lane. Into the midfield, line up a net. Quick pass. They lose this one. They're dropping to the lower bracket. They're on the back
Roxy
board.
pre-jump?
Down,
No.
shot across.
Sends the ball safely into the corner. This should be a breakaway goal.
My name is Brittany Hyatt.
Hi, I'm Armaziz, also known as Martian Online.
I really picked up on the Super Nintendo. I actually in kindergarten competed against a bunch of kids that were significantly older than me, and I ended up winning.
As a gamer, I started at a very young age playing on my Wii, which my dad got me. I started getting into competitive gaming when my parents bought me a PS4 for my birthday, and I found Rocket League online, and I just thought it was really fun. I started jumping into it, started playing ranked with the boys, and you know, it was kind of just chill.
I don't know. I was so pumped. Yeah, good feelings.
My first competitive gaming experience was in one of the Rocket League tournaments, the in-game tournaments, and I just remember feeling the pressure on me, the pressure to perform well, and just the overall excitement of being inside the tournament.
Another set up into the corner, potential redirect, popped up high, nobody able to connect, and it's going to be 8-0. And they're trying to close this one out perfectly.
Air dribble is there. No! Somehow it gets saved away as well. Spin to see if they can score. Underneath? No, blocked out. Schnaggy able to recover down. Underneath, should have a breakaway here. The shot, it's good.
He starts off game one, falls into security, and then he comes out and ends up clapping the other player. So we'll see if that keeps up. Either way, good save opportunity. Tilting back towards the midfield. Threw it there, but fortunately should have held it close. Got two players on your team.
Yeah, you know, mistakes were made.
Take it. Take it.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
And a 50K prize pool. Shout outs, by the way, to the sponsors, Samsung, Logitech, Astro, Skullcandy. Providing some. But a little trickery here from Brisk.
Was not having it. Oh, no.
That's an important goal, Super. Either way, into the midfield, wide open net. Quick pass down and a good shot. They lose this one. They're dropping to the lower bracket. They're on the back board.
Pre-jump?
Pass down,
No.
shot across. Like Griffins did yesterday, ready to sit in the midfield. Got an answer for just about everything. All three players up, a shot on target, and why not one for the road?
Sends the ball safely into the corner. This should be a breakaway goal, and Boo tries to get up to steal it.
Oh, no.
Close one. Oh, it's still there. Corner past the mid. Sar shot and good. Up by 2.
On the way out, McGill again hasn't had any
Turn.
shots, but
Great
it's going to be a good
pass.
turn. It's on target, and they're going to be rewarded. Griffins. Ben, the difference maker this time. As another pass in field. Boo. Trying to go underneath. It actually ends up falling perfectly to the teammate. As a 50 low, it's going to be 8-0. A good response. Low
Just
latency.
like 3 stepbrothers. I don't. Oh,
That's a wide open net if they can get another touch. And Soroxy.
out of the play was that player from Step Brothers, which gave a couple extra seconds to figure out what's going on for Griffins.
Try something. You know, just try to go for it.
Yeah,
Sit up.
he did. Got a bigger car. The reset
what a
self
fake.
pass off the ceiling to save you, but the majority of the time, you just don't have the angle.
Welcome back, gamers. You've seen our faces before. Welcome back to us again. We just watched the lower semifinals of the Advanced Series, so now you're wondering, well, Spaceman, where do we go now? We're going to the Elite Series. Don't even worry, my sweet summer child. We're going to get more Rocket League action on your screen, which means we have Supersonic and James Bond to help you bring you through the action. It's going to be a fun one. I'm looking forward to it. Boys, we just saw a sweep to start the day. Didn't expect a sweep, but did expect the physicality, and boy, did we get it. James Bond, talk to me a little bit. The demos in the net, they're killer.
They were, and the overwhelming pressure from Lobster and Raw Beef, I think, was what ultimately did them in. Raw Beef having a great first game, and then Lobster having a fantastic second game. So we'll see if they can continue their win streak. But now we're going to have to start looking at this Elite division, and I do recognize one of the names in chat as well. Comp. I've seen him play quite a bit in some big tournaments and also in CRL. So I know that we're going to be in for some quality gameplay.
Baby, Supersonic. Well, we got Elite Series and got Elite players, but having a CRL player or somebody's competed at that level is a very big factor. Now, looking at how this one will go, of course, we're still looking at lower semifinals. You win, you move on, you lose, you go home. All of it would not be possible without our TELUS Esports Series 3 presented by Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra. Supersonic, the main question I have for you is, what does it take? I asked James about this during our lower semifinals. Same question to you. What do you need to see in this series?
Well, One, I see wee, which automatically means that I've got, if somebody doesn't type baguette into the into the chat, I'm gonna be very sad.
Sure.
No, we're gonna be, I think, a little bit more critical here, right? We're going to the elite side. We're gonna be looking at it. I'm gonna want to see a little bit of more dynamics. You can't be one-dimensional. Just the infield passing is not gonna work. You're gonna have to work a little bit harder to get through teams here in this upper division. So I'm gonna be watching to see if we can get maybe a little 2D, 3D action out of these teams.
Quality of competition certainly picks up. I agree with that, of course. But all these players, of course, are playing for $20,000 in prizes. That all goes to their name. So if you're wondering, well, what's the big deal here other than just playing great Rocket League? Well, I have to warn you, it's about $20,000 in prizes. So could be equipment, could be anything of the latter. You look at the prizing breakdown. We had Apex Legends to start, Rocket League and Sideswipe, of course, and some extra little goodie giveaways that we're going throughout the chat. But if you want to get involved with all of this information, all of the action for future potential events, all that good stuff, the Discord is where you want to find yourself. We've gone from 300 members to over 3,000, and everybody's participating because we want Canadian esports to thrive. So if you're interested, find the Discord link available in the chat. And of course, shout out to Skull Candy, Logitech, Astro, and Samsung Galaxy S23. But now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our second series of the day. It is time to bid farewell to myself and to say hello to James Bot and Supersonic for a fun one. Goodbye, guys.
All right, Super. This is going to be a treat. I recognize they have played in another tournament that I was a part of, and I don't know if it's the same team, but it was Comp and Snowf, and then I'm trying to remember who their third was. I wonder if it's the same people. Yep, this is the same team. So this is going to be some high-level Rocket League that we're going to witness.
I'm excited for it. Neither one of these teams were ones that we got to cover during the qualifying portion, so I haven't gotten a look at either one of these squads quite yet, but already you can see everybody making all the use of that upper area, upper echelon of the arena, playing off the walls, the ceilings.
Oh yeah, got to remind people what they're playing for real quick. Right as the game's still going.
$50,000 on the line in this tournament.
And you can see the name tags have disappeared. Sometimes that happens. Hopefully it'll get fixed on kickoff, but we see a goal here for Jerry, and that is fortunate.
Nice second touch there off the ceiling. Sometimes hard to angle those in, and he finds it right underneath the crossbar, just lays it perfectly in there. So Brampton Beasts be the first to strike. There we go, some names.
Yep, and I was thinking we would be the favorites here, but already we see a goal for the Brampton Beasts, and that is another shot to be saved by Panda. Pinch attempt, Bishop misses the hit, but has help from Panda right there as a demo off ball. This one will pop straight up, a race. Jerry first to it, but it's boomed off to the side. And that shot going to be heading towards the net. Kicked away by Panda yet again, so Panda being that bulwark in net so far for the Brampton Beasts. See if we can keep these shots out even more.
The pressure here so far, we trying to find that goal, get back into this. You know, I would have said I'm right there with you seeing Comp's name on the field. Just, no caster bias or anything. But, the expectation is there knowing the level of play. But thus far, Brampton Beasts really keeping it together here. They've been able to withstand a couple attacks come down the field and not really give up too many opportunities for clean looks on their net.
Wow.
Oh, does he have it?
The double. But that was such a good pinch there to even set up that shot. The Brampton Beasts have an extended attack here, scoring opportunity. That one's saved by Comp. And a big clear out to Comp, who is waiting upfield. Will he be able to get back to the ball? There's the infield pass, but nobody there. And Panda will be able to clear it out.
Yeah, it's going to be a dangerous challenge there. I think it's a good option for Wee to go ahead and back off there. I don't think they're going to have a clean look to take that shot. One gets fired back their direction, though, and two recover, shadow that ball back towards the back wall, able to save it out. And a lot of patience there. A lot of times you'll see teams kind of panic in that situation when the ball's just kind of floating above the net. Two will go, but everybody on Wee knows somebody's got the job done.
And Brampton Beasts, scary moment there, but Panda again stepping up defensively, coming from behind that time to get the clear out. Now back on the attack. Trying to get some insurance here. Bishop has been good at the midfield, preventing Wee Wee from being able to clear it out a few times. There's a nice back pass. Panda, the shot's low, and it's saved. Rebound's going to be scored by Bishop. Panda threatens the net with this shot, and it was everything Wee Wee could do to save that first one, and then a wide open goal on the follow-up.
Yeah, everybody kind of sent early there, and it came down to that isolated defender having to make that play off the in-out and just not going to be able to recover to get back for another shot. Unfortunately, it comes off the post and right into the awaiting arms of the Brampton Beasts, and they're now up by 2. Insurance goal on the board. They got to be feeling pretty good right now.
Oh, and there's another goal coming in. This time it's Jerry who is waiting just in case. Self-pass off the corner, throws it to the middle, and that is a good stretch. Sometimes you throw things at the wall and see what sticks, and it's not a bad idea to throw that ball out into the middle like that and hope you find something come your way. That time, it pans out for the Brampton Beasts.
Yeah, so they're feeling good. They're feeling great now. 3 goals to 0 at the moment. 90 seconds left. Going to need a lot of work out of Wee Wee to try and get back into this one. But once again, in their half, having to try and find a way to break out. Jerry will be there first once again. Another opportunity in front of net, and it'll get sent the other way. Finally, all the way down to the blue half, but Comp will get met early and challenged for possession.
Snoof looking for Zekel, but Bishop has been so good at keeping the ball in the Wee Wee half and making it awkward. Jerry again, self-pass off the corner. Open to throw it back out to the middle. We've seen him do that already with some success. Brampton Beasts playing confidently and able to maintain quite a bit of control, but now we see Wee Wee with a chance. The pass over to Snoof. Snoof, the drop. Now rebound out to Comp. Comp is going to be denied. Still another shot from Snoof, and that one will break through. And so there is a chance here with 34 left on the clock, but they're going to need even more. Still 2 goals behind.
Sometimes you just need to take all the boosts on the pitch, and you just need to throw 90 shots at the net back-to-back. Eventually, you will win one of those 1v1s, and Wee Wee finds their first. Only 34 on the clock, though. There's a lot of work to do and not a lot of time to get it done. Pass across. Comp's there. Can he get it down? Shots on target, but Panda's there. Follow-up. It's there once again. Finally piecing things together. Wee Wee gets that second, James, but they need one more.
And you could tell with that play starting up when Zekel had the space and was able to get up on the ceiling and spot Comp out on the pass that Wee Wee have the ability to do this. This would be quite the turnaround. See if they can do it. 20 seconds now. They need to break out, and they do there. Zekel can't get there to stop that. Now Bishop is beat to the ball by Comp. But a team bump. Snoof took the boost from Comp. Comp can't make the play, and that was about as disastrous as it gets in the final moments.
Huge miscommunication there. That is absolutely, that killed the opportunity. The boost was there, the play, the option to get downfield was there, and now, because of that, their back's going to be against the wall. Again, we're playing best of 3s here, James. This is automatically, you have to win the next one or you're out.
Yeah, that was a bit heartbreaking there for Wee Wee. They had the opportunity. They were getting ready to even on that last play get the breakout, but that's where the communication comes in. If you let the boost get the best of you and you don't use your brain, you can get hurt. And that happens to me all the time. People say boost over ball. Sometimes it's boost over brain. You don't think, you just react, and you want to steal that boost. Well, that ended up putting Wee Wee under. But we saw the ability that Wee Wee has with that ceiling play from Zekel, getting the pass over to Comp, and then Comp getting that back into the middle. They've got all the tools needed to get the win here. But overall, the Brampton Beasts started out the game very strong, had so much possession, and I was really impressed with their offense and also the defense from Panda. A lot of amazing saves out of Panda.
Yeah, I was going to say the defense, as much as the offense struck early and we saw everything going on there, the defense held the line for a long period of time. And really, they did it by defending just from mainly the midfield. They just didn't let a lot of opportunities back into their half. And when they did, they always had somebody back. No overcommit out of that third man. They always made sure they had somebody to defend an oncoming shot. But into game 2 we go.
And I think a lot of that was from Bishop. Bishop was the midfield presence,
Yeah.
able to get some pinches off the wall to send the ball back in the middle. But Jerry also did really well to just win the ball and start forcing that ball back into the middle from the corners. So all 3 players from the Brampton Beasts contributing. See if they can have more success here if we'll go the distance, if we manage to pick up a win here.
Is this a different type of placebo? Snowf has shortened his name in between games?
It could
rather
be.
than a car change?
Sometimes you get told to do it, you know? And there's a shot that's off the post. Rebound secured by Bishop. But Panda sent that one sailing in. And you can see how quickly getting back to that ball, outpacing everybody. The wave dash, the shot. Panda, I didn't know Pandas could run that fast, but hey, you learn something new every day.
Yeah, I mean, they're obviously the quickest bear Mother Nature has for us.
Is that actually
one
true?
Of them. They take down cheetahs on the daily.
Are you
quick.
Are you trolling me right now?
I would never.
All right, so
I'm going to need you to explain what trolling
You're
is.
full of it. Panda, even if a real panda can't run that fast, that panda was as speedy as you get.
Nice clear out there from Jerry. Bishop actually tries to make a play on it, but doesn't get the read on it. Comp makes over the top. Shot on net. Panda will be there for that one.
Nicely controlled by Bishop, who gets another 50 as well, but will have to backflip off the ball. Zico on 0 boost, can't do much. Comp trying to cook, but ball got away from him. Second effort, though. Nice 50. Self-pass off the corner. Opts to go for the boost steal, as you can see. And will bail out, also stealing the mid-boost. Perhaps trying to starve out Brampton Beast. You can see it's working. Jerry on empty. We'll have to get some small pads. Bishop on a single pad, but did get that corner. However, Wee Wee still has some space. That one barely tipped out. And a bump in net. However, Wee Wee still could not score despite all that pressure.
I mean, they've come through a couple times, and they have a bit of pressure for a short period, but they can't find a sustain. They seem to have a double commit every 3-4 swings at the ball. They have a second man come through, and it just kind of ends that offensive pressure, and it allows the Beast to break back out and get down the other way. Shot's going to be close on net. 2 up once again, saved away by Jerry. And now Zekel will try and find his way through. Jerry, once again, in the way, just slowing and kind of gunking things up there in the corner to bring that attack to a stop.
Jerry going for a flip reset 50. See, using it for the wave dash back in the play. Try to get behind the ball. Another quality 50. Jerry, the king of the corner. The ball is in his territory over there, and he continues to feed that out to the mid. Now, that one straight off the ceiling, not the best hit. Could be a chance. Comp, though, not enough boost. We'll try to make it awkward by blasting it off the ceiling. Rebound out. 50 off the wall. Shot opportunity for Snowf, and Snowf secures the game-tying goal.
Clean touch, perfectly placed shot. Read it really well off of that touch from Zekel through the corner and was able to beat Bishop to it. Panda not able to get back in time. Just a clean play out of Wee Wee.
That was really a nice shot from Snowf, getting power behind it. Good poise from Wee Wee as a whole. But now we see another double commit. Could be dangerous. Jerry working the corners again. We know what he can do over there.
One of the best quarterman in the business, you know? Finding his way through. Snowf going to try and challenge Bishop in the corner. He's actually just going to kind of get rejected and bounced off the ball there, thrown back out into the midfield. He will recover. A little bit of a double. It looked like 2 of them going for it, so that player won't be there in the midfield. That would have been a good setup play and a shot opportunity. But again, those doubles are just plaguing them and really kind of keeping them from being able to break out.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's dangerous to be in reverse that long. The flip reset catching the defender by surprise a bit. However, Wee Wee still stabilize. Snowf will go for a clear. Right up the gut. Double commit. And it's a disastrous hit for the Brampton Beats. This could be a chance, but nobody from Wee Wee was there to challenge it at the midfield. And we see a demo off the ball as well. But Zico able to get this ball cleared out.
Tries to float one over the top of Jerry. Can't find his way through. Snowf will find a touch around over to the corner to try and keep this play alive, and Zekel will be the first one to jump on it. So, opportunity still here. now gone as Panda gets a good clear downfield and into the orange half.
Well, Jerry stretching for the double tap. Tom, this one might bounce down. It does bounce down and out, but it's cleared. However, rebound chance.
Double.
And Zinkel gets it to Snow, who scores in these final seconds.
Good patience and realizing that he has the time and space here at the end. Just says, you know what, I'm going to put body on it. I'm not going to try and hit this too hard. A lot of the times you can end up hitting that too hard and you end up just kind of rocketing it in a pinch across. Soft touch off the post. It's either going to go in or fall to your teammate. Falls right into the hands of the teammate. And we on board in a must-win game to stay alive. Only 10 seconds left. Just need to hold on for a few more.
Oh. Does Bishop have much boost? We'll put it off the ceiling. Jerry getting stuffed by Zekel. And Zekel, big play there to make sure no 0-second goal happens. And that was a big game by Snow all around. The bounce off the corner, he blasted that shot in. Snow being clutch there for Wee. And the Brampton Beast, they had a bit of offense, but not as much as last time. We saw less success there for Bishop at the midfield, a lot more possession for Wee. And we see it tied up, so this one going the distance. And I honestly feel like when just looking at this matchup on paper, I was going to expect Wee to take the win here. But that first game made me stop a moment. But game two, very close still. However, we were able to pull it out.
Yeah, and again, I don't think that Brampton looked bad in that second game either. It was a battle all the way down to the wire there. Only a 1-goal game. So I'm just glad that we're getting game 3. That we don't just start off 2 series back to back with the blowouts with just 2 and out. So getting to see a game 3, I always like that end, that little bit of extra tension when you get to that final game in a series.
No doubt about that. It really does get your heart going, especially if this thing ends up going to overtime, which we almost saw in that last game. These two teams have been closely matched. So we'll see as we head into the final game of the series, the decider, game 3. Let's get into this.
Oh, kickoff's going to land in the orange half, and the opening battle here is Jerry setting it up, and a freebie for Brampton. Panda will come through and get the finish.
And you saw that. And guess what happened again? Jerry in the corner. You throw Jerry in the corner, you know what comes out the other side?
Goals.
Exactly.
The man's a monster. He's just too good in the corners. We need more battles between him and Snow. I feel like that's the matchup that we need in the corner every time. We need that lineup. Demo in the corner will take out Panda. Cycle getting a little aggressive there. Try and start this press. They're just going to go ahead and give up possession, and it actually works out for them. They give a ton of time, and it just does not get used. Outshot over the top of that defender. Bishop finds the second. We're only 34 seconds in, James. They're up by 2.
And this one, Jerry can do no wrong. Comp tried to clear that over the corner, and ends up pinching it with Jerry off the ceiling. And like you had called out, the bounce shot, those are so awkward to save. You don't see that many bounce shots, and that one was bouncing down pretty hard. So a tough one to read for the defender. And a 2-goal lead in the first minute for the Brampton Beasts, who look like they might be sailing to a series win.
Looking for a shot, actually gets a piece of it, but can't put it away. The follow-up's there from Zykel, and just off the top portion of that corner there, almost slotted it in. The double, not there. Bishop, great backboard defense, able to cut that play off. That definitely would have been a goal had he not been able to get there. Shot, the chase, no, not a chance. That ball is moving way too quick to track that down.
It feels like the Brampton Beasts threw a rock at a beehive right now with how much we are swarming around the net. But I guess the Brampton Beasts, they've got a beekeeper's outfit because they have not been stung just yet. And in fact, they get one more. Jerry this time, the one who's fed from the corner.
God, this has gotta hurt here. We after battling through, getting that win of the second, to be down 3, minute 30 in. Gotta start figuring something out here. That swarm technique isn't quite working. I don't know if they need to switch it up, maybe see if they can slow it down just a little bit and try and bait a player out, try and get that numbers advantage, but at the same time, you're down by 3. You don't have a lot of time. 3? I'm sorry. I meant 4, James. I'm not very good with numbers here. I'm a caster, remember, but it looks like a 4 on the board.
It's all right. The number just keeps going up and up and up. The Brampton Beasts are destroying Wee Wee.
Man, ton of work needed here. Snowf will cheat up, gets a touch. The beat from Panda opens up an opportunity at the net here. Gonna force a situation for Wee Wee to have to try and make another save and break up a play. Gary, are they gonna find each other here? Tries to pass it back to him. Bishop looking for that pinch.
Oh, man.
Seeing if they can just make magic happen.
Oh, my.
Man.
This was hard work and determination. Bishop, even though Bishop had no boost, kept staying in the play, won the 50 to get that ball out to Panda, and then Panda able to get the pass hard off the back while baiting out the entire Wee Wee defense. But the key play there was when Bishop was able to take 2 defenders out of the equation.
Rare double there from Brampton, but I don't know that it necessarily matters in this moment. They're just so far ahead. A couple small mistakes here and there. They've got enough security goals to let 1 or 2 through. They can make a mistake or 2 on the victory lap here is what it feels like.
At this point, if one of the players needed to go walk their dog, they could probably get away with it. I'm going to be honest. Once you get to the 5-goal mark, that is pretty much when it's chalked.
I mean, it has happened, but I just can't see it here at the moment.
I've never seen it.
Yeah, in my ranked games. I'm not saying it's happened here. I'm just saying it's happened in Rocket League before.
You're right, and I'm sure your ranked games are the elite division as well.
Yeah, they're as elite as they come.
Right now, it looks like the elite team is the Brampton Beast. Snow deflecting that one off, but you can see the confidence and the swagger going for that pinch.
Now we're going back and forth, demo for demo here. You hit me, I'm going to hit you. Looking for the shot, couldn't find the angle, almost had it, bounces off the crossbar and out.
Panda was quick there, and someone once told me pandas are actually faster than cheetahs. I don't recall where I heard that, but Panda makes me believe it.
Insanely fast. Quickest land mammal out there, for sure.
Even faster than a seal.
It'd be close. I think the seal will get him in the water. On land, though, absolutely. Panda's got it.
You're right. I'm confident that fact is true. But,
it's the only true thing I've said all day.
Right now, we look like a fish out of water. They get one here. Snow will get one, but
they set themselves up for a Brazil. That's
about
the worry now.
I think that's the only thing they could accomplish at this point. Brampton Buttes, they have put up so much work. I just don't see anything else other than a Brampton victory.
This is huge for them. Coming through, I mean, obviously at the start, oh God, another one. Coming into it, our expectation is we know comp. We know the quality of player. You've seen this team play before. We know that they're competitive. So there's a little bit of expectation put there. Brampton's coming in, having to play them for their first game on stream, and they are showing up huge. They have definitely exceeded expectations, I think, coming into this. Really didn't know what the expectations were because we hadn't seen them play yet, but man, they've found each other in transition. They've done great on defense. I don't really have much to nitpick on them on things that have gone wrong. The mistakes that I've spotted was only after they were up by 5-0. Which at that point, I don't even know if they're carrying when they're going for the ball.
At that point, you start going for flip resets, double
the
taps,
triple
ceiling
commit.
shots, wall pinches, ceiling pinches, ground pinches, musty flicks, breezies. I mean, whatever. It's when you start having fun. It's when you know that this one's in the bag because it was. The Brampton Buttes with a beautiful series takedown wee, and they crushed them in game 3.
You know, I don't know what we can add to that. They absolutely just crushed that last game out. They kept the second game close. There was a few that two that snuck through, and defense held up well for Wee in game 2. But really, when you look at the series as a whole, it did feel, even in the second game, like possession game was in favor of Brampton. So my expectations watching them, I'm looking forward to seeing who they go up against in the later matches.
Well, I think we will find, or we know that they're going up against the randoms in the lower finals. So that is what we'll see in the lower final matchup. And the winner of that will get to go up to the grand finals. But Super, I think we've got something else in store.
Yeah, it sounds like we're going to possibly have some Sideswipe coming up next. That's going to be nuts. If you guys have not watched Sideswipe before, if you haven't played it, download it now. Go play it. It's a fun game. Actually, download it later. Stay here. Watch the crazy Sideswipe matches that we're going to have coming up right after this break.
Is that a phone? That thing's a gaming machine. Is that Faker? Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go.
My name's Sean Spaceman Rogers. I go by Spaceman online.
My name's Nathan.
I'm Nato.
I am a professional commentator. I've been in the scene since 2012, currently commentating for the Call of Duty League Rocket League Esports Championship Series at RLCS.
I'm a full-time cybersecurity engineer for work and part-time Rocket League competitive player and team captain.
Like, have a mindset where you need to build like connections with people and see what you can do about like making up a team.
If you're fueled by passion and you like the craft of whether it's the content creation itself or if it's casting, if you can make that an isolated thing and project into that, you're probably going to be fine.
The nice thing about getting into this scene is that you just got to kind of look for it. You got to try to find that community, and I know that can oftentimes be hard.
Number one, global impact. I mean, having more hubs of esports around, whether it's a country itself, whether it's a state, a province, doesn't matter. Places where you can have endemic growth for fans, for players to enjoy esports, to get involved, builds out so much infrastructure.
If there was just RLCS, like it'd just be the same teams over and over again. It's giving more people a chance to do stuff.
And I think it allows to grow the Canadian community independently, which I just found pretty fun.
Nissan R34.
Scarab. Octane. Yeah.
Ooh, is that the Esper?
Close, it's the Aftershock.
The Aftershock. Okay.
Oh. So, Komodo.
Another set up into the corner, potential redirect, popped up high, nobody able to connect, and it's going to be 8-0. And they're trying to close this one out perfectly.
Air dribble is there. No! Somehow it gets saved away as well. Spin to see if we can score. Underneath? No, blocked out. Schnaggy able to recover down. Underneath, should have a breakaway here. The shot, it's good.
He starts off game one, falls into security, and then he comes out and ends up clapping the other player. So we'll see if that keeps up. Either way, good save opportunity. Tilting back towards the midfield. Threw it there, but unfortunately should have held it close. Got two players on your team.
Yeah, mistakes were made.
Take it. Take it.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
And a 50K prize pool. Shout outs, by the way, to the sponsors, Samsung, Logitech, Astro, Skullcane, for providing stuff. But a little trickery here from Brisk.
Was not having it. Oh, no.
That's an important goal, Super. Either way, in the midfield, wide open net. Quick pass down and a good shot. They lose this one. They're dropping to the lower bracket. They're on the back
Roxy
board.
pre-jump?
Pass down,
No.
shot across. Like Griffins did yesterday, ready to sit in the midfield. Got an answer for just about everything. All three players up, a shot on target, and why not one for the road?
Sends the ball safely into the corner. This should be a breakaway goal, and Boo tries to get up to steal it.
Oh, no.
Close
Getting
one.
that
Oh,
crossbar.
it's still there. Corner pass pass to mid. Sar shot and good. Up by 2.
On the way out, McGill again hasn't had
Turn.
any shots, but
Great
it's going to be a good
pass.
turn. It's on target, and they're going to be rewarded. Griffins, Ben, the difference maker this time. As another pass in field. Boo! Trying to go underneath. It actually ends up falling perfectly to the teammate. As a 50 low, it's going to be 8-0. A good response. Low
Just
latency.
like 3 stepbrothers. I don't. Oh,
Feel that's a wide open net if they can get another touch. And Soroxy.
out of the play was that player from Step Brothers, which gave a couple extra seconds to figure out what's going on for Griffins.
Try something. You know, just try to go for it.
Yeah,
Sit up.
he did. Got a bigger car. The reset
Oh, what a
self
fake.
pass off the ceiling to save you, but the majority of the time, you just don't have the angle.
Well. We've gone through a couple of different scenarios here. We've had our Advanced Series, we've had our Elite Series, and now it's time to change up the flavor palette of all of our viewers. We're going to Sideswipe. This one's going to be fun. Spaceman, James Bot, and of course, Supersonic. This is going to be an interesting one because we've gone through a couple of lower bracket matches, some semis, of course. We're getting our players filtered through the system, and now comes time for Sideswipe, which, again, is a massively fun game. The sentence works in some dictations, but here's the important thing, is that Sideswipe, if you don't have it, go download it. It's amazing to play. It's so fun to play, to watch, to compete in. It's free. It's a wonderful companion app to Rocket League in general, to hone your skills and try to flip reset on your opponents. Supersonic, you've seen Sideswipe a couple of times, and of course, as this tournament has progressed through the month, now we come to our lower semifinals, our semifinal matchups, and our finals matchups as players try to get to the grand finals, the grand finale of this whole tournament. What have you seen from the Sideswipe competitors that has stood out to you so far that has just been a surprise? Because this game is so fun. It's great to play, great to watch. What are you most surprised by?
I think the biggest surprise was so when Sideswipe first came out, I had casted a couple of the terms, and people were doing crazy things like within the first month or two that people are beyond the point of it being okay at how good they are at this game. Like it's criminal, some of the things that they pull off, like the number of flip resets, the their ability to just challenge the ball, the way that they defend. Like it is, I can't say enough good descriptive words about it. It will show in the gameplay. Like Sideswipe is, if you like Rocket League and you haven't watched Sideswipe, you're in for a treat. It is a very fun, it's a little bit more stripped back version, but because of that, it does not actually take away from the skill ceiling. Like it's insane still.
Yeah, and it's a 50 game everywhere on the field. There is no safe space for like, oh, we can counterattack from here, we can rebound from. No, you're going to get pressured everywhere. But of course, all of our series today will be best of 3 until we get to our grand finals for upper bracket. That will, of course, be a best of 5 and a potential chance for a reverse sweep, or more specifically, more accurately, a bracket reset is the right way. So we're waiting to see, of course, who gets there in what fashion. But James, when it comes to Sideswipe, when it comes to this specific matchup, it's very different than traditional Rocket League. The 50 game's huge, constant challenges. Do you think mechanics are more important in this kind of game, in this kind of mode, than they are maybe in a standard 3s that we see today?
Well, I think at the end of the day, it's the player's mind and decisions that make a huge difference. But obviously, the more mechanics you have, the more strategies that you can employ to try to get that goal. And so even in Sideswipe, just like in Rocket League, you want that misdirection, that deception. But the mechanics also a huge factor.
He's absolutely right. That's why he's one of the best in the business. We're going to say goodbye to James Bot for a couple of moments, and Super, you're going to have to talk me through, because I have watched my fair share of Sideswipe. I've played my fair share, but these players are absolutely ridiculous, and it's all possible thanks to the hardware they use, but my goodness, they have resets for days.
It's insane amount of resets. It's a huge amount of, it's basically this is the mind games of flip resets that you have in regular Rocket League, but constantly. When is he going to use it? What kind of flip is he going to do? What power shot is he going to use? There's 3 separate ones that do different speeds and power on the hit. Right? There's this mental battle constantly, and you're trying to figure out, is he faking me? Is the shot come? It's just 2 minutes of constant chaos and having to try and find your way through it. Justy underneath gets covered again though. Brody has a great defense there, multiple times reading through Justy's thoughts.
It feels like, like when to hold your punches, when to follow through and hit him with a right hook. Kind of like a platformer. You really just want to pick apart your opponent and wait for the right time, the opportune moment to strike from the ceiling. Justy, great shot.
Ooh.
Still hangs around the backboard and clears its way out. Justy's going to have to try again from his own side. My goodness, almost finding that opening goal.
Yeah, one of the cool things that it's a little different here in Rocket League than in Rocket League is that basically anytime you're touching, it works like drop shot, right? Like you're always going to have your boost whenever you're touching the ground is replenishing, but it does it when you actually attach to the ball for like a flip reset. Like you can actually just generate boost attached to the ball if you want. Shot there, Justy finds it up top. 6 seconds left on the clock. Not a lot of time for Brody, but at the final moment, Justy finds his way through, and we get our first goal.
Grand champ in the preseason, and my goodness, with under 10 to play, makes it happen as well. Time dwindling. Will it touch? Justy's got to be careful. The recovery from Brody to get back out to midfield's great, but here comes Justy on the rebound, and now we get to dangerous territories. The ball still hangs in traffic. Quick touch back out to the midfield. The catch, the slow reset, maybe two. On the third, looked for the musty, blocked away by Justy, and back down. We hold yet again with 0 seconds on the clock.
Brody looking to try and play through 50 over the top. Can't quite get there. Can he save that one somehow? Gets a reset, gets underneath, saves it, bounce pass to himself, shots low and sent back out into the midfield. He's going to have to find his way off the ceiling and try and work out another shot.
Yeah, juggle for the angle, just looking for the off-tempo from Justy. The defense, there goes the backflip. Looking for the catch, but nicely done, right? Baits it out to the midfield, realizes all it has to do is touch the ground. There's no time on the clock. Sometimes you get a little bit too scared about the actual game happening. Remember, the ball just has to touch the ground. But Justy will take game number 1 here in our best of 3, and that's the speed of Sideswipe. It happens very quickly. The games go by very quickly, but you see the pressure from both sides. It very much feels like a fighter. You're just trying to wait for that last second opportunity to get your opponent off guard, and it just seemed like the pressure from Justy was a bit too much. So good with the power shots, and like you talked about, Super, you have different shots for different opportunities, and he used them perfectly in that one.
Yeah, he absolutely did it. And in the shot placement as well, right? Yeah. Slotted it right where it needed to be, put it on the one spot the defender couldn't get to. I like the mind games too, and the defensive side. It didn't work out, but Brody used it a couple times where he kind of baited Justy down and then used Justy as the pass service to rebound the ball off of him, kind of bounce it out to the midfield to create an aerial opportunity, right? And get that spacing, generate and create some space for himself to work with. And he was doing it there at the 0 second too while we were watching it. He did it a few times, actually kept resetting back to the ceiling. So it's really interesting to see how creative these players get in trying to generate space, because you have to get a little bit more creative than you do working in 2 dimensions versus Rocket League in the 3rd dimension. You're more limited in what you can do here, so you've got to use your tools a little bit more creatively.
Right, and that's why we see them always kind of preface towards the ceiling, really hoping that they can get an opportunity to strike, as we see it early on, as Brody will find the first goal in an interesting fashion. We win what seemed like an entire game's worth in the last one, but potentially 2 off the rip. Brody with an opening lead.
Great shot there. Really quick touches from Brody. You can see him kind of trying to get Justy to come forward. He wants to 50 through him and generate that open space behind him so he gets a free shot and free look at the net. Not going to happen, though. Justy here starting to show off a few mechanics, trying to find a spacing, and a good floater defense there from Brody to cut it off. Gonna have to go low. Justy should be able to recover. Yeah, he'll be able to. You'll see this a lot. They really defend just from that kind of low side of the wall.
Yeah, and based on the height Brody had, he had to play on a low shot. So Justy realizes, waits, and holds his line. Does so again. Wins the 50 and a second. Following on the 3rd. Can't slow down Brody as the pressure continues. 2 resets that leave way to an off-ball touch. And there goes Justy from range. Way downfield. Ties it up at 1.
Too much aggression at that end eventually did run him out of boost. He went for that second 50. He kind of popped it up and then tried to 50 him a second time to see if he could get the goal. Spent all the boost. Didn't have time to recover enough to get back and make the save. So easy floater for Justy to just send it all the way down the pitch. And Justy with the 50 win on the ceiling and the chase down.
It's got to be really frustrating to get edge guard when you're on your own side of the field, and all you have to worry about is Justy's quadruple reset and ceiling presence. That's got to be difficult. But Brody can certainly bring it back, and Justy works through his own goal line for the squishy touch. before Brody sends it on its way. Trading possession now. Justy with another slowdown. And my goodness, the pressure does not stop.
Reset from the ceiling. That's going to be a bounce. Brody able to recover and pull that one off. Gold shot. Quick over the top from Justy. And now up by 2. Again, goals can go real fast here, or you end up in a situation where it kind of deadlocks, where two players just kind of lock horns and you just float it for, an extra minute of gameplay like we saw at the end of last round.
And there isn't a lot of time in Sideswipe, so if you start to deadlock and kill time off the clock, it's just working against you. If you're Brody, you have to start executing from the ceiling.
Yep.
He was able to reset successfully, but now just about the catch and the security here. Looking for a bully through, but it won't happen. Justy can put this game away, and he will. 8 seconds to go, but a 3-goal lead is going to be a little bit too much, and that should be the series 2-0 to Justy.
Yeah, that one should lock it up, and yeah, it looks like Brody went ahead and decided to see his way out of that one. He knows that he's not getting those 3 goals in that 8-second window, and he'll just go ahead and concede, hand that point over, and the W, Justy, going to be the winner of our first Sideswipe series of the day.
I mean, look, it's relentless pressure. That's the speed of Sideswipe. We told you it's a very different experience than traditional Rocket League. It is. It's very chaotic, but there's a limited amount of time, and it really feels like the pressure's on off the opening kickoff. Brody did a nice job of responding in Game 2, but it really came down to the edge guarding on defense, what Justy was able to do on the goal line, and, of course, the constant resets in that offensive third. So potent in this one. Here you go. Here's a look at your lower bracket. Justy moving through with a sweep. Took down Balloon Bag in 2-1 series. Brody in a sweep of his own before they met in the semifinals, and now it's up to Justy in the lower final.
I have to say something, that whoever wins the lower finals is then just has to immediately be terrified, because what they get as a prize is they get to go up against Hamad. This man is a monster. When we get to that point, I haven't seen all of the players that are playing in this next one, but
sure.
Hamid is a world-class player on this. Yeah, he's absolutely a demon. So I can't wait to get to those finals. And honestly, that lower semi was awesome. I can't wait to see what the lower finals is going to bring. Sideswipe just continues to deliver.
It does. And look, we were looking at Justy as a preseason grand champion in all respect. So if he does make it to the grand finals, of course, he needs to win 2 best-of-5s at that point to win the championship. But as no shade from our winners currently sitting up there waiting for their opportunity to strike back. But for the moment, that is all that happens for this side of things for Sideswipe to start. Of course, we're going to have more Rocket League action coming your way when we come back from this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Is that a phone? That thing's a gaming machine. Is that Faker? Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go.
My name's Sean Spaceman Rogers. I go by Spaceman online.
My name's Nathan.
I'm NATO.
I am a professional commentator. I've been in the scene since 2012, currently commentating for the Call of Duty League Rocket League Esports Championship Series at RLCS.
I'm a full-time cybersecurity engineer for work, and part-time Rocket League competitive player and team captain.
Have a mindset where you need to build connections with people and see what you can do about making up a team.
If you're fueled by passion and you like the craft of whether it's the content creation itself or if it's casting, if you can make that an isolated thing and project into that, you're probably going to be fine.
The nice thing about getting into this scene is that you just got to kind of look for it. You got to try to find that community, and I know that can oftentimes be hard.
Number 1, global impact. I mean, having more hubs of esports around, whether it's a country itself, whether it's a state, a province, doesn't matter. Places where you can have endemic growth for fans, for players to enjoy esports, to get involved, builds out so much infrastructure.
If there was just RLCS, it'd just be the same teams over and over again. It's giving more people a chance to do stuff.
And I think it allows to grow the Canadian community independently, which I just found pretty fun. Oh, I meme this car and I rip it all the time. I can't remember. I think it's air something. Aftershock, yeah.
That is the Fennec, unless I'm blasted. That is the DeLorean. That's actually one of the first things I ever bought in Rocket League.
That's the Takumi. I used to main that when I first picked up the game on PSN. I thought it was the coolest looking car, and then I just got made fun of for it, so I swapped.
Oh, the Merc.
The old Dominus.
Another set up into the corner. Potential redirect. Popped up high. Nobody able to connect. And it's going to be Ado. And they're trying to close this one out perfectly.
Air dribble is there. No! Somehow it gets saved away as well. Spin to see if they can score. Underneath? No, blocked out. Schnaggy able to recover down. Underneath, should have a breakaway here. The shot, it's good.
He starts off game one, falls into security, and then he comes out and ends up clapping the other player. So we'll see if that keeps up. Either way, good save opportunity. Tilting back towards the midfield. Threw it there, but unfortunately should have held it close. Got 2 players on your team.
Yeah, you know, mistakes were made.
Take it. Take it.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
And a 50K prize pool. Shout outs, by the way, to the sponsors, Samsung, Logitech, Astro, Skullcandy, providing stuff. But a little trickery here from Brisk.
Was not having it. Oh, no.
That's an important goal, Super. Either way, into the midfield, wide open net. Quick pass down and a good shot. They lose this one. They're dropping to the lower bracket. They're on the backboard. Pass down. No. Shot across. Like Griffins did yesterday, ready to sit in the midfield. Got an answer for just about everything. All 3 players up, a shot on target, and why not 1 for the road?
Sends the ball safely into the corner. This should be a breakaway goal, and Boo tries to get up to steal it.
Oh, no.
Close one. Oh, it's still there. Corner past the mid. Sar shot, and good. Up by 2.
On the way out, McGill, again, hasn't had any shots, but it's going to be a good turn. It's on target, and they're going to be rewarded. Griffins. Ben, the difference maker this time. As another pass in field. Boo. Trying to go underneath. It actually ends up falling perfectly to the teammate. As a 50 low, it's going to be Ado. A good response. Low latency.
Like 3 stepbrothers. I don't. Oh.
Field. That's a wide open net if they can get another touch. And Soroxy.
Out of the play was that player from Step Brothers, which gave a couple extra seconds to figure out what's going on for Griffins.
Try something. You know, just try to go for it.
Yeah.
Sit up.
He did. Got a bigger car. The reset self pass off the ceiling to save you, but the majority of the time, you just don't have the angle.
We hope you've had a wonderful time. We have as well. Welcome back. It was a fun, very fast, quick game, a best of 3 of our Sideswipe Supersonic. My goodness, before we jump into kind of breaking that down and getting ready for our next quick series of Rocket League, which we're going to be going back to our standard traditional Rocket League you know and love, we want to give a quick shout out and mention to our TELUS Future Friendly Foundation. They have the access of critical support and resources. The help and well-being of many youth are at risk. That's where TELUS comes in. We're helping to improve outcomes for over 2 million youth each year by supporting local charities across Canada. So join us today. You can find out more information available both in the chat, but also potentially the description. But if you want to get involved and help the future of Canadian youth, one way to do it, the TELUS Future Friendly Foundation. We thank them for helping us with this tournament, and we thank them for all the work they do. Get involved, be a positive voice in your community, and be an awesome Rocket League player. Let's talk specifically about Rocket League now. Well, it started with Sideswipe. It was very quick, supersonic. Some people seeing this for the first time, they didn't expect it to be that fast. It went by just by pure strength of will. Justy was an unstoppable force in that one.
Yeah, it's like Rocket League, and you take all the like super fast-paced moments that you have. You have a 5-minute game, you get about 2.5 minutes of like chaos, and then 2.5 minutes kind of like set up, maybe midfield volleyball match. No, that we cut all of that out. You go into Sideswipe, you get only the action. The action never stops. It feels like, you know, it feels like a John Wick movie or like some action film, right?
Yeah.
Where it's just Michael Bay and things exploding the whole way through. There's no plot line. It's just chaos.
I like that.
And it's a ton of fun. And the 2 minutes comes and goes by, and you're like, wait a second, why is this ended? I want more. Please give more. And you know, unfortunately, Justy was not going to let that happen though. He wanted to get the 2 games and out.
I like that because I'm a big fan of more, specifically more Rocket League. Guess what? It's our advanced lower finals. Ballbusters versus Now Is My Time. We saw them a little bit earlier. It was a fun one at that, but of course, always more information available in the chat. Exclamation point TELUS Foundation. Get involved. Here is your lower bracket. As you can see, all the matches have populated. My goodness, how things go. Ballbusters versus Now Is My Time in the lower finals. Up on the upper bracket, we wait for the winner of this coming matchup versus Extra Mode Sweats. That's going to be a fun one. You don't want to miss it, but we still stick with a best of 3 format. Supersonic, that means one thing and one thing only, as James Bott once famously said about 30 minutes ago. You have to win your game once. That's probably the most important thing. Your best of 3 is coming up. What does it mean for going into this matchup for Now Is My Time? They started off strong. Do they have what it takes to win that opening game and put themselves on match point?
Directed at me or James Bott?
Yeah, no, I throw a lot of names out there sometimes. But, you know.
I thought, I didn't know if you were talking to me, Spaceman. I apologize.
You know what, James? I want your opinion now. You must tell me.
What was your question again? I was thrown off.
As James Bott once famously said about 30 minutes ago,
game ones?
You got to win game ones. That's the most important thing. If it's same thing here in your lower finals, you only have one more match to get back to the grand finals. What kind of pressure do you expect? And for players who have been in this position before, how important is it to come out strong and confident in that first game?
Oh, I mean, you know, all eyes I think will be on Raw Beef if he can get that first goal. I think he scored like 6 seconds in the first game. And that first game, I mean, we saw that was the difference. So I think we'll just, you know, you just come out strong, come out confident. I think the good thing for Now Is Our Time is that they just are coming off a victory right now. They're going to be warm. They're going to be confident. And that does help a lot of times. We've seen some really crazy lower bracket runs in the past when teams can get that momentum, they can start winning and they start believing. So we'll see how the break affects this matchup. If Now Is Our Time will be a little bit hot out of the gate.
Now, it was called the Surf and Turf Special Supersonic. I don't know if you remember. Sure you do. But lobster and raw beef were absolutely everywhere. Menaces on the pitch. But it doesn't mean that their opponents are going to be pushovers by any stretch, because that is absolutely not the case. We just saw how confident and potent the Brampton Buttes were. But now when it comes down to making a run through the lower bracket, when it comes down to really getting yourself in the swing of that championship mindset, we've seen a couple of teams elect for the passing plays today. A couple of them been successful, some not so much. What is one key to victory you want to see out of whether it's Now Is My Time or the other side that needs to kind of pay their dividends in this matchup, given that it's still a best of 3?
I think it's been a lot of individual efforts so far today, and I think that we're going to probably look for that again. You've got to have that one player that's going to do that little bit of extra work, that person that's going to go up that the other team has to respect and create those openings and kind of get the plays going. So I'll be seeing, you know, maybe it's steak tartare. Maybe he'll get it done again.
Ballbusters versus Now Is My Time. This is the time to find out who's going to win and go to the grand finals. Goodbye, James Bond. It's Supersonic and myself. Let's get into it because we got ourselves a best of 3. My goodness, folks, how today has gone and how crazy it's been. It's only going to get even weirder because we still have Sideswipe to get through. Supersonic, it's been a long time, buddy. How you doing, Hanson?
Man, it feels like end of rival series RLCSX again, you know, all over again, man. No, it's feeling good, man. It's always a blast getting to jump on the mic with you.
Super. It's interesting that we bring up that period of time because hearing names like Raw Beef and Lobster was not far stretch from what we were used to see in rival series. There were some interesting fellows back there, some interesting names back in the day. I don't remember most of them, but for jogging memories, my goodness, these players could absolutely be there. But let's keep focused on this best of 3 because if you win this, you get to the grand finals, a best of 5 on plate. If you're able to win 2 best of 5s, you win it there. Regardless, though, this is a tall task for both these teams. And I expect this one to go 3, Super. If I'm being completely honest with you, I think both these teams are so good at the midfield. I like the individual mechanics from both sides. I can see this one going the distance.
This is one of those ones where we're gonna kind of have to see how it's going in the opener here. I think we'll get an idea of at least what it's gonna look like. Raw Beef, he'll get a touch, but he'll also get removed from the pitch, getting cooked, demoed right out, and an immediate response. Once again, another swing from Mist will put one in the back of the net. Ballbusters on top.
It was an interesting touch from Lobster. He was really trying to play that pinch to midfield, but the defense caught staring at the birds is all over the top. Here comes Ballbusters as they strike hot and early. A 1-0 lead with very little time killed off the clock, and that is one hell of a way to get it going.
Floater to the back wall there. 2 defenders both miss. Lobster, he's there. He's going to finish it off. One half of the surf and turf. Put them on the board.
Double commit, misses. Lobster recovers, circles through the box, and takes it away. See, you get an interesting pinch that doesn't work out. You get a double commit on defense on the opposite end off the opening kickoff. Back to back we go. We said it could go the distance. Will it? That's the question. So far, the answer could be yes. Lobster from the kickoff, juggling over. Backboard second touch, but can't stabilize, and will leave it towards his teammate.
Not quite enough boost to get back up above it. Teammates are there, though, to keep the ball in play and stuck in the orange half. Good play there from Tazo, but bring out. Bump there. No, you could see him want it. Lobster was on the hunt, trying to get a pincher on the backside. A miss. Just couldn't quite connect.
Into the midfield. About a minute killed here in game 1. For just joining us, welcome into our best of 3. These are lower finals of the TELUS Esports Series 3, presented by Samsung Galaxy, of course. It's the S3 Ultra. It's a wonderful phone. Gonna want to get it and play some Rocket League. Here we go. Into the box off the backboard. Follow up at the midfield. Tazo looked for the touch, was successful, but now we race through the corner and fight for possession. And so far, it's been a tie game for about a minute, so it really seems like both teams have had their fair share of chances, Supersonic, but neither's been able to find that sustained counterattack, really.
Great demo from Tazo. He actually catches the third man out. Shots just a touch high. That was an open net. But again, one of those ones that's super quick. You're not expecting the demo to necessarily be there. You're already kind of making the play for the ball, and that pressure sometimes. Those open nets, they're the scariest ones to shoot at.
That's my motto. If I see an open net, I panic. Because I don't want to I don't want to hit it like Athena. I don't want to do that. No shot.
I'd be lucky to hit it like Athena and catch the crossbar of the post. I'm banging it into the ceiling, into the corner, anywhere but the net. We're not scoring goals over here.
I turned into a rookie driver when the net is wide open. It's a very bad sight. Did it this week. Don't want to talk about it. Already did. Into the corner. Lobster to the center box. It's around 1. Pressure continues for Now Is My Time. They've had, feels like the majority of possession here, clearing the lane on the bump, but they have not been able to find that striking balance as Lobster will self-serve it into the center. But the cut down quickly. Ballbusters doing a nice job on defense, getting in front.
It was almost a double commit situation where they would have bumped, but actually right at the last second, Raw Beef, the gentleman that he is, turned off and gave that inside line to his teammate. Everybody on the wrong side, though, as they were all in the corner and kind of leaving that center lane towards the net open. A little bit more spread out now as they decide to get a little more field coverage rather than stacking 3 in the corner.
Stacking's not a terrible approach, but it does make it more difficult to break out when you're low on boost. So far, that has been the case for Raw Beef. Whales on the backboard, but luckily his teammates are there for support. And now we've gone back to kind of ping pong. We see this a couple of times in series where both teams struggling to really make a read on one another. That's a great pass in the middle, but a little bit off target. I do like the idea.
One. Okay, there you go. They find their way through. Ballbusters takes them a second, but they do force their way downfield. Immediately sent back the other way, though. Now is my time. Finding a opportunity through on that side wall. Really, neither team, after these first 2 goals going in, have been able to find a good, clean look on net. Off touches, a little bit of miscommunication here and there, but you know, if you're going to have the problems, as long as the other team's having the same problem as you, it works out, and everything kind of stays stable here at 1-1.
Yeah, and I think that's a good way to kind of frame it, right? Like, both defenses have done their job. They have limited the touches on the backboard. They've limited a lot of the offensive rebounds. That pass was really well set up, as Raw Beef will just cause a bit of panic on the goal line. But after the opening 2 goals, both teams' offenses have had looks. The defenses have really made sure that it's a clear lane through the orange side, through the blue half. We'll just try to get back out to the midfield. 30 to play here in game 1. Best of 3 still. Tie ball game at 1-1. Lobster will follow through and grab boost.
Trying to find a way through. They end up sending it over the top of Raw Beef, but he secures it for the teammate back into the corner. They grab the center and that side, that back corner boost. Look for the connection in the midfield, but can't quite get the ball down onto the nose of Raw Beef. I like the commit forward to try and get the play to happen, though. They knew those final seconds were coming through. They wanted to try and win this in regulation, but unless something happens here, it does not. We will be going to OT for game number 1.
All right, so we get our golden goal opportunity. I like what we're seeing. And back into the race off to the corner. Raw Beef circling around its center box, immediately denied. Never again at the midfield. We'll try to set this one up for the moment. Corner pressure continues. Ballbusters doing just that. Putting so much on the line as now is my time. Have to respond on these ISO lanes one-on-one. Moving upfield, stacking through the corner. Around the bend. Can't finish the play. Great idea, but just can't close it.
That whole front setup was perfect. Just could not get the finish. Another one's going to catch the crossbar. The bounce is off. A shot comes through again. Mist is there to make the save. They just cannot get the finish. I don't know what's going on. The Rocket Gods are against them, though.
I mean, the patience on the goal line from Ballbusters is certainly worth tipping your hat to, but it does come back to bite you if you're too hesitant to find the clear. Now is my time. Will not give this away for free. Playing from the sidewall, Lobster. Try to hit him with a little bacon shake. It's not the word. Serpentor is what we're looking for. Raw Beef into the backboard from the ceiling. Fall up. Got a teammate in support. Tazo, backboard, touch, pass. Nicely done. A minute gone and still looking for the opening goal.
Raw Beef will be up. He's going to have a bit of an odd touch as it kind of goes towards his net. Not enough boost to get that final touch. Would have been a better situation had he been able to, I don't know, another 2 boosts probably would have got him there. Breakaway. Raw Beef not going to be able to turn it in. He caught too much of the ball and it ends up turning it away from net. He definitely wanted to just kind of catch that on that front quarter panel and push it towards net, but got too much.
Yeah, he turned a little bit too sharply and it pulled that ball off its trajectory. Really, like the ideas we're seeing on offense.
Full speed.
Yeah, I mean, you're seeing pros even make that small adjustment mistake. So you can't blame anybody else. Quick shot, better saves. Again, the defenses have stepped up.
Load into the midfield. That should be a free one. Lobster will get a piece of it. We're 2 minutes, just past 2 minutes now into OT. Again, we haven't had a goal, really. I think, what, a minute and a half in was the second goal? Somewhere around there. So just about a full game's worth of time has gone by, or just over, since the last time we saw a goal. Tazo now be up there to challenge up against Never Again. Still in the orange half, but quickly find our way out of there as Mist will look to press forward, has the patience, makes it awkward for the defender, rushes in. The defender thinks that he's going to come through and is trying to set up to go up the wall for the 50 possibly. It realizes at the last second that's not the situation and just can't reverse out of it. Such a rough situation to be stuck in on that post.
It's a little wave dash off the wall, recovers, and immediately gets in front of the defender, punches it over. And again, it was the hesitation I was a little bit worried about with Ballbusters on defense. They stood strong on the goal line, but they were getting some communication problems. Like, who wants to take the look? Who wants to take the challenge? And immediately upfield, you already see a great shot, a great opportunity. Ballbusters 1-0 in a hard-fought overtime. But this series, this is what we wanted. We wanted to see this go the distance. Supersonic. It looked like both offenses had their fair share of chances. A lot of fanfare early. But it came down to maybe some communication problems, or it could have just been the defenses were just too good, because we saw a lot of infield passes start to form, but they got cut down a little bit too quickly, and it just couldn't find maybe those connections that both teams wanted.
Both teams really weren't trying to full send either, right?
Yeah.
The third man was always back. Pretty passive third man on both sides, which I think kind of led to that stalemate in the middle of the game that kind of pushed us into that OT.
Sure.
But not to say that the front two weren't up there trying to make plays, right? That we were seeing attacks, we were seeing some back and forth action, but a lot of respect for each other, in that they're not going to send that third man unless he absolutely feels he's got an open play, right? Eventually that ball is going to look too juicy. You got to take a swing at it, but
sure,
majority of the time, going ahead, sitting back, making sure that they got that man on defense every single time, and good defensive play throughout. So we'll see if one of these teams decides to try and ratchet it up a notch, maybe send that third man a little more often, create a little more pressure downfield. First possession here will be Lobster off the kickoff. The 50 sends it high. Rob Beef will be the one to try and clear it out and get it out of their half.
If you want to play like these players, you got to use the best equipment. You also have to use the best touches from your defense and your offense in tandem, of course. This entire event, the TELUS Esports Series 3, is presented by Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Skullcandy, Astro, and Logitech. We thank them all for being involved with this tournament. If you want to find out how to get involved in the action and potentially be on our screens, go check them out in Discord. We'll have the link in the chat. Nightbot should be pushing it out. We have gone from 300 members to over 3,000 in a very short amount of time. You want to play Rocket League like some of these players? Play against them, win some cash, win some prizes? Oh my goodness. Get involved. The best way to find out what's up. But so far into this one, again, we started off game one in the best of three with a goal apiece. So far, neither team's been able to score. Hold on. Still on the goal line, and it can't find the extra angle. Never again. So close, but so far.
That also, didn't really talk about it too much, but that also one of the situations that was kind of going on through the last game too. A lot of shots kind of near misses.
Yeah.
Catch the post, just outside the post. One off the top corner. Right here so far at the start. Trend staying kind of the same. That shot that was real close. That one's going to find its way in just underneath that crossbar. Rob Beef out of the corner. Gets the bump, makes it real awkward for Mist, and then forces that defender to come through. Nice little soft touch over the top. Chef's kiss.
That'll make James Bot very, very happy. Even bumped the defender into full pad, so even if you have resources, you're not going to be able to save Rob B from doing what he wants to do. 1-0 lead for Now Is My Time. Pressure falls back on Ballbusters to respond and potentially put this series away. Already up 1-0. Match point for them. Tazo on the catch, but immediately gets challenged. And I do like the aggression we're seeing individually from Now Is My Time.
Yeah, we're seeing that third man come forward now. A little bit more aggression in the midfield, trying to make sure they have a little bit of a spread there, but really push the issue. Get that pressure in. Another bump coming through. Rob Beef couldn't connect. Was looking to take out that second defender and give that free net to Lobster. Big, booming shot downfield. Beef, big clear there.
The wing clears are dangerous, man. They always give you a little bit of a panic attack when you're on the defense and you recognize it's headed your way. You're either going to be met with a demo, you're going to be met with an immediate challenge on recovery. Got to be careful with how you bring this ball back into play. Raw Beef, Tazo, a pass off the backboard, but easily taken away to You Missed, who finds a boost for his efforts, but will have to fall back in rotation. So as the offense starts to scramble and the play breaks down, now it comes down to Never Again and Ballbusters to get back upfield.
That one actually beat out. Missed. Gets up over the top of Raw Beef. Just didn't have the boost to win that touch. A miss from Tazo. Will open up a shot from Lobster. Great placement, but better save. Missed. Keeps it a one-goal game here. Almost gave up a security goal there to Now Is My Time.
There's the extension. Not a lot of boost here off the backboard. A miss from the defense. Ballbuster starting to panic a little bit. And more in the tank taken away. Very careful at the midfield. Very timid. As You Missed will play it back out to himself. He's done this before. Was able to recover nicely off the sidewall in the overtime just a game prior. And looking for the pass, but instead it kind of bounces awkwardly. And Never Again will have to play it on his lone devices before the defense takes it away. Uh-oh.
Open net should be there. Tazo. Not a name that we've said a ton of today because Lobster and Raw Beef kind of been those front man, but been a solid player. Been where he needs to be time and time again. He's going to get a little bit of glory for himself there. Secures that goal. Up by 2 now. See how it goes. I don't know what that means in the chat, but never again talking about his Wi-Fi.
You know, sometimes it just comes down to how the cookie crumbles. In our day 1 of finals here for the Rocket League TELUS Esports Series 3, it has been Raw Beef and Lobster who have really stepped up and been impressive. The defense crashes into the lane. We will have 1 minute to go. Somehow change on the clock, but regardless, damage has been done by now is my time. Ballbusters will have to find a way to work themselves back in this game, or they find themselves at a 1-1 series.
Pretty high, follow through. Oh, they're going to find themselves down 3 now, under a minute to go. The player was able to reconnect, but it may be too late to try and get the damage under control.
You know, I think the big takeaway right there is you clear the ball in the midfield, and Tazo was ready for it. Found the interception and gave it to himself. And the alley-oop and one for good measure. It's Lobster. It's 4-0.
Good touch, patience last second, and then that kind of off body roll on that left side of the flip.
Yeah.
Makes it a really kind of awkward angle to try and defend. A lot of the times you're expecting them to try and go for that power shot and really hit it clean, so you're trying to cover that angle, and then that just throws it off a few more degrees, takes the defender out of place, and, well, leads to a goal for Now Is My Time.
I think this one might be done. This game alone. We wanted the series to go the distance. I think we're lucky we got blessed with that wish, but this has been a stomping. Now Is My Time have had complete control on the other side of the field, dominating the defense. Ballbusters have had their chances, but not many. Not as many as they had in Game 1. And though the overtime went their way, it was Tazo who really stepped up. 2 goals, 2 shots, perfect from the field. Almost 400 points to his name. Lobster, 1 for the road, maybe, but no, this one will fall where it does. And Now Is My Time with GG's all around. We'll find themselves in a tie series, but more importantly, 1 game away from the best of 3 reverse sweep. Is that a thing? We'll call it that anyway. It's an interesting one. Our lower
You've made up a
finals.
spaceman sweep. We can find another name. We'll work your name in there somehow.
Don't do it for best of 3s. We don't need names for that. We'll just call it winning 2 in a row. That's all you need.
No, if we do it for a best of 3 because we're not using it in the standard, the RLCS, we'll forget it. It's fine.
That's true. You know, we'll call it. You got Supersonic.
Stick the same.
Supersonic with an
Let's
apostrophe.
Let's not.
That's what we're going with. You got Supersonic.
Yeah.
You won 2 in a row after you lost the first one. But hey, guess what? Look at how
quick
went.
the games are.
It's
You know,
okay.
best of 3
I've
series
made it up.
go
It's
so
fine.
fast.
I've made it up now. It's my role. It's Supersonic. But
Sure.
listen, the interesting thing is that this team has bounced back from the brink. They lose a very tough OT. We know how that can be a bit demoralizing for a squad, especially when it seemed like they had so much going for them. But 4 goals unanswered in Game 2, Super, and really just dominating control of the midfield. What stood out to you for this team's win, and are they poised to win this 1 and 3?
You know, I'm not sure. We did see, obviously, the quick disconnect and reconnect in that game. So there was an internet issue there. I don't know if that's going to weigh on them. That's one of those things that can really kind of chalk your mental. Does that, even if it fixes itself, does it chalk the mental going into the 3rd game? So I would say that kind of, to me, puts the ball in Now's My Time's court. Just from looking at it from that standpoint, I would say that they probably have the advantage. But there's definitely players out there that, like, once the back's against the wall is when they shine. So we'll see if that's the type of player that we're going to get out of Ballbusters here. They're going to break out here for a moment, actually. They'll take first possession down into the blue half. Won't be able to maintain possession, but keep it in the half.
I mean, that's the most important thing sometimes when you're playing Rocket League. You don't necessarily have to maintain possession, but keep the pressure alive. Keep it moving. We've seen a couple of teams struggle with that, even in the Pro League. So far, neither of these squads having that issue. Great shot.
Perfect.
Nobody else is around, and that is one awesome way to open it up.
It's just kind of off touch, right? Flips a little bit early. He's on the underside of the ball, so it gives it a little bit of lift rather than a power shot dead on. Floats it over that other defender, and just perfect top right placement. Beautifully placed shot from Lobster. He's going to go ahead and wait this one out. Good patience from him, and he'll actually turn off, take over that third man role, allow Beef and Tazo to come forward. Should be a free touch for Raw Beef. A little bit of boost to spend. He's not going to have enough to do much with it. He's just going to kind of float and see if he can block it out.
And just try to pull defenders into the corner, right? Like, if you don't have enough boost to get it to the middle of the net, then force the double commit, get your offense in position to find the rebound, and do something with it. Back down to turf. Lobster's going to fall back as the third. Here comes Raw Beef. Plays it on a bounce. Around 2. Net's wide open, and that should be a goal, and it will be, as Raw Beef puts the second dagger in.
Second touch just pulls Mist completely out. He has his second man up, going for the corner, looking to see if they can find any bumps, make sure that net stays as open as possible. Has my time. Security goal on the board. Ton of time left on the clock, but Ballbusters gonna need to get something in the sails other than holes. Otherwise, they're not going to be able to find their way through this.
I mean, this was I want to say this was an orchestrated kickoff, right? You get a huge 50 from Lobster. Tazo screaming upfield. They understood right off the bounce. We get lucky. We're sending the house. And boy, do they ever. Tazo with a clutch shot. And a very, very quick 3-0 lead, Supersonic, for a series that was back and forth. 1 goal affair, if anything. It's now 4-0 in a matter of moments.
Yeah, this is getting out of hand real quick, and it does feel like, I don't know exactly what it is, but it does kind of feel like at this point, if the mental was chalk coming in, this is those moments where you start seeing, team mental breakdown. This is where you just, the fun factor starts leaving your body.
Just like me in ranks, the fun factor has left the building, and now it's just.
I just don't bring that with me at all. I just show up.
See,
angry.
you're smart. That's what I have to do. I always go in with hope and a little bit of confidence, and one of those leaves quickly.
Nah, you just got to go in with even-keeled anger and the ability to blame everything on your teammate.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
it works perfect.
You know what?
Tried and true.
Maybe. Oh, that's a dangerous shot, and that's a dangerous goal. I was gonna say maybe you need some even-keeled anger to like get the cavalry back involved, but with this one through the corner, Raw Beef, Lobster, just that's a style shot. That's we know this game's over. We know that this game is done, and well, there's a lot of time. You never want to count the chickens before they hatch, but if the chickens start barking, I don't know what that means.
You got other problems.
Yeah,
you got
those are
wildly
chickens.
different problems.
Yeah, those aren't chickens anymore. You got scammed, but you got to figure it out because something's happening. Bad things are happening, and right now you're down 5-0.
I don't know how you got scammed and you thought that whatever that was a chicken if it started barking, but
yeah,
Yeah,
just count. Just count them, man. Count them. Get a goal. You're down 5-0. You need something. We need some positivity for the road a little bit. Remember, there's $20,000 in prizes up for grabs, so these players will at least be walking away with something. And that is the takeaway. You get yourself involved, you get a chance to win some goodies. That's what we like to see, but you also want to at least get some morale going. Maybe it comes up to this push downfield. You missed. Can't find the touch. Net is wide open. Midfield grab for Raw Beef, and he'll fly forward, bullying on the backboard and making it an absolute problem for Ballbusters to escape.
We're in midfield. A lot of bumps, a lot of demos. Mail getting trying to take out a little bit of the anger and the aggression onto now as my time players. Lobster going to find his way through in a battle in the corner. Actually beats out that player again on the late second jump from him. Still manages to find his way through. Raw Beef to the ceiling now. Tries a self-pass. Can he beat through again? He does. Just winning every 50. It doesn't feel like now is my time can lose a 50 right now. Any ball they go for is their ball. Any awkward bounce, pinch, anything is going to go their way. The other team pinches. It sends it right into their corner. It turns into a pass for the, no matter what happens, what chaos will occur, all balls lead back to now is my time and into Ballbusters net.
I mean, when you're seeing these passes pull to the sidewall, when the game becomes lateral movement, you lose time off the clock. You lose confidence at midfield. You lose contained possessions. And then those long clears into the blue half that are just sent right back into your own net. It's frustrating. It's annoying to play against, but it's confidence, if anything. From now is my time. Just complete domination in this one. And if they get a 7th, Brazil's in the cards. But with under a minute to play, just something for the road. Some good vibes. Could this be it? Off the crossbar. Follow up. Never again. Can't find the angle. You missed trying to keep the play alive, but you're down 6-0. Just try to get one going.
They're looking for anything they could possibly find. I do like the fact that they're still playing. They're still playing for the goal.
Absolutely.
You definitely see teams that'll kind of like mentally check out, and it feels like they're still here and just trying to play the match, regardless of whether they're going to win or not. Still putting on a show. Competitive integrity is there. Lobster up, looking to get one more. Can he find his way through? Won't be able to get the reset. It looks like he was trying to get a late one there. Go in front of net. 10 seconds, and this one will end up going the way of Now Is My Time. They'll get to go into that grand finals. Ballbusters gonna finish things off with a goal.
There we go.
Final moment. You wanted one for the road. It's literally might as well just keep on driving. Match ended. On your way out.
Yep. Say sayonara. Tip your cap to Now Is My Time. A dominant response in this series. A very close game one. A tough overtime, but the bounce back was absolutely huge from those boys. And I think that's maybe the takeaway, right? Is that the bounce back into game 2, into game 3, that really got some steam rolling for this squad is a scary sight for sure, Supersonic. And that worries me a little bit going into the grand finals with how good this team looks and how many opportunities they had on offense. If the infield passes are even like 2% more connected, all of a sudden this squad looks like they could absolutely make the reverse sweep happen. But thoughts, closing ideas, opinions, fun facts about this team as we get ready for the for their move on into the bracket. They just rolled through that series.
Yeah, I mean, they had obviously that first game didn't quite go their way. Second game was a little odd. You can say, there was a connection issue at one point, so you can chalk it up however you want. That third game, they came out and they said, no, we were the better team in the series. We're here. We're dominant. This is how we're playing. So I think that was a very good statement to kind of close that out when sometimes things can kind of get questionable because of obviously a disconnect, right? So great statement, game 3 out of them to close that out. And if they can carry that momentum into grand finals, we're in for probably a heck of a series there as well.
I'm excited for it. That was our advanced lower finals. Now coming up next, we have our elite lower finals versus Brampton Buttes. That one's going to be just as heavyweight. You don't want to miss it. So when we come back from this commercial break, stay tuned. The elite lower finals are coming up. We'll see you then.
Is that a phone? That thing's a gaming machine. Is that Faker? Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
My name is Brittany Hyatt.
Hi, I'm Armaziz, also known as Martian Online.
I really picked up on the Super Nintendo. I actually in kindergarten competed against a bunch of kids that were significantly older than me, and I ended up winning.
As a gamer, I started at a very young age playing on my Wii, which my dad got me. I started getting into competitive gaming when my parents bought me a PS4 for my birthday, and I found Rocket League online, and I just thought it was really fun. I started jumping into it, started playing ranked with the boys, and it was kind of just chill.
I don't know, I was so pumped. Yeah, good feelings.
My first competitive gaming experience was in one of the Rocket League tournaments, the in-game tournaments, and I just remember feeling the pressure on me, the pressure to perform well, and just the overall excitement of being inside the tournament. Nissan R34.
Scarab. Octane, yeah.
Ooh, is that the Esper?
Close, it's the Aftershock.
The Aftershock, okay.
Oh. So, Komodo.
Another set up into the corner, potential redirect, popped up high, nobody able to connect, and it's going to be 8-0. And they're trying to close this one out perfectly.
Air dribble is there. No! Somehow it gets saved away as well. Spin to see if they can score. Underneath? No, blocked out. Schnaggy able to recover down. Underneath, should have a breakaway here. The shot, it's good.
He starts off game one, falls into security, and then he comes out and ends up clapping the other player. So we'll see if that keeps up. Either way, good save opportunity. Tilting back towards the midfield. Threw it there, but fortunately should have held it close. Got 2 players on your team.
Yeah, you know, mistakes were made.
Take it. Take it.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
And a 50K prize pool. Shout outs, by the way, to the sponsors, Samsung, Logitech, Astro, Skullcandy, providing some. But a little trickery here from Brisk.
Was not having it. Oh, no.
That's an important goal, Super. Either way, into the midfield, wide open net. Quick pass down and a good shot. They lose this one. They'll drop onto the lower bracket. They're on the backboard. Pass down, shot across. Like Griffins did yesterday, ready to sit in the midfield. Got an answer for just about everything. All 3 players up, a shot on target, and why not 1 for the road?
Sends the ball safely into the corner. This should be a breakaway goal, and Boo tries to get up to steal it.
Oh, no.
Close one. Oh, it's still there. Corner past the mid. Sar shot and good. Up by 2.
On the way out, McGill again hasn't had any free shots, but it's going to be a good turn. It's on target, and they're going to be rewarded. Griffins. Ben, the difference maker this time. As another pass in field. Boo. Trying to go underneath. It actually ends up falling perfectly to the teammate. As a 50 low, it's going to be 8-0. A good response. Low latency.
Like 3 stepbrothers. I don't. Oh.
That's a wide open net if they can get another touch. And Soroxy.
Out of the play was that player from Step Brothers, which gave a couple extra seconds to figure out what's going on for Griffins.
Try something. You know, just try to go for it.
Yeah.
Sit up.
He did. He got a bigger car. The reset self pass off the ceiling to save you, but the majority of the time, you just don't have the angle.
Welcome back, you gorgeous little gamers. We're happy to have you with us here as Rocket League continues here on the TELUS Esports Series 3. It's a fun one to be here as we get these players ready to go. Of course, we'll keep you updated, but this is our Elite Lower Finals, Randoms versus Brampton Buttes. But before we get into the action, of course, we always want to give a quick look at how today has gone, but more importantly, what the schedule looked like, because we've had a couple of days of action. If you missed it, go back and watch them. Thursday, June 15th and the 24th, we had so many different games happening in June, and then this is kind of how this entire tournament went. Over time, we had more qualifiers, more playoffs, and now we come to a head with our semis and finals all happening here today. Of course, this is what's happened so far in our stream. We saw Brampton Buttes versus Oiwi, and now we find ourselves in the lower bracket finals with Randoms versus Brampton Buttes, and the winner will move on to play Farmville in the grand finals, a best of 5. You got to win 2 if you come from the lower side. But before things continue, we also want to give a shout out to TELUS Future Friendly Foundation. Without access to critical support and resources, the health and well-being of many youth are at risk. That's where TELUS comes in. We're helping to improve outcomes for over 2 million youth each year by supporting local charities across Canada. Join us today. Find out more information in Discord. There's commands available from Nightbot. Go support charities in Canada so we can keep supporting the youth. James Bot, welcome in, you handsome man. We got ourselves a best of 3. Let's get it going.
Thank you. And we saw this team earlier, the Brampton Buttes, take down what I heard might have been the tournament favorites with Comp's team. Comp, one of the better-known Canadian players, especially in CRL. So a lot of people expecting them to come out on top, myself included. But the Brampton Buttes were able to get the win. But now Randoms stand in their way between them and getting to the grand final.
The scariest teams are the ones named Randoms or Orcless. It's always the way it goes, and you never know which one you're going to get. But you got one series to get to the finals. And so far, both these squads have looked very, very good today. If you didn't see them off stream, don't worry about it. There are more matches you could find available on opposite ends. But speaking of, as Tekaz finds the opening goal, a bit of pressure on the goal line, but followed through from the randoms.
And this is excellent pressure. You see Blaze's shot wasn't really hard, but it forced the defense to make a save, and it was a double commit to try to keep it out. An easy rebound goal. Good pressure there. And already the randoms striking first. Brampton, what will they be able to do? Last time we saw them play, just a moments ago, we saw Jerry really work in the corner. Bishop was incredible at the midfield. Panda was a great defensive player. Oh, and there's the pinch. That one not going Jerry's way, so maybe this is a new game.
I think spacing is going to be a problem if randoms continue to start double committing. The point of contact when the ball hangs in the offensive third, that's going to be a problem. As they look to find this clear, fighting for possession. Jerry from the own back wall does a nice job. In midfield, Bishop just gets a hand up in time to stall the play, but not enough to kill it. Knee brought from the back wall, can't finish it. Follow up to Blaze through the corner. Pressure continues one at a time. Everybody from randoms getting a look.
You got to watch out for Nibra as well. Nibra, we've seen him before. Now Teko's going to be able to get an easy goal again. Bishop panicking, trying to get it cleared out, but you can see him not even flipping into that challenge. This is about as poorly as a challenge can go. And Teko's easy goal.
Jerry had a look on the backboard, but just couldn't get into the read in time. A couple of minutes gone. 2 goals already. Tekaz to the corner. Will get boost. Blaze on the touch. And back to the midfield. We'll play on the potential back pass, both combining for the commit. Interesting choice. Is already the pressure is on Brampton Buttes, who looked so good in their last series, but now have a deficit they have to work out of.
And Nibra, another player that you'll have to watch out for. I've actually been able to meet Blaze as well at a couple lands. Blaze, very high caliber SSL player. But Nibra, we've seen play before, and now almost another goal. That one maybe should have been a goal. But Nibra, we've seen before on the Gentleman. With Lunar and No Mansion, and I believe there's been a few different iterations of that. But Nibra, very comfortable at a high level of play, but so is Bishop. Bishop helping keep Brampton in this game.
Great setup by Jerry and Bishop. Right place, right time. Sure, those comms are red hot. 3 shots to Blaze's name, an assist and a save, but in the end, it was the pressure from Brampton Buttes that overwhelmed. The setup, Jerry with the assist. He'll have a shot and 2 saves to his name on that. Off the kickoff, back into the swing of things. Brampton Buttes find themselves on the board.
Yeah, another play from Jerry. We've seen Jerry master that corner. He just, where there's a will, there's a way. And he wills that ball out to the middle of the field. And now the dunk attempt by Panda. Panda trying to brute force that through. Lovely infield pass, but great speed there from Tekos.
I think a lot of players who have just a name as their gamer tag have a buff. You're looking like the Daniels. You're looking at the Ahmads. Put Jerry on that list too.
Yeah, put Jerry up.
Yeah, I like
Jerry. It strikes fear into the hearts of everybody, especially if your name's Tom.
That's true. Don't want to worry about that when you got Jerry on your squad.
Jerry owns that matchup.
Panda able to get in front and beats the defender. Both were looking at it, too hesitant, and Panda, not known for their speed, but does so here.
What are you talking about? Pandas showing you why they're the fastest land mammal.
That's true.
And it's that little touch there. And the thing I love about that play was it looked like Panda got a little wave dash. I think getting the touch, almost like a 1v1 kickoff where you jump into the ball, you save your jump, so you don't flip into it. You save it for that wave dash. And a really good speed there getting back to it. Brampton, although they looked outclassed at the beginning, they're looking much better now as we are under a minute left to go in this first game, and there's no room for mistakes in these best-of-3 matchups.
It's going to be those catches on the backboard that really going to spell the tale of how you're able to counterattack. Nice read. Not a lot of double commits we've seen from random, so they've cleaned up their act on the defensive side. What a pass that is from Panda. Sets up the opportunity, but even still, Bishop working through the back line is going to have to circle dangerously with very little boost.
And you see the demo on Panda, no boost for Bishop. This is a great opportunity for randoms who have Brampton in a tough spot. Speed there. And there's the chance. You can see the net was open. Randoms did everything they needed to break the defense down, just could not convert.
Well, they have to keep the pressure moving here.
Oh.
And counterattack will stall. Tekaz playing it. Awkward touch to his teammate Blaze. Into the corner. And it won't go anywhere. Does this one touch the ground? It will. Into golden goal we go.
And Brampton needed that overtime. They were stuck. You could see them getting trapped on their goal line, trying to get some boost to clear it out. Couldn't even do that. And Randoms boom it right back in. Bishop trying to keep this close. Gets far ahead of him. Double demo. But Bishop with a massive defensive play buys enough time for his teammates to respawn.
Sometimes these games turn into Pong real quick. That's where you need to be able to slow it down. If you get around one defender, you play the advantage, hold your boost, you have a chance. As Bishop clears it away, the boost will be there for Nibra. And Jerry falls forward. So we stuck in the corner for the moment. Random's just trying to break out.
Nice 50 straight up in the air for Brampton. Jerry tries to keep it close. Does get a double tap pass. A traded demo. The 2v2 for a brief moment. Nibra back downfield. Panda has a lot of space here. Free jump from Nibra, and Nibra does break the play up.
There's the cut down. 1 minute gone. Double commit on the left side, so it's going to be tough to be able to circle around and make sure that you don't run into each other as this pressure mounts. Long clear. Jerry following suit. Panda will get the call. He's able to get in front and help out to Jerry. Huge 50 to cut it down.
Panda going to try to control that, taking too much time, however. It's an excellent challenge there by the Randoms on defense to not give Panda time. Panda can be a threat. Bishop trying to get the slightest of touch. Going for the sidewall redirect. Nibra tips it by Bishop. Tekaz going for a slowdown, but you saw Jerry come out of nowhere to get that hit.
Although the net was a bit open on the other side. Everybody pushed up. That second touch was massive. Nibra just tried to get a hand up. And Panda waiting at the midfield. Is enough to potentially bump, but not enough to fly up and challenge Blaze. But a congestion for the moment. Both teams starting to struggle really with pulling defenders off the ball.
Blaze, flip reset play, but instead went for the air dribble. And now it's boomed all the way back to the corner. Corner boost for Tekaz. Challenge quickly. Nicely handled. Will stay upfield. Flip reset. Tekaz going for the demo, lands the demo. But Nibra did not want to commit on that shot. It is a smart play though. If you landing that demo, if you can line up the shot, it's almost always going in.
Well, Tekaz played it wide, and that's actually a great idea. And the follow-up's perfect. Tekaz played it wide on the touch, got it around a defender. Then you crash as a defense, and everybody else gets their opportunity to take a shot. Nicely done by Randoms at 2:39 on the clock for game one.
And this was a fantastic shot from Nibra. I think Nibra standing out in terms of quality out there on the field. Huge speed on that play, but Blaze, credit to Blaze there for getting the 50, or the challenge rather, that bounced hard off that back wall. But even still, you could see how quickly Nibra was able to get up for that ball. But not only that, how hard he was able to strike it. And the Randoms, you could even tell were the favorites in that game, just with how the game ended before that overtime. Brampton did everything they could to just keep their head above water for overtime to hit. So Randoms in a strong position right now, and I think they're the favorites to move through.
Yeah, Brampton really relying on a lot of those booming clears at the end, where you just saw Randoms calculating it, bringing it back, grabbing corner boosts, and trying their offense yet again. And all it takes is one beat on the defender, nicely done in the end to get it around that last man, play the 2-on-2, and you have space off the backboard to work with. So far, this best of three, we've already got ourselves a game on the board, and Randoms will be on match point. They win the next one, they move on to the grand finals, which is going to be a fun one. You don't want to miss it. But James, the dangers of these best of threes continue. It doesn't matter what stage of the tournament you're in. When you lose the first one, there's a lot more pressure that stacks on your shoulders, knowing that not only is the competition going to continue, but you have to be able to dial it up to a different gear. Do Brampton have enough? Do we think they're able to reach that next level and tie the series up?
Well, they were competitive. But this is going to be an uphill battle. Let's see if they can get an early goal here. This one Oh, that one needed to go in. Panda had a wide open net. Double commit as well, so Brampton can still benefit from this as Tecos has no boost. But with 0 boost, gets the boost steal, the infield pass, the shot, and that's also a narrow miss. And a double commit. Tecos stays in the play, and you can tell that surprised his teammate.
Yeah, I think that's just a communication issue at that point. Somebody needs to call, look, I'm following up on the touch. This is mine, even if you don't have the look. So your teammate knows where they need to be positioned in the orange half to look for that rebound. But still, that's the kind of pressure they can put on early. Random's not done here. Blaze juggling over one. Bishop had a catch. And here comes the takeaway as Panda tried to cut the play down. Does so. Jerry playing it to the turf. And just fighting for possession. So much pressure in the orange side.
And already, you can't forget that Panda had that shot opportunity and beamed it off the crossbar. And that has to hurt for Brampton. Where Brampton not letting that first game loss discourage them. They're still playing nicely. Putting some pressure on the Randoms net. Blaze around Jerry. Tecos gets Nibber some space, but you can see how quick Panda moves in. Goes for goal. It's a backboard read attempt from Jerry, but it doesn't even bounce off it as Blaze was there to break the play up.
And I like the adjustments we're seeing from Brampton at midfield, how quickly they're getting up for these long passes downfield, not giving Randoms a lot of space to connect with one another, but more importantly, shutting down the extensions and just forcing these one-on-one challenges in these isolated lanes, this congestion that Randoms have to work through now. As Panda yet again gets a hand up to redirect it, send it on its way. Not giving Randoms the space they had in game one is going to be a benefactor for this squad. Brampton need to start scoring on the other side.
Yeah, bruh. Opting for a steal. Bishop. It looked like he might have been a bit ambitious there with that pinch back pass. Now things are going to get even more difficult, but Bishop relieves some pressure with a demo from behind and gets the clear out.
Tecos, yet again, gets another challenge where he just plays it slow and plays it wide around the defender. Surprised there wasn't a 50 there. Saw it a goal ago in the overtime. And here, there's a lot of fanfare to start. 2 minutes gone. Tecos can't get the boost grab. Bishop will. And they find the center. Yes! Waterfall, dangerous one at that. But hesitation from Brampton. They don't want to overcommit.
Thought he might have been able to get that shot on his way down from being in the sky. Now pinch all the way down. Nibbra's there. Nibbra trying to keep it close. One for a bump. Rebound. It's chaos in front of net. Nibbra, the backflip, and Tecos will be able to dunk that one in. The whole defense was there on the goal line. As we take another look at this. Right over Bishop.
Great recognition. You're thinking it might get saved if you're not careful. But having a teammate there for support as a guardian angel comes through at the most clutch time. But hold on, the kickoff's dangerous. As Nibber will cut it down and forces the lane to disappear. Just burning more time and more opportunities. Brampton are going to really have to work for this win. They're going to have to work for this tie. They're not going to be given much.
Another chance to score, and it's another chance where he succeeds. Tecos, another big-time goal. And the Randoms are starting to cement their victory in a path to the grand final.
2 shots, 2 goals, 2 saves, doing it everywhere on the field, and a 2-0 lead for Randoms. Off the back of Tecos, and what he's been able to do in this series, let alone this game, putting his team on his back and forcing Brampton to have to overcommit time and time again. They don't have a lot of time left. You would love to just get one going. Maybe it's up to Bishop. With nothing left in the tank, can't get the reset. Teammates follow up for support. A little bit too late to the party, bumped off the play. And a demo that shuts down everything.
Nibra peel off the ball, and now a double commit, but still, it's one downfield. Jerry, good first touch to set up an infield pass, but Blaze broke up the pass. Bumped off the side while Tecos still able to get there. Now a ground pinch downfield. Tecos has been impressive this game. He has been the standout player for Randoms. Both goals and then that defensive play there. Really well done.
And the highlights for Brampton here really are their 50 game at the midfield. They're challenging a lot of the touches that they normally get as Randoms had to fly back and Bishop was flying forward.
And Blaze was on the back line here. And I think Blaze might have been expecting the bump to come through. but Bishop just was not going to get bumped. Tekos was right there. You could even see sparks for a little bit, but still it wasn't enough to disrupt the shot.
Signs of life. Under a minute to play. Is this how they get the small, very subsequent Cinderella story running? Could be. Bishop, center box, around 1. Nebra's got to be careful here. Tracking on low boost. Back into the goal line. Those Tekos. Nibber can't clear. No chance. Jerry, great shot, but Nibber stands up and gets in front.
The demo from Jerry. That goes out of boost. Bishop looking for a pass, finds it. Panda to the backboard and the boost steal. It is now or never. Brampton, can they get this in?
Have to keep it up. Bracket runs might end here. If it touches, it's over, and it will, so it does. Randoms hold on in the end. A 2-0 win in this series. A very close one. Brampton did not make it easy. But in the end, Tekos was just the MVP of this team for me, James. He was everywhere on the field defensively, looked great. Offensively, so good on the rebounds, catching, shooting, everywhere. Really stepped up, carried this team into the grand finals. That's what you want. You want a star like that to step up, and Randoms will now have a date in the grand finals.
Yeah, I certainly for game 2, without a doubt. But game 1 as well, Nibra, I thought, was the standout player. You saw how fast he was able to get up to that ball and score the overtime winning goal, thanks to the Blaze pass off the back wall. So all around a team effort. Nibra, I think, maybe the most deadly player on the field. We'll find out. The grand finals is really where MVPs are forged, Spaceman.
That's true. And the grand finals is where we find out who is made of championship material. But here you go. Your look at your entire bracket so far for the elite. It was Wee Wee versus Brampton Buttes. We saw first Brampton handle that 2-0. They fall to Randoms, which means Brampton's run is done. The Randoms will move up to play Farmville in a best of 5, a potential chance for a bracket reset if they're able to win that first series. Regardless, back to traditional Rocket League there. But more importantly, we have Sideswipe coming up. So after this quick commercial break, when we come back, we will move down to the lower finals of our Sideswipe tournament. You don't want to miss it when we come back. We'll see you then.
Is that a phone? That thing's a gaming machine. Is that Faker? Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Really good where, you know what, Nightingale a little bit too aggressive with the mechanic.
Ever again was not happening. Oh no.
Not even close. Oh my god.
Why? You get the reset from the ceiling, you can, and a little bit of space,
but not enough pace downfield, but it should lead to a shot on target, but damn. Someone on the backfield, can they run interference? It's a soft touch, it's a shot on target, it's open net! No, the post!
But you can get it to start filling while you're on the ball. So like when you're resetting, you
stop.
A second man on like on a diagonal cheat, right?
Oh my goodness, Bliss!
Still a lot of time left. Yeah, go off.
Because I'm from Wisconsin, which is
what a shot! Is it in? Oh,
they're trying to close this one out perfectly.
Air dribble is there. No.
Ends up clapping the other player. So we'll see if that keeps up. Either way, good save, opportunity.
Yeah, you know, the saves were made.
Take it, take it. Oh no. It's down the same lane. Into the midfield, line up a net. Quick pass. They lose this one. They'll drop onto the lower bracket. They're on the back.
Roxy pre-jump? No.
Shot across.
Sends the ball safely into the corner. This should be a breakaway goal.
My name's Sean Spaceman Rogers. I go by Spaceman online.
My name's Nathan.
I'm Nato.
I am a professional commentator. I've been in the scene since 2012, currently commentating for the Call of Duty League Rocket League Esports Championship Series at RLCS.
I'm a full-time cybersecurity engineer for work and part-time Rocket League competitive player and team captain.
Like, have a mindset where you need to like build like connections with people and see what you can do about like making up a team.
If you're fueled by passion and you like the craft of whether it's the content creation itself or if it's casting, If you can make that an isolated thing and project into that, you're probably going to be fine.
The nice thing about getting into this scene is that, you know, you just got to kind of look for it. You know, you got to try to find that community, and I know that can oftentimes be hard.
Number one, global impact. I mean, having more hubs of esports around, whether it's a country itself, whether it's a state, a province, doesn't matter. Places where you can have endemic growth for fans, for players to enjoy esports, to get involved, builds out so much infrastructure.
If there was just RLCS, like it'd just be the same teams over and over again. It's giving more people a chance to do stuff.
And I think it allows to grow the Canadian community independently, which I just found pretty fun. Oh, I meme this car and I rip it all the time. I can't remember. I think it's like air something. Aftershock, yeah.
That is the Fennec, unless I'm blasted. That is the DeLorean. That's actually one of the first things I ever bought in Rocket League.
That's the Takumi. I used to main that when I first picked up the game on PSN. I thought it was the coolest looking car, and then I just got made fun of for it, so I swapped.
Oh, the Merc.
The old Dominus.
Welcome back to some more Rocket League action. That's Supersonic to the far right. That's James Bott in the middle. And it's me currently here on the left. But this is an interesting one. We got our Sideswipe lower finals coming up. Justy versus Azoko. And this is going to be a fun one because Sideswipe is a chaotic game. If you haven't seen it before, first of all, download it, you weird little gamer. Second of all, keep your eyes peeled because we've got more Sideswipe coming up here today and tomorrow. But specifically, we want to look at how the bracket populated because these players have been winding their way through a gauntlet. And more importantly, it has been a hell of a day of Rocket League. Justy, we saw earlier against Brody 2-0 in a very tense but very decisive game one, and then that game two was just absolute masterclass of resets and 50 pressure. Here is your look at your upper and lower bracket. This is where we sit now in the lower finals, Azuko versus Justy. But before I ask our wonderful analysts and casters about their opinion on Sideswipe and these two players, we of course want to shout out the TELUS Future Friendly Foundation. Without access to critical support and resources, the health and well-being of many youth are at risk. That's where TELUS really comes in. We're helping improve outcomes for over 2 million youth each year by supporting local charities across Canada. So if you want to get involved and be an awesome little saucy gamer, make sure you get involved in the link in the chat. We'll have it available to you to where you can donate. Join us today, not only in the Discord, but join us here at TELUS Friendly Future Foundation. We want to help the youth in Canada, so help the youth in Canada. Get involved, make your voice heard. More importantly, keep watching, support the stream, play some awesome Rocket League. Let's talk about the Sideswipe because Supersonic, I just got to tell you, Justy has been amazing today. We only saw one game, sample size is small, but still, impressive run so far. It looked chaotic. Do we expect the chaos to continue in the lower final?
Well, I expect to see it. Oh.
No,
James.
Anyway,
Chaos.
I thought you were asking me.
He actually said my name.
James,
for
is the chaos
once.
going to continue, James?
Oh, man. All right, my bad. Well, go ahead, Super. I don't want to step on your toes.
Oh, absolutely not, sir. I give
I like
the
when we're
floor to
close
you.
like this.
I didn't like that he addressed me when you were clearly in between. It should have gone down the line.
Do you like that when I put you on the spot and make you uncomfortable? That's my job. That's what I'm supposed to do. You know, just a little bit saucy. But all right, listen. All right, this one's up in the air. We're playing 500, dead or alive. It's up in the air. I'm gonna give it to James. James.
All right, thank you.
It's chaos, James. It's 50s all around. It's a lot of waiting for your opponent to make the move and trying to strike over like little cobras. What are you expecting in this lower finals? And do we see a high-scoring affair? So far, we haven't really gotten one.
Well, and when it comes to 1v1s in any game, sometimes you have the games where it's all offense, no defense, but sometimes it's just a battle to the very end. So the thing I love about ones is you just don't know what you're going to get. But I hope that we see the pressure force these players to be extra creative. I think that is, especially in tournaments like this, when you have the players who thrive on that pressure, sometimes they enter the flow state. You've heard people mention this before, where you get the squishy ceiling shot type moments where it's like, oh my gosh, what a move. Like in that situation, I never would have imagined that avenue being open. So I'm hoping we get some of those moments where we are just wowed by some of the plays.
They're gaming. That's what James is saying, Super. They're just gaming. When Squishy's on the ceiling and you're like, oh, he's gaming. Like, it's about to happen. Are we getting a flow state here in a lower final? These players have been playing through a gauntlet. We know what's on the line, the kind of prizing they're having access to, but it really just seemed like it was a heavyweight fight in that first series for Justy. It was constant back and forth, a lot of pressure with the 50s, but he did a great job of holding a lot of those powerful shots at the opportune times. It was the timing for him that really worked out.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting if he's given quite as much time in this next one against Azoku. I know that he's not going to get that much time against Hamid if he gets there. So we'll see if he's able to find the time and spacing here. But Spaceman, go away. We got to get in and cover some action here. Me and James bot.
All right, well, here we go off kickoff. Zuko has possession here. And a beautiful opening the defense from Justy. Justy was trying to keep him out, but Azuko, too strong.
Man, just drills it in, forces it through. Ton of pressure. Again, over the top. Beats Justy to that touch. Justy in a little bit of carry situation is going to go ahead and opt to float this one up over the top and look for that low shot underneath Azoku. Good coverage, though. Immediately jumping out, playing the mind games off that back wall on the low side.
Well, Justy has some space to work with now, but a big block from Azuko. Going for the shot now. Underneath it. Well defended by Justy.
Azoku trying to find his way through. And you can see how often they do the fakes and they kind of do these mind games at the bottom end where he looks like he's about to shoot and then he flips away from it to hit the ground to try and bait that defender out. And so many battles like that. Close one on the low side. Again, he's trying to get Justy to come forward to give himself that floater up over the top and another look at that shot that he was trying to take before. Can he beat him here? No.
Oh, this is going to be now possession for Justy. Going back down to the ground. Now going high. Top post or top bar defended rather from Azuko. Now Azuko going for net. Justy can't get back. And Justy in desperation trying to keep it out will knock it in.
It may have bounced down and out off the crossbar, but he had to make an attempt for it. It was just too close for comfort. Unfortunately, he ends up being the finish on it. But you know what? It doesn't matter. There's an immediate counterattack here, bringing it back within 144 seconds. It doesn't look like much if you're used to watching Rocket League. It's an eternity of time here in Sideswipe. Almost half a game left, and Justy will be forced high. Looking to try and find his way over the top. Won't have the shot.
Oh, and a Azuko! Denied! And now it's a race back. Justy! He ends up laying off, recognizing that Azuko was going to be back in time. Now trying to force it through. The defense from Azuko holding off. But can he keep Justy at bay? Final seconds, Justy still going. Justy now trying to force it through Azuko. Keeping it out time after time. Justy will have to take it all the way back and now go from the air. Justy blocked, and that is going to be it. Azuko takes the win over Justy.
Man, that defensive stand there for 30 seconds at the end from Azuku. Continually going out, jumps out, gets that 50, just kind of dead stops, gets big, puts body on ball, stops it again, and off of those, he was pulling resets to then flip back and pull himself back into the net. He's going out with the challenge of the intent of challenging with a reset just to go back and do it again. Insane plays on the backside of his half there.
Zuka was just phenomenal defensively. We saw Justy have a lot of time on the ball, but Azuka was just happy to sit in net right here. This is where he thrives, just defending that lower part of the net. And Justy cannot figure out this puzzle that is Azuka's defense, but now Justy trying to go from the air. Azuka now back, trying to get underneath the ball. There's a gold shot, defended. Now Azuka on attack. Justy taking some time on defense before taking the ball down. Now Azuka back to the air. It is a battle right now.
Feels like an anime battle with all the different colors and explosions that go off in Sideswipe. It feels like we're, yeah, the
like,
sounds, everything. We're in like some sort of epic like ninja samurai battle with swords right now.
Well,
it's
it is a pretty epic battle, but now we see
Oh.
Justy with some space. The ball getting away from him just a bit. Azuka with the 50s. Justy stopped by Azuka. And now Azuka, the purple flick. And he wasn't able to get it. Azuka's shot just too weak. Now Justy trying to go low. He's around. But Azuka quickly back to net. Oh, Justy pushed Azuka so far back that he was able to brute force his way through.
A kind of soft touch to get the reset, push it at him, and then use the flip on the recovery, knowing that the ball is going to have to come back out, guesses the angle, and is rewarded for his efforts. Looking to get fancy with it. Okay, little freestyle action as he comes down, secures a second. Justy trying to close this one out.
Justy, a great spot right now. Azuka needs something going right now. All out panic. Azuka going for goal. Gets underneath and past Justy. And is back into this game.
27 seconds left. Zoku needs another one to try and win the series. Immediately off the kickoff, the equalizer comes through. 2 back-to-back off the kickoffs go his way, and we're back to basically 0-0 here.
Now it's a race straight up. Both players getting back to the ball nicely. Justy, though, will get possession. Falls up to the ceiling. Now block. Back on it. Back-to-back stalls. Justy now. Went for the block. Azuka. The purple shot is blocked. And now another attempt. Can't get under it. Last second. Oh, Justy might have an open net, but Azuka is able to hit this one down, and a chance for Azuka to get to the grand finals with just one more goal.
These falling battles as they approach the ground. For possession. Justy going to try and 50 his way through. Bit of an awkward situation here for Azoku. He's going to have to slow it down. Takes his time. Uses the patience to his advantage. Tries to 50 through. Both of them, I think, reset like 3 times there, and it just turned into a struggle over the ball possession. Finds his way through. Justy. Quick recovery to get back and cover that low side transition.
Azuka stalls. Do a shot. Lovely flip resets. One of the best thing about Sideswipe is how often you can get them. Now forcing it through. Excellent defense from Justy. Justy's tournament life at stake here with this overtime.
Feels like they both kind of moved towards that flow state, or they've hit a half state. They're both there. It doesn't matter. Justy will be the one to collect the full state. Pushes through, has the goal, secures the win, and we're going to get a third game.
Great patience there from Justy. This time, you know, we saw Azoka in the earlier game, in game 1, play so much defense. That time, Justy very patient, waiting for Zoku to overcommit there, and then striking in that overtime. And that took some confidence and poise from Justy as well, because if you remember, Justy jumped out to that lead and then ended up giving it up in the final portion of the game. So that overtime could have been it. That could have been curtain call for Justy, but Justy able to stay alive. And now we're going the distance in this series. One more game 2 minutes on the clock. A winner goes to the grand finals.
So what happens here? What's the play from the two sides? It felt like that defensive play for Mazoka was working really well and waiting for the opportunities to kind of come his way in some of these battles in that first game. But he really didn't play that defensive style much at all, if any, in that second game, and ends up losing. So I'm now curious if he's going to become more aggressive offensively or if he's going to start to become a little bit more passive on the backside.
Zuka getting it up, trying to tip it up. Poking and prodding, Justy. And now, all-out attack. Zoka going in for it. And he gets by one. You can see the scramble back. Justy getting back in the nick of time. An epic battle right on the bottom of the goal. Azoka going for a shot, gold shot. Now back up to the ball. Flip reset. Another flip reset before the gold shot. Up to the ceiling. Azoka with possession. Gonna try to go from below. Now back up high. Justy being tested on defense. Purple shot blocked.
Azoka still in possession. Justy been on defense for a minute now. What feels like a minute. Been there for a long time. Azoka, aerial battle, ends up with a gold shot. Shoots it high. Again to the air. Gets the reset. Trying to get Justy up and then can't 50 through. Seeing if he misses the touch. Does not. Justy really good with his positioning in space there right above or just below that bottom bar when he jumps out off the wall. Always make sure that he's real big, covering as much space as possible. Breakaway, won't be able to get there. Covered up well by Azoka.
This one might be going to overtime as well, unless Justy falls here. But now Justy turns the tables. Azoka back up into the air one more time. Oh, and that's going to win in 0 seconds. Azoka, unbelievable finish.
What a way to end a battle back and forth. Constantly thought for sure we were going to see the game 3 overtime. And in the final moment, Azoka goes, wait a second, I was supposed to win this series. What is happening? Ends it. Cuts it off. 0 seconds. It's done. No chance for a kickoff goal. No response for Justy. And he's going to move on to face Hamid in the grand finals up top.
Wow, that was a crazy ending. And for it to go down that way, it looked like Justy was at least going to be able to force overtime there, playing some great defense. Even had that moment trying to take advantage of the overcommit, but Azoka just getting back on defense really quickly. That was a fun series to watch, but a 0-second goal, that is a tough way to go out. 0-0 the whole distance, and then to let it go in that way is gonna hurt. But that is the definition of clutch there, coming out on top when the time hits 0.
Dude, insane series back and forth. Rocket League Sideswipe just delivers. It constantly delivers here, and I'm excited to see what we get out of this next series. You know, the final two are going to be throwing down. We'll take a look at the bracket real quick, and you can see how it's kind of shook out. Justy, fortunately, couldn't find his way through that one. Azoka going to take the win, and he'll be moving up. We'll have Hamid versus Azoka coming up next after a short break.
Is that a phone? That thing's a gaming machine. Is that Faker? Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
would wipe away my tears, so sincere. Turn gray skies to blue. You won't ever change your ways, doing what you do.
James, it's time. We're here. We've arrived. Sideswipe. Man, delivered so far. What are you expecting here as we get ready for this final series?
Well, I mean, I think we'll see a lot of defense. That has really been the staple, at least of the last game that we saw. It was 0-0 all the way to 0 seconds when Azuka was able to score and move on through to the grand finals. But Azuka had fallen to Hamid from the upper bracket. So this is a rematch. It was 2-0 in favor of Hamid. So we'll see how this time goes. And I think we have double bracket, or do we have to bracket reset as well? I'm assuming we do.
I'm gonna see if production tells us that there's a bracket
I believe
reset.
it is.
I do believe so. Yes, there is a bracket reset. So five games, bracket reset is available. If somebody can manage to even take a game off of Ahmed, we'll see if we can get there. And if that happens, it looks like both Justy and Azuka both actually went down to him through that upper. And now Azuka is going to be the one that gets the opportunity to have a second swing at it.
We'll see how the second swing goes. Hamid really must be something else. I have not had a chance to witness the greatness, but just looking at the track record must be something else. So we'll see how Hamid will break through the defense of Azuka, because we saw Azuka in the Justy series sitting right on the bottom of the goal, keeping Justy low, and was able to deny over and over again all of the opportunities. But maybe Hamid will be able to take a bit more of an aerial approach and utilize the ceiling a bit more as opposed to the ground.
Yeah, his aerial prowess is pretty insane, and we'll probably see it here pretty quick. When he kick off, go Hamid's way. He's going to recover. Make sure he gets possession of that ball. Starting with the resets, throws one at the low side, trying to get Azuka to come out of net and give himself an opportunity. He looks for that pancake up top. He's going to give up a goal early. No! No way!
That was...
You cannot throw away an opportunity like that against a player of Hamid's caliber. That is a big mistake there from Azuka. He needed to finish that one off.
That was wide open. That has got to sting. Perhaps it's those nerves. And there's the stall chain right into a goal. Hamid starting out hot. Could have been a cold start, but thankfully for him, Azuka not able to score that open net.
Up over the top. He decides to go around him. Tries to look for a ground pinch. Doesn't have it, but maintains possession. This is where he's dangerous. He has these kind of awkward shots. It'll look like he's going to do a shot where he's going for like a low flick or something like that off of a flip reset. And he'll do things where he'll throw it below you. Or he'll just chain it, and the ball just takes off at 1,000,000 miles an hour, and you just can't catch up. He's a monster.
Perfect stall chain. And now off kickoff. The wheels are falling off. Azuka getting demolished. Not even a minute in. Hamid just on fire right now. And we'll get another one probably. See the panic from Azuka. Now going low.
Good 50 there from Hamid. He waits for that touch.
Oh.
Defense able to get there. Azuka, good recovery off of the ceiling actually. But he's going to lose possession. Quick touch up. Hamid going to go ahead and slow it down. Was looking to slot it under the top. Or misses. Sorry.
I love that Hamid.
Is he apologizing to us?
No, I mean, he just saw the oops was the first one.
Yeah.
Comfortable enough to use the quick chat mid-game.
Still trying to figure out who he said sorry to. He said, oops, and then sorry. I hope he's not apologizing for missing a goal to his opponent. You saw it. You knew what he wanted there, James. He tried to bait him out and slot that over the top. Just couldn't get it. His chain dashes his chain resets are just insane.
They are. And now forcing by on the goal line. It's all defense from Azuka. You can tell how nervous he is, but how powerful the offense is from Hamid. And you can see the aerial prowess as well. Justy was staying low, trying to go from the bottom up on a lot of these attacks, but for Hamid, you can see him go up to the ceiling. A lot of times just shooting from above. And this is as one-sided as it gets. Hamid just crushing Azoka in the grand finals. Wow.
That last shot, he catches the ball. It's 0 seconds. He rolls it out to bait him out, says, hey, here it is, kind of lures him out, and then just does the quick throw up over the top. Like, sorry, too slow, gotta go. I'm gonna take this free goal at 0 seconds and just, balloon this scoreline out a little bit more before we go to the next game.
But you can just see the difference, though. Hamid, even in the series versus Justy a lot of times was going from the ground up, but Hamid has that next level of game where he's on the ceiling, in the air, throwing it off the backboard above net, making it awkward for Azoka, and then he can get the stall chains to force the ball high. There's so much more to defend, and now Hamid I thought he had it. It looked open, but still back on attack. And now a force on the goal line again.
Oh, man.
And he's just brilliant.
The moment there is an opening, you make a mistake, he pounces so quick. This is a guy that we were watching just go
just goal shots right over him.
When we were watching him play in some of the qualifiers as well, when me and Lawler were watching him, it was one of those ones where the Twitch chat was just telling us over and over again, like, we were getting excited. Okay. Zoka's going to put one up. The Twitch chat, though, immediately was just telling us, they were like, we were getting excited at the beginning of the games before he was even playing. They're like, just wait. We're like, I don't know what just wait means, but he is built different.
Yeah,
see Azoka looking for the defensive plays now, though.
Oh, yeah. I was wondering if Azoka disconnected there for a moment. Gold shot back down. This is still a winnable game here for Azoka. Hamid waiting.
Oh.
I'm trying to bait Azoka into going for that ball. You can see him happy to take this up airborne and waste time here.
Oh, that way.
You don't really have to force much. If you're Hamid at this point, you've got the lead. Azoka needs to come out of net, but perhaps just banking on the counterattack, finds his moment, but doesn't make the shot. Azoka was so patient and found the opening, but fell just short. And we saw that even at the beginning of the series with missing that wide open net. The nerves getting to him, and a gold shot will break through. Azoka falls behind 2.
The precision and how small of a window of opportunity that's needed for him to just put a shot directly where it needs to be to make that defender unable to save it it's really one of those things that you just kind of have to appreciate when you're seeing somebody play at such a high level. Zoka definitely holding his own, not letting this one get out of control. Better situation than it was in that game 1. He's starting to kind of find a way to at least slow it down, and he had the 1 goal, but he has got to find a way to generate some more offense if he wants to stay in this series.
And this looks like it's going to be an easy game 2 victory here for Hamid. He had all the possession. Azoka was camping in net the whole time and really had and I'm not saying that's a bad strategy. That's just what Azoka was doing. And then when there were counterattack opportunities that Azoka could have scored, just missed those open nets. So it does seem like this is one of those situations where the nerves are really getting the best of the player, because Azoka, we know that he has the ability to score. He hit that 0-second goal against Justy to make it to the grand finals, but in this series specifically has not been able to rise to the same caliber of play.
No, it's got to be suffocating out there to try and even find an opportunity to leave your net. And then when you finally get out there, you're like, I haven't been out here in forever. I don't remember how this works anymore. Hamid slowing it down off the kickoff here. Again, immediately to the ceiling where he's more comfortable. I don't know if he actually likes being on the ground ever. Gonna go ahead and connect, generate a little more.
Azoka got baited to come out of net. Was sitting in net for so long, finally comes out, goes right by the ball. And now another potential goal here. Ahmed back down, has so much space. You can see him just poking and prodding, waiting for the gaps to show, and there was another gap. And Ahmed will blow it wide open.
It's one of those positions where he's just not quite able. He doesn't have that same level of awareness while he's in the air of like being able to cut off that angle and get that float in the right spot. You have to be in just the right spot. You see how Ahmed kind of gets out in front of it and then is able to stay floating perfectly on the ball and just cut that angle off. He's not getting those opportunities because as soon as he does go up for it, Ahmed always has just the perfect touch around. Every single time he has the answer.
Yeah, just the stall resets, and then you can see how much Ahmed just poking with the gold shots. Just seeing what Azoka will give him. And Azoka just giving the ball right away, whereas you see Ahmed just getting possession. He possesses the ball and then goes for the shot, whereas Azoka is just clearing the ball out of a bit of panic. You need to see that possession. And also more aggression. Time is running out. This can be the tournament. Yeah, you have to go. Now is the time.
He's worried about losing the 50s offensively and then it being an open net back the other way. You being in net isn't necessarily making a big enough difference in stopping him from scoring. You've got to go and create some offense. There's a touch, but again, the follow-through not quite there after the flip.
Oh, and to let that one in on top of all this has to sting. Azoka's heart must be racing, and his fingers maybe a little too sweaty as Ahmed has been dominant. And there's the forfeit. The game going to Ahmed Simpson, the series and the tournament. Ahmed is your Rocket League Sideswipe champion.
Man, dominant all the way through. Did not, in that bracket, drop a single game. 2-0, 2-0, 3-0 to close it out. An absolute beast on the sticks. On the screen. Playing the mobile game here. Monster to try and deal with. He is just a bit too much. We need a like world level land for Rocket League Sideswipe so we can find some competition for him to go up against.
Yeah, I mean, Ahmed, you even just looked at the bracket, the journey here, not dropping a game, and you can tell why. Dismantling Azoka in the grand finals. It did not look like they were playing on the same level right there. Ahmed had so much possession. You could see every mechanic in the book, the purple shots, gold shots, stall chains, had it all locked down. I mean, it didn't seem like there was any tool in the Rocket League Sideswipe toolkit that was not in Hamid's toolkit. That was just a remarkable performance and a deserved championship title. That was an amazing series.
Yeah, I mean, he had the entire toolkit and was able to chain all of them together perfectly. He could use any tool at any moment. It just kind of like go gadget, whatever, and get it all done. But, you know, that closes it out. Any final thoughts there, James? What do you think? Sideswipe, you got to cast some now. What do you think of it?
Oh, I think it's a lot of fun, those 2-minute games, little bite-sized morsels. I don't see a reason why we can't have Sideswipe events at the World Championship as well. That was a lot of fun to watch, and I thought it was very entertaining as well. And you can see how much mechanical requirements and just like the precision that you have to pull off those moves. You could see the difference out there on the field, and when you can see that level of play, it's an enjoyable experience to watch. So I hope we see more of it.
Yeah, same. I would love to see it at Worlds. Hey, Psionic, set up a booth with a couple phones and stuff, and we'll get something going. But Sideswipe, that is it. That is not done with all the action for the day, though. We're gonna go to a quick break, and when we come back, more Rocket League action.
Is that a phone? That thing's a gaming machine. Is that Faker? Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Another set up into the corner, potential redirect, popped up high, nobody able to connect, and it's going to be Ado. And they're trying to close this one out perfectly.
Air dribble is there. No! Somehow it gets saved away as well. Spin to see if they can score. Underneath? No, blocked out. Schnaggy able to recover down. Underneath, should have a breakaway here. The shot, it's good.
He starts off game one, falls into security, and then he comes out and ends up clapping the other player. So we'll see if that keeps up. Either way, good save opportunity. Tilting back towards the midfield. Threw it there, but unfortunately should have held it close. Got two players on your team.
Yeah, you know, mistakes were made.
Take it. Take it.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
And a 50K prize pool. Shout outs, by the way, to the sponsors, Samsung, Logitech, Astros, Skullcandy. Providing some. But a little trickery here from Brisk.
Was not having it. Oh, no.
That's an important goal, Super. Either way, Ado into the midfield, wide open net. Quick pass down and a good shot. They lose this one. They're dropping to the lower bracket. They're on the backboard. Pass down,
no.
Shot across. Like Griffins did yesterday, ready to sit in the midfield. Got an answer for just about everything. All three players up, a shot on target, and why not one for the road?
Sends the ball safely into the corner. This should be a breakaway goal, and Boo tries to get up to steal it.
Oh, no.
Close one. Oh, it's still there. Corner past the mid. Sar shot, and good. Up by 2.
On the way out, McGill, again, hasn't had any shots, but
Great
it's going to be a good
pass.
turn. It's on target, and they're going to be rewarded. Griffins. Ben, the difference maker this time. As another pass in field. Boo. Trying to go underneath. It actually ends up falling perfectly to the teammate. As a 50 low, it's going to be Ado. A good response. Low
Just
latency.
like 3 stepbrothers. I don't. Oh.
Field, that's a wide open net if they can get another touch. And Soroxy.
Out of the play was that player from Step Brothers, which gave a couple extra seconds to figure out what's going on for Griffins.
Try something. You know, just try to go for it.
Yeah.
Sit up.
He did. Got a bigger car. The reset
what a
self
fake.
pass off the ceiling to save you, but the majority of the time, you just don't have the angle.
Nissan R34.
Scarab. Octane. Yeah.
Ooh, is that the Esper?
Close. It's the aftershock.
The aftershock. Okay.
Oh. So, Komodo.
My name's Sean Spaceman Rogers. I go by Spaceman online.
My name's Nathan.
I'm NATO.
I am a professional commentator. I've been in the scene since 2012, currently commentating for the Call of Duty League Rocket League Esports Championship Series at RLCS.
I'm a full-time cybersecurity engineer for work, and yeah, part-time Rocket League competitive player and team captain.
Like, have a mindset where you need to like build like connections with people and see what you can do about like making up a team.
If you're fueled by passion and you like the craft of whether it's the content creation itself or if it's casting, if you can make that an isolated thing and project into that, you're probably going to be fine.
The nice thing about getting into this scene is that, you know, you just got to kind of look for it. You know, you got to try to find that community, and I know that can oftentimes be hard.
Number one, global impact. I mean, having more hubs of esports around, whether it's a country itself, whether it's a state, a province, doesn't matter. Places where you can have endemic growth for fans, for players to enjoy esports, to get involved, builds out so much infrastructure.
If there was just RLCS, like it would just be the same teams over and over again. It's giving more people a chance to do stuff.
And I think it allows to grow the Canadian community independently, which I just found pretty fun.
set up into the corner. Potential redirect. Popped up high. Nobody able to connect. And it's going to be Ado. They're trying to close this one out perfectly.
Air dribble is there. No! Somehow it gets saved away as well. Spin to see if they can score. Underneath? No, blocked out. Schnaggy able to recover down. Underneath, should have a breakaway here. The shot, it's good.
He starts off game one, falls into security, and then he comes out and ends up clapping the other player. So we'll see if that keeps up. Either way, good save opportunity. Tilted back towards the midfield. Threw it there, but fortunately should have held it close. Got 2 players on your team.
Yeah, you know, mistakes were made.
Take it. Take it.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
And a 50K prize pool. Shoutouts, by the way, to the sponsors, Samsung, Logitech, Astro, Skullcane.
Oh.
But a little trickery here from Brisk.
Was not happening. Oh, no.
That's an important goal, Super. Either way, Ado in the midfield, wide open net. Quick pass down and a good shot. They lose this one. They're dropping to the lower bracket. They're on the back
Roxy
board.
pre-jump?
Pass down,
No.
shot across. Like Griffins did yesterday, ready to sit in the midfield. Got an answer for just about everything. All 3 players up, a shot on target, and why not 1 for the road?
Sends the ball safely into the corner. This should be a breakaway goal, and Boo tries to get up to steal it.
Oh, no.
Close
Getting
one.
that
Oh, it's
crossbar.
still there. Corner past the mid. Sar shot and good. Up by 2.
It's on the way out. McGill again hasn't had
Turn.
any shots, but
Great
it's gonna be a good
pass.
turn. It's on target, and they're gonna be rewarded. Griffins, Ben, the difference maker this time. As another pass in field, Boo. Trying to go underneath. It actually ends up falling perfectly to the teammate. As a 50 low, it's gonna be Ado. A good response. Low
Just
latency.
like 3 stepbrothers. I don't. Oh,
Field. That's a wide open net if they can get another touch. And Soroxy.
out of the play was that player from Step Brothers, which gave a couple extra seconds to figure out what's going on for Griffins.
Try something. You know, just try to go for it.
Yeah,
Sit up.
he did. Got a bigger car. The reset
Oh, what a
self
fake.
pass off the ceiling to save you, but the majority of the time, you just don't have the angle.
Really good where, you know what, Nightingale a little bit too aggressive with the mechanic.
Ever again was not happening. Oh no.
Not even close. Oh my god.
Can you get a reset from the ceiling? You can, and a little bit of space, but
Not enough pace downfield, but it should lead to a shot on target, but damn. Someone on the backfield, can they run interference? It's a soft touch, it's a shot on target, it's open net! It hits the post!
but you can get it to start filling while you're on the ball. So like when you're resetting, you
stop!
a second man on like on a diagonal cheat. Right?
Oh my
that goes wrong
goodness,
here.
Bliss.
Ooh. Still a lot of time left. Yeah, go off.
Because
Oh,
I'm
man, I
from
thought-
Wisconsin, which is
Oh.
what a shot!
Is it in? Oh.
They're trying to close this one out perfectly.
Air dribble is there. No.
Ends up clapping the other player. So we'll see if that keeps up. Either way, good save opportunity.
Yeah, you know, mistakes were made.
Take it, take it.
Oh no.
It's go down the same lane. Either way, Ado into the midfield, wide open net. Quick pass. They lose this one. They're dropping to the lower bracket. They're on the back
Roxy
board.
pre-jump?
Pass down,
No.
shot across.
Sends the ball safely into the corner. This should be a breakaway goal. And in boot.
Gamers, we got a couple more matches here to go tonight. Only 2 more series to go. Speaking of, a best of 5 coming up for Advanced Grand Finals. Spaceman, Supersonic, other ways the camera, it's all reversed. But welcome in, because we got some good ones coming down the pipeline. We just saw the conclusion of our Sideswipe, and Super was absolutely right. It was chaotic, it was fun, and the winner that we expected, actually, when we were talking in the green room, ended up winning. And this is the beauty of Rocket League. Sometimes your predictions are absolutely correct. But let's take a look at the bracket, because now we have ourselves an Advanced Grand Finals. And these players have been playing through this gauntlet for multiple tournaments. And now we find ourselves with Extra Mode Sweats versus Now Is My Time. Now Is My Time, we've been following them through today. Supersonic. It had to come down to this. Our Grand Finals. Now Is My Time coming from the lower bracket. They got to win 2 best of 5s to get it done.
Sweats yet, but they did play against the Ballbusters earlier in this bracket, where they kind of dropped 1 game. So we already know they do bleed, right? So
they do.
The other team made it through Ballbusters, so maybe we're gonna get a really close series. You know what? The best way, rather than speculating about it, is actually just watch the game. It'll probably let us know.
Let's just play the game. That's why we do it. That's why esports exists. We want to know who's the best. Let's play the game. Now Is My Time versus Extra Mode Sweats. You're just joining us. You're about to see an opening goal.
It's their time.
Yeah, you're about to see Raw Beef score.
The Steak Tartare strikes again right off the rip here. 13 seconds in, he's going to beat that defender out. Really, the thought process there from Mike, I think, was that his teammate had that challenge, was at least going to get a piece of that ball, and he was not prepared to swing that momentum back towards net. Punished for the case. Floater in front of the orange net. It'll immediately get punched down by Mike this time. He's not going to get caught out of position again. That's
interesting. I think that's the word you're looking for. Is interesting.
Things happened, and Mike scored an amazing shot. The level of pre-calculations to pull this off was insane.
I see pro teams do it. I'm not worried. Look, there have been more dangerous own goals in my time for watching Rocket League. That is not one of them. But the benefit of scoring it like that early, there's a lot of time to fix the mistake. However, both teams waiting a bit of time. We've been seeing Now Is My Time working through the lower bracket, so they've had some time to warm up and really iron out the kinks. We understand the pressure that's been on their shoulders. We also know that their defense has been a little bit suspect today. Not too much, but for the moment, it is biting them in the back as Mike finds 2 goals off the rip.
My question now is, his name is Mike Is My Ike. So is he Mike, or is Mike is Ike?
I don't think it's possessive. I think it's like a projection. So I think Mike is his Ike. I don't know if his name is Mike. I think his Ike is Mike. He's somebody.
I need to know. These are like really important.
This
is the stuff that we actually need to know.
Yeah,
you know?
not the 2-1 lead, and it really is.
That doesn't matter. The gameplay, none of that. Is this man's name Mike?
Well, double commits that started earlier today for Now Is My Time in the defensive end kept them involved in some games against what they certainly would want, but for the moment here, start to breathe a little bit more. Pressure through the corner, water, of course, letting you know it's wet to the midfield. And we'll see how the possessions continue for Lobster, and with the Surf and Turf duo we've seen of Lobster and Raw Beef have been electric today. They're going to need that prowess in offense, the potency to continue if they want a chance in this best of 5.
Does that decide the debate that water is wet? The name is water and says wet, so that I think that debate is now
He did
over.
call it. He did call it first. That's true.
Yeah. Pretty awesome. We're getting science lessons here.
Yeah,
with
there's a lot
Spaceman
happening
and
with these players. I mean-
Yeah, this has been. They're both on the same team. This team is just completely taking over my thought process with their names.
I'm enjoying this. I think it's a great time, and I think that's a great demo.
Placement.
Woo!
What a touch from Lobster there, and the offensive pressure from the team coming through. I think Raw Beef comes through and gets the demo right on the line. There may have been a chance to save that, but not after that hit.
That was a great touch from Lobster. See pros making that play often, giving it back center way, and here we go off the kickoff. Possession. Water will take it back. Extra Mode Sweats now tied. Coming from your winner's bracket, just need to win 3 games, and they will be crowned your champions here. The advanced side. Now is My Time coming from the lower side. Need to hit a bracket reset. 2 best of 5s on their plate. And through the corner, more pressure again. Quick shot. Can't stabilize into the center box.
Ooh. Close one. Demo there. The bump actually ends up helping Brandon out. Looks to try and get a piece of it. Ends up underneath. Shoots the ball high rather than across the net. So that opportunity going to go away. One on net. Water needs to send one up high. Buys a little bit of time. And extra mode Sweat should be able to find their way through this one.
Good demo.
Man, a lot of aggression coming out. Bumps and demos being used time and time again. It seems like every single time one of those players on Now Is My Time comes through, they take a swing at somebody.
Yeah, and you're seeing a lot of cut down in the midfield as well. Like those 50s that used to exist for Now Is My Time in a prior series. They're getting a lot of clean looks. Dangerous. That's going to be an own goal, but really it was just too much pressure from Mike Is My Hike. As Water worked through the goal line, got 2 to bite, and nobody else was going to get around to save this one. Nice job by Extra Mode Sweats.
Yeah, Tazo goes for the attempts to do the backflip. It may have actually been an accidental backflip. I think if he double jump there, it probably shoots that ball high and makes a save.
Yeah.
But you have to also have a little bit of pullback on the stick to get that nose so that that second jump puts pressure away from net to get that lift. And I think that he probably just didn't get off the stick in time, and it turned into a fortunate backflip there. Might have had the chance at it. One floats across the front of the net. Lobster, always there for the finish. Gets another goal to his name. Raw Beef involved once again. Takes 2 players out. Causes them, just breaks their ankles to the point that they end up just colliding on the wall together. Absolutely bamboozles them.
Yeah, again, another double commit that kind of costs you defensively. When a player gets bumped out of the lane and the goal line's open, it puts so much pressure on that third man to cover the extra space. Brandon jumped into the play. Was not able to find the touch he wanted, but you're able to double commit on the other side. Works out for a slight pinch. And goes Mike up to the ceiling. Back out on the counterattack. Transition begins. Now is My Time trying to do just that. Tied up all even here. 3-3. And Brandon can't finish.
Mike with a miss. It's all right. Water on his rotation back sees that the miss is coming through. Decides to cut that rotation rather than go the full way around. Just cuts through the midfield to pick it up and buy some time. Another soft touch. These have been dangerous on the save side for Extra Mode Sweats. A lot of these just kind of soft, off-put speed touches that just kind of float in front of their neck, and it's taking 2 people to get that clear out every time. I'd like to see them try and maybe move that a little bit more towards the corner rather than towards the center of the field. Now is My Time going to come through and get a finish. Tazo will be the one to score again. Looking to just push that ball forward out into the lane rather than to the corner.
You talked about it, dangerous touches, right? Like, that's relatively an easy look, a save that should happen on the defense, but right place, right time, puts it where the defense is uncomfortable. You can't flip back. You've already used your jump. You don't have boost to powerfully clear it. A high five in the box. The lead now for Now Is My Time. They've battled back in this game 1, coming from the lower bracket. Extra Mode Sweat's going to need 1 to tie it up, send it to OT. And they might get it with that look. Gonna have to commit. Lobster will. Clears the lane. Back out to the corner. Into midfield. Up to Mike. No time left on the clock. Got to keep it up. Game 1 looking to go the way of Now Is My Time. They kill it here, and they will. So the lower bracket squad finds their first early on in this grand final.
The start of the march towards a bracket reset. Still a long ways to go, but you have to take that first step to get it going, and they do just that. They get it done, end up winning by 1. Both teams kind of doing that same kind of save style where they're kind of floating the ball in front of net a little more often than I'd personally like, and a couple of those ended up turning into goals. We'll see if they make any changes defensively, but that third man kind of a little aggressive, and in that shadow defense situation, putting themselves in some awkward situations where they just can't seem to clear it.
Yeah, and look, every start starts with a step. That's how the sentence goes. But if you're looking at Now Is My Time, I mean, it's going to be a gauntlet, man. They've been playing in the lower bracket for most of today. They're going to have to win 2 best-of-5s. We're going to keep hitting on that point because it is important. For Extra Modes, they have so much to work with here. They have a couple of games they can give, right? If they lose the first series, not a big deal. But the pressure that we really saw into that corner, into the center box, into the offensive third for Now Is My Time, they were putting those dangerous floaters, like you talked about, Super, constantly in game 1. Just dangerous floaters in the front of the net. If you don't clear those away immediately, the rebounds are going to be there, the follow-up shots will be there, and Now Is My Time took advantage of the space they had, and they really put the pressure on. When they got scored on early, they were down 2-0, by the way, and they were able to bounce back and win this one. So are we going to see the trend continue? I think this team is poised for a deep run in this grand final. They look good in the lower bracket, but there's not a. That's why we play the game. That's why we play the game when we get into game 2. I'm excited to get into it. Let's get ready and get rolling. Super. We've seen a lot of Rocket League today. You think the fatigue starts setting in on these players, or are they good enough to handle it?
They haven't. Actually, I couldn't tell you how much they played today, but I could say that visually, I'm going to say that we may have watched more Rocket League than they have today, or that may be tiring us. I don't know how much they played, so maybe they're tired, maybe they're not, maybe they took naps, for all I know. Maybe they're very well rested. I like to believe that they're maybe 45-minute power nap. Get one REM cycle in and ready to go. Come in fully all cognitive abilities at max.
Yeah, and look, this has been a gauntlet of a series for both teams to get to this point. It has not just been you show up, you play a game, you move on. Now is my time fell early in their winners bracket matchup around round 3 to extra mode sweat. So this is already a rematch. Both these teams have played each other before, and now it's up to now is my time to get the better of them, making their journey through the lower bracket. And if they do so, my goodness, what a story that would be. But into game number 2, if you're just joining us, this is your grand finals of the advanced side of the bracket. Of course, both these teams fighting for that championship title. Now is my time taking the opening game, needing 2 more for the reset. But extra mode sweats, they just have to win this one in 3 games apiece. They can go to 5, they can go to 4, doesn't matter. If they take 3 games in this series, they're champions.
Well, we'll have to get something going here. They are going to be battling from behind to start off at least before the bracket. I mean, technically they're still ahead. The bracket reset has to happen, but need to try and get this started early. Big pinch. Going to rock it up. That should be a free touch for Lobster off the back wall. Not quite where he wants to put it. Onto the nose of Brandon, who looks for that demo on Tazo but can't connect.
Big clear. Nicely done defensively on the connection. Sidewall is there. Slight bump in the midfield. Caused a bit of panic, but escaping the pressure. Extra mode sweats. Punching it right back down into the blue half. Can't find the rebound. Are looking for those second touches to start to flourish if they want to keep the offense up. And Mike will get boomed. With that, now is my time. Have a chance.
Yeah, end up trading out demos. Lobster gets taken out as well, so that ball ends up just kind of hanging out there in the corner for a moment. Lobster can have another look at it. Goes underneath it. Matrixes the ball. Tazo now. A bit of a battle here. Mike will have it. Looking for somebody in midfield. No teammate there, though. Opportunity was there. Does somebody there that time, though. Water is wet, and so was that shot. Got the coal explosion, too, to go with it. I love the theme.
I think that's a situation where you probably want Raw Beef to catch that a little bit softer, kind of control it on the midfield, immediately ejects it to the side wall. So while there wasn't a pass, there was an opportunity, and that's immediately what Water saw. Takes the shot, 1-0 lead. 2 games in a row, 2 leads for extra mode sweats. Now the only question is, can they hold on to it? In game 1, they were not able to. So far here, playing with their food at the midfield before Lobster has 6 boost in a dream. Can't extend it past that defender.
The aggression on the side of now is my time. It's one of those things that though it worked out last game, I think as time goes on, is going to be a problem for them. There's a lot of times we're just seeing them, well, it's going to work out here again. Shot from Tazo, he'll find the open side of the net and slot one in, but it worries me how often we're seeing them occupying the exact same space, literally running bumper to bumper on top of the ball. Eventually, Extra Mode Sweats is going to start noticing that and waiting for those opportunities.
Yeah, I think that's a great shout, too. The bumper to bumper is tough, but so is losing the touch on the kickoff. Lobster responding quickly, and the lead right back to now is my time. Back-to-back games, they've done this.
Raw Beef has that speed flip down perfect, and here at the advanced skill levels, not everybody's hitting that dead on. He has that little bit of extra speed, that split second of extra time or less time to get to the ball. It creates an opportunity for them on the kickoff there. So again, the speed and aggression is their play style. It is working for them. It's just at what point does it get figured out? And if not, it's going to be a lot of action.
Well, you can survive a double commit if you're scoring more than you're committing. If you're putting points on the board more than you're making mistakes. There's a demo and a bump. The lane is wide open, and a great job by Water to hold the line and keep this team involved.
Yeah, Water holding the line, and I didn't see which one it was that went up, but that challenge was actually really solid. It took that shot opportunity away, forced them to go high. That bought enough time for Water to get back in there, and a big save, stretching as far as possible, using every single pixel of the front end of that car to get across to that post and make that save. Tazo now won't have the second touch, and Mike will be on the breakaway here to the sidewall. Tries to fake out Raw Beef. Not going to get it past him, but Water's able to fill in immediately. Again, though, no threat to the net. Now's my time, not letting any shots really get close until now.
Defense holds strong, avoiding a bump. Tazo out of the position. He's going to rotate back in nicely. Huge 50 win to help him keep involved on the play. Sends it on its way. You need a boom and clear here if you're extra mode sweats. You need to catch the defense rotating. You have a chance to get it over their heads, but the backline will not budge. Quality touch. Pitchforked into the corner. And ricochets out. Mike, a little bit too hesitant. Doesn't like the spot he's in. And again, like you talked about, Super, the pressure that Now Is My Time are applying, it's not giving extra mode sweats a lot of time to kind of read the bounce. They're just having to react or get out of the play.
They're, they're definitely in that full ball chase mode. A couple of them, which is why we've seen some of those double and honestly a triple commit or two out of them in the midfield. Luckily, it hasn't been in the air. They've just kind of been in the same vicinity of each other. But they are just kind of doing those chases. Really shows on Raw Beef, right? Almost every touch that he makes to the sidewall, he's landing with facing down, boosting through to try and swing that momentum back, get that first defender to come forward and just try to beat them out with just consecutive touches.
This could be
Lobster
it.
high. Water have?
He does. But they got to worry about the 50s. And you're going to kill that where it stands. Even maybe one for the road does not matter. GG's. Now Is My Time are absolutely rolling. They're up 2-0 in our best of 5 to start. If they keep this one going, Supersonic, we're looking at a bracket reset, brother. Like, they look good.
we're one away.
We are one away.
They look good. Like, right? Like, we're being nitpicky. That's here and there, but that's because it's a grand final, so we're trying to see where the problems lie. But the overall speed does appear to just be a bit much for the orange team to handle right now. They're overwhelming them in that regard, and just kind of consecutive touches out of Raw Beef, consecutive touches out of the rest of the team, and then Tazo's just kind of, again, he's not necessarily that like super over the top flashy player, but he's in the spots that he needs to be. He's kind of the one that's not going to be that triple commit, right? Let the other two go up and do their thing, kind of be ball chasey, and then get in there. If there is a triple and they come up on him, he's usually the first one to kind of back out and say, you know what, that's fine, guys. We got to have somebody back. I'll be the one to go ahead and back up and make sure that we got the save. So he's kind of that player that plays around his teammates, kind of the glue, kind of keeping it together.
And let's remember, too, that this team are giving no space to extra mode. Like, they're through the pressure, whether or not it's just double commits that will burn you in the end. They've done a nice job of just keeping that pressure consistent, but it just seems like you said, the momentum is completely on their side. They're just fearless, upfield, constantly looking for bumps, demos, constantly winning the 50s at midfield. And extra mode had the opening goal again. They had an opportunity where they've scored first in back-to-back games, but it does not matter. Now Is My Time have found a way to double up the odds, retrace their steps, even up the game, and just start pulling away. And if this continues, that next best of 5 is going to be scary.
We need to see some sort of change come out from the side of extra mode. They've got to find a way through. This one just kind of gunked up in the corner. Eventually it gets thrown high. Tazo will get up. Makes a good touch. Will Mike make the turn? Has the boost, but he's going to go ahead and back out. Good communication there as Water comes forward. Follow-up shot. Everything kind of pinballs around at the front there for a brief second, and it lands right back in Water's hands. Waiting arms. Shot right on target. First again. Is that a good thing or a bad thing, though, Space Man? They've
like
scored
a curse.
first before. Like, I don't know. I want to be excited for them because they're on the board, but
It feels like a curse, man. It's just, the positioning's really great when they get the rebounds. It seems like the positioning is great for this team. Mike was the third man back, patient, watching that rebound, making sure there's no powerful punch to the midfield. But if they can hold on to the lead, this team absolutely has a chance in this first best of 5. All, again, they need is one series. That's it. They also have to worry about the bumps in the demos, and that has continued to be a problem, as now is my time. We'll tie it up thanks to Lobster Shot.
Underneath, catches the reset, goes up, has that spin. It looks like he's going to come over and nose it towards the back wall, so the defender plays for that. He's able to fake the last second pull underneath, pull back on that stick, get that reset, and shoot it in. Again, didn't get a security goal. They had one. It wasn't as quickly responded to as it had been. What's the low latency response goal that F. likes to call it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't quite that, right? It was it took a little bit longer, but again, not that long for them to respond. So need to see a goal immediately here, or relatively quickly here from extra modes again. And right back into the lead. Now's my time. Once again, overwhelming force.
Listen, man. Sometimes rain feels like a storm. It just keeps coming down.
Usually part of it.
I think at this point you're like worried that there's thunder outside, because you've had 3 straight games with 3 straight leads. And it has been a flurry of shots. And we're not just talking about like a late equalizer. It's been consistent pressure and consistent goals. Like, it feels like now is my time. We're playing better when they're down a goal to start a game, and they just put multiple opportunities on the board.
Brandon wins that 50. It seems to be the speed at which these challenges get there, right? They very rarely are winning these 50s, at least in a way that becomes a usable ball. A lot of the times they're kind of second to it, just a step behind that pacing that Now Is My Time's been setting. You see Lobster is looking like he's trying to fake him out. Lobster, not biting.
Yeah, and that's the confidence. This team plays with so much confidence at the moment, and I feel like with all the practice they got in the lower bracket, with all that they had to go through, and understanding that they're one loss away really from being disqualified from the tournament, right? Or, leaving the tournament is probably a better phrase. It's just they understood the pressure. They really stepped up, and I think the reps are helping. Confidence certainly theirs. There's the pass to Raw Beef, leaves off. Good 50 in the front of the box by Mike. Save this one, make it a 2-1 game still, but it seems like the pressure hasn't stopped. Like, no matter when extra mode sweats get downfield with the ball, it's either a takeaway from Now Is My Time, or they're fighting for these touches, and the miss just kills you. That is a mistake that can't happen.
Rough situation. I think he originally thought that there was going to be a shot, and then when it didn't come through, he just panicked.
Oh, I have to save it.
Yeah, thought that he had to save it and had to go up for it. Really, had the time, right? Players missed. That ball is going to bounce. You're not currently boosting. You're not moving at a speed that you can't control it. Give yourself that extra second. Fortunately, sometimes the pressure gets to you, and well, if you're me, it gets to you every single time.
Yeah, I've seen it. That is actually a fact.
Appreciate that.
I'm the worst player in this lobby. Don't worry. But you got to be feeling the pressure now if you are extra mode sweats. You're like, all right, well, this series has not gone our way. Luckily for us, we have another one. But if you're Now Is My Time, nothing needs to change going into your next best of 5. This pressure, there's been no response. It's been multiple goals. We've seen 3 goals for extra mode sweats, 3 leads evaporate. Now Is My Time putting on another. And they're scary. This next best of 5 might not be going the distance.
May just be a what would it be, a best of 11?
Yeah,
and they're looking to sweep it.
Yeah. You don't see that too often, where a team gets perfect swept out of a bracket reset.
Bracket reset?
Yeah, that does not happen too often.
But the way this one's feeling right now, it feels like that could be something that we see happen. But again, there's going to be that downtime for extra modes to kind of talk about what's going on, what they need to do, what changes, who's the problem child. I'll tell you right now, it's Raw Beef. He's the one that's coming through with the bumps, the demos, etc. I would probably try and put a little bit of counter bumps demos on him if you can find him on rotation. Just kind of take him out off the pitch.
Yeah, he's chasing Mike right now.
That or chase Tazo, right? Because they overcommit forward. Try and catch Tazo on that rotation back. Take that third man away because the other two are too far forward. But they've got to figure something out there and find a way through. And they'll have the time to talk it over here as this game comes to a close. Another 20 seconds here, and we'll be moving into the bracket reset stage.
Yeah, I think you need to start hunting as a second man to take out Raw Beef. You need to get him out of the play. Whether it's bump a demo, you need to find a way. Great pass. You need to find a way to get him uncomfortable. And that's where the job of the second man is supposed to be at the midfield. Whether or not it's connecting with your teammates for passes or setting up opportunities, it's also about enforcing, keeping the physicality prominent. Because now is my time. Get another one for the road, and they win this first best of 5 in a 3-0 fashion.
I mean, it's a lot of chasing, right? And Raw Beef is basically see ball, hit ball is going to get it, but his team's playing around him. I'd like to see a little bit extra out of extra modes on those rotations, right? Just that little extra something, whether it's a boost steal or a bump. And they are going for them here and there when they see that it's an opportunity. I'd more like to see it become a forefront thought rather than I've landed in this area in my recovery and it is there. I'd rather see a bit more intent to the bump, a bit more intent to get that boost steal, intent to get there for that 50 rather than they've just got to. I mean, it's like it's right there. They just need to react and pull that trigger just a hair of a second quicker, and they're right in it. It's close, but unfortunately, they've been taking control in those moments when the mistakes are made.
Yeah, and we see it off the opening kickoffs in the first minute or so. This team, it looks like things are clicking. They're winning the rebounds. They're getting the offense they want. But when the pressure is put on them, when they're being pushed back to their goal line, it seems that they just sort of break down. And I think that is just the benefactor of the surf and turf combo. Those boys are disgusting. But you know what is as well? A second best of 5, which is what we're going to get because, of course, this team comes from the lower bracket. So they have now qualified for a second best of 5, and all it takes is one more series win to take home that grand finals championship. So before we get to that point, we're going to go to commercial break. When we come back, the conclusion of our advanced grand finals. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Is that a phone? That thing's a gaming machine. Is that Faker? Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Nobody able to connect, and it's going to be 8-0. And they're trying to close this one out perfectly.
Air dribble is there. No! Somehow it gets saved away as well. Spin to see if we can score. Underneath? No, blocked out. Schnaggy able to recover down. Underneath, should have a breakaway here. The shot, it's good.
He starts off game 1, falls into security, and then he comes out and ends up clapping the other player. So we'll see if that keeps up. Either way, good save opportunity. Tilting back towards the midfield. Threw it there, but unfortunately should have held it close. Got 2 players on your team.
Yeah, mistakes were made.
Take it. Take it.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
And a 50K prize pool. Shout outs, by the way, to the sponsors. Samsung, Logitech, Astro, Skullcane. For myself. But a little trickery here from Brisk.
Was not having it. Oh, no.
That's an important goal, Super. Either way, into the midfield, wide open net. Quick pass down and a good shot. They lose this one. They're dropping to the lower bracket. They're on the backboard. Pass down, shot across. Like Griffins did yesterday, ready to sit in the midfield. Got an answer for just about everything. All 3 players up, a shot on target, and why not 1 for the road?
Sends the ball safely into the corner. This should be a breakaway goal, and Boo tries to get up to steal it.
Oh, no.
Close one. Oh, it's still there. Corner past the mid. Sar shot and good. Up by 2.
It's on the way out. McGill again hasn't had any free shots, but it's gonna be a good turn. It's on target, and they're gonna be rewarded. Griffins, Ben, the difference maker this time. As another pass in field. Boo. Trying to go underneath. It actually ends up falling perfectly to the teammate. As a 50 low, it's gonna be 8-0. A good response. Low
just like 3 stepbrothers. I don't. Oh,
that's a wide open net if they can get another touch. And Soroxi
out of the play was that player from Step Brothers, which gave a couple extra seconds to figure out what's going on for Griffins.
Try something. You know, just try to go for it.
Yeah.
Sit up.
He did. Got a bigger car. The reset
what a
self
fake.
pass off the ceiling to save you, but the majority of the time, you just don't have the angle.
My name is Brittany Hyatt.
Hi, I'm Armaziz, also known as Martian Online.
I really picked up on the Super Nintendo. I actually in kindergarten competed against a bunch of kids that were significantly older than me, and I ended up winning.
As a gamer, I started at a very young age playing on my Wii, which my dad got me. I started getting into competitive gaming when my parents bought me a PS4 for my birthday, and I found Rocket League online, and I just thought it was really fun. I started jumping into it, started playing ranked with the boys, and you know, it was kind of just chill.
I don't know. I was so pumped. Yeah, good feelings.
My first competitive gaming experience was in one of the Rocket League tournaments, the in-game tournaments, and I just remember feeling the pressure on me, the pressure to perform well, and just the overall excitement of being inside the tournament.
Really good where, you know what, Nightingale a little bit too aggressive with the mechanics.
Ever again was not happening. Oh no. Posty.
Not even close. Oh my god.
Can you get a reset from the ceiling? You can, and a little bit of space, but
Not enough pace downfield, but it should lead to a shot on target, but damn. Someone on the backfield, can they run interference? It's a soft touch, it's a shot on target, it's open net! Nail the post!
but you can get it to start filling while you're on the ball. So like when you're resetting, you a second man on like on a diagonal cheat, right?
My
that goes wrong
goodness,
here.
Bliss.
Ooh. Still a lot of time left. Yeah, go off.
Because I'm
man,
from
I thought-
Wisconsin, which is
Oh,
what a shot!
is it in? Oh,
They're trying to close this one out perfectly.
air dribble is there. No.
And the clap the other player. So we'll see if that keeps up. Either way, good save opportunity.
Yeah, you know, mistakes were made.
Take it, take it.
Oh no.
It's down the same lane. Into the midfield, line up a net. Quick pass. They lose this one. They'll drop onto the lower bracket. They're on the back
Roxy
board.
pre-jump?
Pass down,
No.
shot across.
Sends the ball safely into the corner. This should be a breakaway goal. And in
Welcome back to the grand finals. This has been a fun one. The lower bracket squad moving through. Now is my time. Finding themselves with a Series 1 win, now have qualified for the second best of 5 here in the grand finals. If they win this, they win the whole shebang. Guess what? Either team wins this one, it's over. So a lot of stakes on the line, but we've been given a satisfying and saucy little update. Turns out, Extra Mode have decided because they are getting into a second series, they have a sub available. So they've elected to use that sub. So they will be taking out Brandon and subbing in Hardin. So that means we have a new player on the pitch. Super. We don't often see subs in Rocket League. I think this is an appropriate time because they just didn't get anything going. And if this is a tactical decision, now's the time to make it.
yeah, if there's going to be a time to do it, now's absolutely the time to do it. You weren't able to piece it together. It didn't feel like things were getting better there in that third game. It didn't feel like there was any noticeable change. So a player change could really kind of alter up your, change up your pacing and everything.
Yeah.
May get a completely different look out of it, change the vibe up, kind of, you know, brush that the negative energy from that previous series off.
Sure, fresh
And
start.
it may not necessarily be one individual player. It may make the difference. It's just like, hey, that combination isn't working for us right now. We got to try something. Play the sub. And you know what? There's been some times, even at the highest of levels, that subs have come in.
It's true.
And they have made a huge impact and won some big series. So maybe this is exactly the move they need.
It's rare, but it happens. You know what else happens is you getting involved with TELUS Future Friendly Foundation. That's absolutely right. Without access to critical support and resources, the health and well-being of many youth are at risk. That's where TELUS comes in. We're helping to improve outcomes and lives for over 2 million youth each year by supporting local charities across Canada. So join us today. Get involved. Be a good person and a fun Rocket League player. Join us at TELUS Friendly Future Foundation. You can find more information available in the chat. Donate, support the youth. Let's get them involved more and support more Rocket League, because this is our grand finals coming up. It means we have one more best of 5. If you win this from the lower bracket, now is my time. We'll win 2 best of 5s to take home the championship. Extra mode, will have to win just 3 games. That's it. It comes down to 3 games. Supersonic, you win 3, you win. That's it. That's the end of the tournament for you. You lose, you're done. But here's a look at the bracket. We got here in very interesting fashion, but Super, all I got to say is I think that the momentum is now on Now Is My Time side. I think they're going to be able to do it.
Yeah, I think it would be foolish of us to say that it's not ball in their court, right? Yeah. They came from the lower bracket. Right now, to me, in my head, they're that upper bracket team. They're the team that's got the advantage. They're the team that has all the momentum. Clearly, they were able to overwhelm with speed. Is that player changeup going to make the difference? That's now the question. Can this new player make some sort of impact to slow them down, or or beat them out, or slow them down? Maybe he's the guy to go in and headhunt. Maybe this is a demo specialist. We were kind of asking for somebody to get in there, get aggressive with some bumps and demos. Maybe he's the guy to do it.
Yeah, and I think that physicality now more than ever is going to be a factor for Now Is My Time. I think if I'm them, understanding and recognizing that a sub is coming in, dial up the pressure to 11. Make the subs' life difficult. Make them even more uncomfortable than they might have been already, because if you keep that pressure moving, the entire offense is going to break down from there. So this is a real good opportunity for Now Is My Time to complete the lower bracket run, to complete the revenge tour against Extra Mode Sweats, who they played prior in the upper bracket. They lost to them, and now is a chance to put this one away. I believe we're almost ready to go, and with that, we should be. Let's get right into it for our second best of 5. Just 3 games to decide a champion, and all it comes down to is this opening kickoff. Let's get underway.
Raw Beef up early, looking for the double. This one off the backboard, but cleared out. So no goal quite yet. I almost want to say, hey, Extra Mode, just let Now Is My Time score first. That might also be the trick.
Yeah.
You just don't want to have the first goal.
Yeah, break the curse. Just a little bit, just break the curse.
Just anything to change up that pacing. Anything that's been going on. Jardine up, has a good touchdown field.
There it is.
Water, shot towards net. Lobster with a great save, narrowly beating out Jardine, able to push that one through to the corner.
I do like the pressure we're seeing early. I mean, this team's done it before. The net is wide open, by the way. Extra Mode Sweats have done this in the past 3 games, just had a great look on offense in the opening minute. So much pressure applied. But they've struggled to bounce back and respond to opening goal from Now Is My Time. We're talking 2-3 at a time. Ending the last one, I believe, at 5-1? So it's going to be a tough battle in front of them. We stay on Champions Field. Still game 1 of our best of 5. Second series here in the grand finals. Raw Beef will grab the corner grab. Excuse me, the midfield boost. Now fly through the corner. And a misread by Tazo leads it to Lobster.
That boost one was definitely one of those ones where the other player was like, there's no way. I definitely got that boost, right? Like that's the conversation that's going on. Yeah. Game's out to get me.
Mm-hmm.
Lobster, big shot downfield. Defense will be there, though. Jardine, that substitute player coming through. Good shadow defense and good field awareness to know that he needed to start heading back early. Not going to be able to get a piece of that. Water, late jump.
Yeah, very late. Got to be careful with that one. Again, if the reads aren't there, you're going to get broken down on defense. Mike, stalling in the air, escapes upfield. Should play the boost. Won't. And it'll get lucky for the moment. As back to the midfield. So a couple of times where Extra Mode Sweats either have a number upfield or trying to recover on defense. And it seems that, for the moment, the decision-making not entirely perfect as of yet.
Yet overall, I do think that for Extra Modes, it is looking a little bit better on their field awareness and just their presence, right? The amount of coverage that they have has been a lot more solid. Shot on net, can't get there just far enough out. There's no momentum as he's dead stopped in net. He can't get sped up in time. Well placed shot. Raw Beef, ton of speed. A little extra there at the end. 129 kph. I don't know what that is. That's weird rest of the world math numbers for me.
What is a kilometer?
That is
our job.
That's made up.
That is a made up
That's not
thing.
real.
America. You silly little country. Mike, on your screen. Fall back. Rotate to the goal line. Water now rocking the Dominus, so a bit of different look here, at least just in terms of the meta lineup. Got Lobster currently on the Fennec. To the box, there's the bump. Is it open? Yes, follow-up should be good. It will be. Raw Beef finds a second goal.
Well, them scoring first did not break the curse. It has only led to a 2-goal deficit instead of a 1-goal deficit at this point. Extra mode still hasn't quite been able to figure it out. Though it still, I'm going to say, currently has looked better. It's taken 3 minutes for them to get that second goal on the board. It's felt like they've had a couple opportunities. They just off the post. Can't quite finish. Water. Not taking himself. Looks to 50 through. Tazo into the corner. And up super early. Mike. Nobody there, though, so I'm not sure what the play was. Or the idea was to go up and challenge. A lot of boost spend to get up there.
There's a double commit, but it works out. Grabbing it through. Needs to be a challenge to the corner. Water waiting for his chance. But he'll lose the boost grab in midfield. Nobody's going for it, so resources are available for both teams. Boom and clear from Raw Beef. Does his job. And Water might have given this right back. Lobster patient as ever. Looking for a lot of those infield passes. Now is my time. We're more than happy to burn time off the clock.
For a moment there. A bit of a double, but Raw Beef again trying to be that enforcer for Lobster.
Oh, what a
You'd
touch.
think it'd be the other way around. Lobster with the pinchers and everything, which should be that demo man, but no. It's the Raw Beef that'll take you out.
Yeah,
Basically, the answer here is cook your food, people.
I mean, think about it, right? Let's say we're like, we can survive a pincer attack from a Lobster, but if you eat Raw Beef, you're down for the count for a couple days, all right? It does
you get
add
the
up.
wrong Raw Beef, not properly prepared tartare.
It adds up.
Definitely could be disastrous.
Gotta listen to Supersonic. It tells you it. Gotta listen. There it is.
Woo! Okay.
Finally, some
Doors
pressure.
open just a little bit. Now as my time was closing it, just about there, and then the boot came through, kicked it back open just a touch. And Nola in the chat, one of the mods, I think it's their time.
Could be. But listen, they didn't score first here. It's starting to work out for them. The Dominus has a long reach, but it's not long enough. Raw Beef punishes yet again. 3 shots and 3 goals. Look at that recovery. Whew, man.
Oof.
Defense was asleep.
Rough.
Tough one. Well, you find yourself in dangerous territory. We thought for a moment we might have a game on our hands. It was a 2-1 game. About 20 seconds to play, but Raw Beef put that dream to bed. And they'll put this game 1 away. So, 4 straight games coming into this grand final. Now is my time. Have not lost yet. For the first time in this grand final, they start off a game with a lead. They build upon it, and all things are even, as they are up 1-0 in the second best of 5, just 2 wins away. I did not expect that. That's what you super.
I'm trying to figure out what's the conversation that you're having right now? What's the next step? What's the change?
Physicality.
It has to happen.
I think what we hit on before we went to break was they need to start disrupting the midfield rotation just a little bit.
Yeah. And I think that they've spread out a bit more and they've had more field presence overall. But again, that effort. You go up and you have that miss. Your first one out of the net. You go up and you miss. Grab that mid boost. Hit the guy that's sitting in midfield. Make just that slightly wider rotation back and disrupt that. Something's got to happen there, though. That secondary effort seems to be the missing piece. I'd like to see a little bit more there, and hopefully they can, kind of pull this together. I'd hate to see it go just straight 6-0. Well, for them, I'd hate to see it go 6-0. On the side of seeing a team come and do a bracket reset, do a 6-0, it's amazing, right? So it's like it's kind of torn trying to look at it from both viewpoints. On one side, you're like, it hurts, it's painful. On the other side, you're like, this is awesome. This is the best ever.
I mean, look, if you're thinking just in terms of 1-to-1, you bring in a sub, but the gameplay doesn't change much. And I think that you bring up a good point of, look, the midfield boost is there. There were many times in that game 1 where the midfield grab was available. Extra mode Sweats didn't elect to go for it, which just meant the counterattacks from Now Is My Time were going to last longer because they had more boost to burn. In this situation, even if you can't ramp up the physicality, at least ramp up the boost grabs. And off the kickoff, a lead. We've seen this before, but Extra mode Sweats thanking their lucky stars they score first.
Great setup from Jardine there. That shot, man, that was definitely one of those ones where he thought it was going. I think all of us thought that one was going in, but the crossbar is a cruel, cruel mistress.
The best defender in the game.
100%. Defenders 4, 5, and 6. Those two posts in that crossbar are absolutely brutal on the defensive half.
We've had many conversations, you and me specifically, but you know, the community as a whole. If we made the nets like 10% bigger, would people score more? The answer is no. Everybody would just continue to hit the crossbar.
They'd hit the crossbar and the post more.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. So, look, I don't know if there was an update, but I've been very suspicious lately. There's been some weird bounces with Rocket League. I've been seeing a lot of just strange crossbar bounces that usually used to be goals.
They've got you into the placebo bounces and everything too.
Yeah, I'm already caught.
You've gone too deep. We can't save you anymore, Spaceman.
Just look at the demos we're seeing though. We've already seen the physicality.
My car's so
ramp up.
heavy.
I don't believe that. That's insane to me. But I will believe the superstition of the crossbar as for the moment, you have a 1-0 lead for Extra mode Sweats. We've been finding some demos in midfield. Overextending was water. And I'm going to call it a tactical fake, but 2 Dominus is pushed up now.
The double tactical fake.
Double tactical, absolutely.
Well, should have a free touch here. Water looking for somebody in the midfield. Dangerous commit as Mike goes forward and challenges. Had he missed that touch, that ends up being a goal back the other way. Water going to opt to go ahead and cut the rotation. Bounces back to mid for Jardine to the back wall. Tazo should have that touch. And again, finding the transition. That's the other thing that they do. Raw Beef sees that something's happening. He goes ahead and plays forward early, predicting that his teammates' most likely options, he's going to send it out to that corner and try to make a quick clear back down the other way. It's another thing that they've been very good about doing that we just haven't seen on the other side.
Ooh, huge interception. Hold on. Not a lot of boost, though. Couldn't get up. Did his job. Poked free. Raw Beef sends it back. Kind of a self-serve to the midfield. Catch by Water. That's what the Dominus is for. Paul flick. And then a double commit that keeps it out. 1-0 lead still. And look at this pressure. And this is what happens when you start getting those midfield grabs. The power on these shots forces the defense to save it quicker than they want to. They burn more boost in the process, and it causes pandemonium. Extra mode Sweats are recognizing the opportunity they have.
That moment there that we just saw, that I was about to finally say, like, there's the effort. I was asking for them to come through, look for the bumps, the demos inside the net. Tazo sees it coming and just plays it perfectly. Boost, hard turn, pivots, and just goes for the in-out save off the ceiling. Under pressure, unfazed by it, and that's got to be annoying. If you finally start trying to put something together, and the person you've decided to target is just like, whatever. I'm gonna pretend you don't exist and just keep doing my thing.
The Lobster had to rotate back quickly. Numbers are still up, but that midfield's not going anywhere. Extra mode doing everything right now with their third man and constantly applying the 50 game. Corner pressure, the grab.
Boost win.
Whew. This is going to be tough to break out of if you're Now Is My Time.
Finally, after feels like 2.5 minutes has gone by, finally the ball is down in the orange half. Jardine going to go ahead, grab the boost, bide his time. I like the creativity there, looking for Water on that kind of cut rotation on the pass. It's not quite quick enough to get it past the defense in the midfield. They sniff it out.
Corner for the bum. Okay. The offense we're used to for Now Is My Time. This has just been all credit to Extra mode Sweats. They have played this one wonderfully. And trying to put this game away. A little bit wide on the shot. Follow up, back touch. I like the backhanded serve. Center box still alive. Dangerous on the ricochet. Got to be careful here. You don't want to overcommit and get punched out. Jardine will just send it on its way. And Now Is My Time. Now have to make a move.
This is the team that we were kind of asking and looking for. Little less hesitation. little bit more speed. Every now and then, every couple rotations, make sure you're looking for that secondary effort. All of those kind of come together. It's not necessarily turning into a lot of goals, but you're present in the play every time. You're not getting beat to every touch. This time, though, you're going to get beat, and that miss on the back wall opens it up. 17 seconds left on the board, and now is my time. Sneaks one in. They tie it up, and now, how's the mental? Did that affect it? Are you in this still?
You're absolutely right. You're spitting facts, but sometimes lobsters just gotta be the way they are. Gotta let them swim. Do they have enough? Are we going to OT? Gotta clear this one out. Dangerous touch. Bit of panic. Mike, still alive. The ball's up. Just has to catch it and dribble. Can't. Pressure on the defense sends this one to golden goal for game 2. A massive game in this series, and a kickoff win for Extra Mode Sweats.
Oh, Jardine wanted the touch, but he was a little overzealous on the approach. Ends up going too high. There was an opportunity, come and gone. Beat out Kazo. Gets that win momentarily, but the defense on the side of Extra Modes. Good turn from Jardine. Going to keep this one alive for them. Free ball in the midfield. Mikey, no commit. Must not have had the boost. Luckily, Jardine's there to make the save on the back wall. Is that an open net? It's going to be just wide. Oh, off the post and out.
That was my time. Got to be careful. They can't overcommit with net open like that. With Extra Mode Sweats, these powerful clears are so important. Constantly getting in front, even if they're losing the 50s on their own side. Just clearing the ball away. Missed touch. Kazo around 2. Slightly around the 3rd, and that's an open net, and that's game 2. You talk about how important those long clears are, the touches. Tazo does so much work to win that 50, and Lobster was going to put that one away regardless. That is a heartbreaker of a game 2, and that is 5 straight games in a row, Supersonic. 2-0 lead, and now is my time. Wow.
That is a gut punch. It really felt like... It felt like everything was kind of coming together. It felt like they kind of had the control. Everything was going well. And then in those final moments, rather than waiting for the bounce off the back wall, that attempt to try and meet it at the point of contact, which is really hard to do. You have a little bit wider angle if you go ahead and play for the rebound off of it and just kind of get big on the ball. Ends up opening the door that pushes it into OT, and then it's a close battle, right? It's not like you were dominant, so that close battle eventually edges out the other way, and now they've got to win 3 straight after losing 5 straight.
And this was the best version of this squad that we've seen today. That was the best version of Extra Mode we had seen, and at least just on stream, right? Like, we haven't been able to see their other games because they've been playing while we're streaming, but this was what we wanted, the adjustments at the midfield. Everything we harped on them about. The midfield grabs, getting more boost in the tank, keeping your presence up, winning those 50s, getting cleaner with your touches, etc. They had it. You hit it on it perfectly. They were playing better. And then it's just the poke through from Lobster. It was that one goal where he worked around one. You had a missed touch on the back wall. He finds the goal. And then the pressure into OT, the long clears, and that midfield grab. So important. The pressure at midfield for your second man is what wins you games. And we see it here as now is my time. We're 1 win away from being champions.
Well, touch from Mike. Sends one forward. Jardine now. Cut off again in the midfield. There's a battle there at the midfield line. Nobody really taking possession quite yet. Haven't seen anybody break out in this opening 30 seconds. No shots on net. Nothing to worry about too much yet. He'll bounce back to himself, and that should be a freebie for Water. Opts to just throw it at the wall. Is somebody there? No. Would have liked to see him try and control that. Take possession of that ball. Instead, booms it at a wall. No teammate there.
Okay, we have low boost. Second man's up.
Free net.
Net's open, but Jardine will cut it down very quickly. Appropriately. Still no boost for Tazo. A handoff. Not the greatest clear on defense. Struggling. A demo. This one's open. And hesitation, or at least just a little bit of nerves right now. Extra Mode Sweats. Not very confident with some of their clears defensively, but here they go on the counterattack.
Up way too early, overzealous. Water just burning through the boost. That stuff's expensive, man. You can't just throw it away like that.
Whew. Great save. Follow up, block. Lobster's been everywhere in this grand finals. They win this. He's your MVP, man. He has been disgusting. Raw Beef, though, has been scoring all of the goals. And he finds another. That pinch is gross. It wraps its way around, and Raw Beef makes sure it lands.
Been doing it all day long. Definitely been that name, that finisher for this squad. Water up, beat out again. Raw Beef over the top. Jardine now, a little bit of time and space. Slight rush, ends up off the ball, but is able to secure that corner boost. Again, up early. Mike too high, and then doesn't have the boost to course correct to get back down for it. Another boost secure. I don't know if that one was intentional, just kind of swinging through, but either way, boost secure is a boost secure. Awkward touch. Should be able to go around one. No, Lobster quickly pounces on that, closes that door.
Yeah. And his cadence, just reading those 50s and getting in front, has really been the difference maker in this second best of 5. The pinch through the corner, constantly being a nuisance in the front of the ball. Extra mode sweats are not able to get upfield cleanly, let alone hold on to possession. It's Tazo off the back wall. Lobster, 2. Can't win the second. Does enough damage to allow his teammates to push up.
Loader off the back wall. Water will have a touch, but not able to stick with the ball, so the possession, again, goes back the other way. Demo from Tazo now. He's now starting to get aggressive. Not just Raw Beef and Lobster that can inflict some damage. Tazo can do it as well. I don't know how Tazo does it. I mean, we know the pincher's on one side. We know the other one's just going to kind of get you sick. I don't know what a Tazo does, but he's got some aggression. Great shot, great save.
Steps up in crunch time to keep his team up 1-0. Follow-up shot, wide open. There's the demo. The physicality connects, and Water is wet for the first goal.
Great placement here. Shoots it wide. He knows Raw Beef's on that back wall and has been able to make those saves previously today, those long, stretching ones. So he sticks it all the way in the right corner as far as he possibly can. Raw Beef just could not make that save once again. So on the board now. And a fake comes through. Tazo, just immediate response here. Oh, we're going to watch it again. Here it is, and break check.
Oh, that can't happen. Not in the grand finals.
Can, and it did.
Not when you're down 5-0. Oh, brother. That is not what you want to see. But listen, still time on the clock. Anything's possible. From the ceiling, might have put the game out of reach, but you got to shake it off very quickly, get back in this game. My goodness. It has been an absolute clinic. From now is my time. Trying to hold on to their 1-goal affair. Lobster gets bumped by his teammate, but survives the immediate impact. We're down to our final 60 seconds of this grand final.
Tazo, demo, Raw Beef, shot, but Tazo's not able to flip fast enough to get out of the way, and it ends up hitting the back of him, saves the shot. Right in front of net, Water jumps on it. Jardine now trying to cut it off. Raw Beef on the hunt, looking for anybody he can get his fender on, get that bumper into.
I think the last thing you want to do if you're now is my time is overcommit.
Agreed.
There's no need. They have been playing,
but it's also been
defense.
Working.
Yeah.
So it's one of those, like, I also don't want to say you need to change it up now. No, win the game. It's clearly worked thus far.
Well, they've been playing excellent defense. Double commit, dangerous. Tazo gonna rotate to the midfield and force the defense of extra mode sweats to do something. But they got to keep it up now. From the lower bracket, needed a best of 5 reset, and they get it. Now is my time. It certainly was. They go flawless through the grand final. Back-to-back best of 5s, 3-0 sweeps, and they are your Rocket League champions. My goodness.
Insane play. I don't know that I can definitely say I've never casted a perfect bracket reset.
Yeah, I've never seen that. It's, I mean,
I'm trying to think if I've seen one. Maybe James can go deep into the, you know, when we get him back on camera, maybe James can go like super deep into the Rocket League history and hit us with something that was like before our time. You know, we'll let the old man tell us about it, but I can't think of a time that I've seen that.
It was definitely their time. The surf and turf combo was way too deadly. And look, the adjustments were made. Extra mode sweats had opportunity super, but it just, the pressure was way too much.
I gotta respond to Lobster in the Twitch chat. He just comes in and goes, "It's my time." Indeed it was.
Yeah.
Indeed it was, Lobster. Getting the job done. Insane run. Huge shout out to you. Make sure you send our love over to the rest of your team. You guys crushed it out today.
Yeah, you guys will take home first place in the Advanced Grand Finals, 2 back-to-back best-of-5s in a sweep. No easy feat. Congratulations, of course. So now is my time for taking home the victory, but we got one more series to go. It's our Elite Grand Finals. We will have Farmville versus Randoms. Again, another fun one. You don't want to miss it. There could be another potential bracket reset, but before we get there, it's a commercial break. When we come back, the final match of the day. See you then.
Is that a phone? That thing's a gaming machine. Is that Faker? Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Another set up into the corner, potential redirect, popped up high, nobody able to connect, and it's going to be 8-0. And they're trying to close this one out perfectly.
Air dribble is there. No! Somehow it gets saved away as well. Spin to see if they can score. Underneath? No, blocked out. Schnaggy able to recover down. Underneath, should have a breakaway here. The shot, it's good.
He starts off game 1, falls into security, and then he comes out and ends up clapping the other player. So we'll see if that keeps up. Either way, good save opportunity. Tilting back towards the midfield. Threw it there, but fortunately should have held it close. Got 2 players on your team.
Yeah, you know, mistakes were made.
Take it. Take it.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
And a 50K prize pool. Shout outs, by the way, to the sponsors, Samsung, Logitech, Astro, Skullcandy. Providing some. But a little trickery here from Brisk.
Was not having it. Oh, no.
That's an important goal, Super. Either way, into the midfield, wide open net. Quick pass down and a good shot. They lose this one. They're dropping to the lower bracket. They're on the back board. Pass down, shot across. Like Griffins did yesterday, ready to sit in the midfield. Got an answer for just about everything. All 3 players up, a shot on target, and why not 1 for the road?
Sends the ball safely into the corner. This should be a breakaway goal, and Boo tries to get up to steal it.
Oh, no.
Close one. Oh, it's still there. Corner past the mid. Sar shot, and good. Up by 2.
It's on the way out. McGill, again, hasn't had any shots, but it's going to be a good turn. It's on target, and they're going to be rewarded. Griffins. Ben, the difference maker this time. As another pass in field. Boo. Go underneath. It actually ends up falling perfectly to the teammate. As a 50 low, it's gonna be 8-0. Good response. Low latency.
Like 3 stepbrothers. I don't. Oh,
that's a wide open net if they can get another touch. And Soroxy
out of the play was that player from Step Brothers, which gave a couple extra seconds to figure out what's going on for Griffins.
Try something. You know, just try to go for it.
Yeah,
sit up.
He did. Got a bigger car. The reset self pass off the ceiling to save you, but the majority of the time, you just don't have the angle.
Really good where, you know what, Nightingale a little bit too aggressive with the mechanic.
Ever again, was not having it. Oh no.
Not even close. Oh my god!
Why? You get the reset from the ceiling, you can, and a little bit of space, but
not enough pace downfield, but it should lead to a shot on target, but damn. Someone on the backfield, can they run interference? It's a soft touch, it's a shot on target, it's open net! The post!
But you can get it to start filling while you're on the ball. So like when you're resetting, you a second man on like on a diagonal cheat. Right? That goes wrong here.
Bliss.
Still a lot of time left. Yeah, go off.
Because because I'm
man, I
from
thought-
Wisconsin, which is
Oh.
pretty... Oh, what a shot!
Is it in? Oh.
They're trying to close this one out perfectly.
Air dribble is there. No.
Ends up clapping the other player. So we'll see if that keeps up. Either way, good save,
Oh.
opportunity.
You know, mistakes were made.
Take it, take it.
Oh no.
It's down the same lane. Either way, Edo into the midfield, line up a net. Quick pass. They lose this one. They're dropping to the lower bracket. They're on the back
Roxy
board.
pre-jump?
Pass down,
No.
shot across.
Sends the ball safely into the corner. This should be a breakaway goal. And in
My name's Sean Spaceman Rogers. I go by Spaceman online.
My name's Nathan.
I'm NATO.
I am a professional commentator. I've been in the scene since 2012, currently commentating for the Call of Duty League Rocket League Esports Championship Series at RLCS.
I'm a full-time cybersecurity engineer for work, and yeah, part-time Rocket League competitive player and team captain.
Like have a mindset where you need to like build like connections with people and see what you can do about like making up a team.
If you're fueled by passion and you like the craft of whether it's the content creation itself or if it's casting, if you can make that an isolated thing and project into that, you're probably going to be fine.
The nice thing about getting into this scene is that, you know, you just got to kind of look for it. You know, you got to try to find that community, and I know that can oftentimes be hard.
Number one, global impact. I mean, having more hubs of esports around, whether it's a country itself, whether it's a state, a province, doesn't matter. Places where you can have endemic growth for fans, for players to enjoy esports, to get involved, builds out so much infrastructure.
If there was just RLCS, like it'd just be the same teams over and over again. It's giving more people a chance to do stuff.
And I think it allows to grow the Canadian community independently, which I just found pretty fun. Oh, I meme this car and I rip it all the time. I can't remember. I think it's like air something. Aftershock, yeah.
That is the Fennec, unless I'm blasted. That is the DeLorean. That's actually one of the first things I ever bought in Rocket League.
That's the Takumi. I used to main that when I first picked up the game on PSN. I thought it was the coolest looking car, and then I just got made fun of for it, so I swapped.
Oh, the Merc.
The old Dominus.
Ladies and gentlemen, gamers and Rocket League fans, welcome back. We're nearing the end of our day here, or day one of our finals, because my goodness, a lot of Rocket League to get through. We've seen Sideswipe, we've seen traditional 3v3, and we just saw the conclusion of our advanced grand finals, where of course, it was now my time taking home the championship in 2 back-to-back best of 5s. I didn't expect the reverse sweep to happen. I didn't expect it to be 6 straight games, but I thought, this series could go the distance. Supersonic. However, this team won it outright in a bracket reset. And of course, two standouts on that squad. The surf and turf duo, one of them being Lobster, who will join us momentarily. Super. This was a bit of a beatdown in the grand final, man.
Yeah, and you're kind of talking about that dynamic duo. I'm still gonna say Tazo's the glue for those two. Those two can't do what they're doing without Tazo kind of playing that third man and really kind of controlling that middle of the pitch.
Sure.
But yeah, dominant play, right? This is a team coming up from the lower bracket to go up against the upper bracket team, and they went up against both looks of that team as well, right? There was the player swap. Jardine came in. I think that Jardine did make a positive change there. I think that they found a little bit more footing, but again, as it kind of equalized, they started changing it up just a little bit more, finding a little bit more ground, or creating a little bit more ground through their physicality, and they got the job done. 6-0.
6-0. Don't see it too often, but what we do see? Lobster. Let's bring him in, because this is one of your champions from, of course, Now Is My Time. It certainly was their time. But Lobster, okay, buddy, we got to know, first of all, you guys played this team before. You play them again in the grand finals. Did anything change? Because it seemed like you guys just kind of had your way with them.
Yeah, so the main thing that changed is in the first series, for some reason after game 1, we just were tilted out of our minds. We won game 1, but after game 1, no one was coming. We were just missing balls. It was a disaster. This time, luckily we had the lower bracket run earlier, so we had like a little bit of momentum going into it. We were feeling good already, but like the main thing is it's just the mental. So important for Rocket League.
Well, it felt like the mental came back around, because you guys just did something me and Spaceman said that I definitely haven't casted one, but I have never seen a perfect run on a bracket reset. So you guys pulled off something that I haven't seen before. I got to know, what was the strategy? Was the active strategy basically just demo as much as possible? Because it felt like you and Raw Beef had some actual beef with the people on the other side of the pitch, because it was brutal out there.
Over at school with these guys, we basically changed our play style to be purely demo heavy, and we've been playing together for like a couple years now. So I'm sure you saw that we're a very physical team, but just a lot of cutting. Tazo, he kind of just let us cut whenever we want, and chase and buy space for him to do what he wants with the ball, and it worked out pretty well. A lot of these guys, I think that like we were just faster, and they weren't like, they're not used to getting like demoed and pressured as much as they were.
It seemed that way, because when we were talking during, I want to say it was around game 3 of your first best of 5, at that point you guys are up 2-0, the momentum's clearly on your side, so we're saying, all right, if they close it out here, they're probably feeling good to win the whole thing. Most teams in any esport, if you win the first best of 5 in pretty convincing fashion, you kind of steamroll most of the time into the second best of 5. But when you won that first series and you recognized they were going to make a change going into the second, did the game plan change because you guys kept the pressure moving? It seemed that they got more of a midfield awareness when they started grabbing boost, but it looked like it was kind of business as usual for you. What were the comms like when you recognized that a sub was coming in for them?
So I don't think we were really worried. I think we played the sub like when we lost to them. Like I think they made us change after game 1. So we were like a little on edge for the first little bit, but after game 1 we were fine. It's just a little unease about like not knowing what this person's playstyle is like, whatnot, because like we were doing fine against the other team, so we didn't really want to, or like we were worried about how that would change things up. But...
Well, I gotta ask on behalf of James, because he's sitting in our green room chat wanting answers to questions, but part of the day he kind of nicknamed you guys the surf and turf, and he really wants to know, do you love that name or do you hate it?
All day. We watched the VOD after the first series, and we've just been vibing with the name the whole time. We're having a blast with it in our comms. It's it's fun. It keeps it fresh, and we're just here to play. Like we don't.
It's It's like an
Don't mind.
updated Rocket League shake and bake. You know, it's
Yeah.
Yeah,
works
sort
out
of term.
perfect.
James is very happy right now, by the way. He's very happy.
He's putting heart reactions and everything into the chat, so you've made him very happy.
So when it comes to the grand picture, like events like these are really important, not only just for third-party activations, but they're really big to get the community involved, to show more talent that exists in Rocket League, and even if talent that has been through places like CRL, even up to the cusp of RLCS, to show that they exist kind of in the outsphere. For you specifically, what does this kind of tournament mean for you, for the team, but also getting these kinds of reps in during this stage of the year? Like, what has it been like to compete in this tournament against different players and to walk away with the championship?
Tournaments like these for like bubble players are really important because they allow us to, get opportunities to play in more of a structured environment that we might not be as familiar with.
Sure.
It's big for me because, I've got like school like tryouts in a little bit for like CRL and whatnot. For them, like I'm sure that they love playing. It's just it's continuing to play as much as possible is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
And if there's funding available, I'm sure that we'll love to continue playing tournaments like these.
Well, I guess my only question now is like, how you feeling going into the tryouts for CRL? It's got to feel kind of good coming off of a tournament win going into that.
I don't know. We'll see. Gotta stay
No,
optimistic.
you're champion. You just did a 6-0 run on a bracket reset.
That's
I
true, you
need some
did do
confidence going into that.
Yeah. I mean the main like the roster that we're fielding this year is they're so good. I don't know who's gonna be there or what. I did pretty well last year with them. I showed them what I had, but like just gotta come back and do it again.
Amen. Listen, if stock is a thing, which it always is, a bracket reset and 2 back-to-back best-of-5 sweeps, I think that's pretty good for you and the boys. So use that as good momentum and good fuel going into potential CRL stuff. We wish you all the best. And by the way, congratulations on winning this tournament, man. That is not an easy feat, so you guys should feel good. Any last words, shout-outs, anything like that you want to give? Go crazy.
No, just a shout out to Shale and Tazo because without them, it takes all three of us to win this. Yeah.
Dude, congratulations from all of us here in production as well. Congrats to you guys for taking home the championship. That has been Lobster, one half of the Surf and Turf duo. We're crowning it. James is going to be very happy about this. We've just decided this is now a thing. So Surf and Turf duo, keep your eyes out for them. Not only more tournaments potentially here for the TELUS Esports Series, but if you see them in CRL, give them a wave, say hello in game chat, be nice. But man, they absolutely earned that win, Super. And it's not easy to go in back-to-back best-of-5s, but the boys did it. And they set the stage for what's coming next, man. Final thoughts on Lobster's win?
Final thoughts is I hope he goes in and just crushes those.
Me too.
That tryout, man. I see him in the CRL. I promise you, if he doesn't have a Twitch channel for me to go sub to get a Lobstery, I will find a Lobstery mode. I'm gonna be in that CRL chat, just spamming away. I'll have to get a beef one too, and just we're gonna make Surf and Turf
Have to
stick.
get something.
Yeah,
we got to get something. I mean,
we got to turn it into something now. And James,
if we
James
do nothing,
is too happy
else.
about it. Yeah, if we do nothing with it, it's just we got to turn it into something.
Yeah, this is our thing now. We've adopted this, and James is very excited about the potential of what this could become. But regardless, we have one more series to go, like we've said before. And now with that out of the way, we're almost ready to get there. But before we finish off today with one more Grand Finals, we have to throw it to a break. When we come back, the final Grand Finals of the day. Don't want to miss it.
Is that a phone? That thing's a gaming machine. Is that Faker? Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Really good where, you know what, Nightingale a little bit too aggressive with the mechanic.
Ever again was not happening. Oh no.
Not even close. Oh my god.
Why? Can you get the reset for the ceiling? You can, and a little bit of space,
but not enough pace downfield, but it should lead to a shot on target, but damn. Someone on the backfield, can they run interference? It's a soft touch, it's a shot on target, it's open net! It's the post!
but you can get it to start filling while you're on the ball. So like when you're resetting, you whoa, a second man on like on a diagonal cheat either. Right?
Oh my
that goes wrong
goodness,
here.
Bliss.
Ooh. Still a lot of time left. Yeah, go off.
Because I'm
man,
from Wisconsin, which is
oh,
what a shot!
Is it in? Oh,
they're trying to close this one out perfectly.
Air dribble is there. No.
Ends up clapping the other player. So we'll see if that keeps up. Either way, good save opportunity.
You know, mistakes were made.
Take it. Take it.
Oh no.
It's down the same lane. Either way, Edo into the midfield, wide open net. Quick pass. They lose this one. They're dropping to the lower bracket. They're on the back
Roxy
board.
pre-jump?
Pass down,
No.
shot across.
Sends the ball safely into the corner. This should be a breakaway goal. And
My name is Brittany Hyatt.
Hi, I'm Armaziz, also known as Martian Online.
I really picked up on the Super Nintendo. I actually in kindergarten competed against a bunch of kids that were significantly older than me, and I ended up winning.
As a gamer, I started at a very young age playing on my Wii, which my dad got me. I started getting into competitive gaming when my parents bought me a PS4 for my birthday, and I found Rocket League online, and I just thought it was really fun. I started jumping into it, started playing ranked with the boys, and you know, it was kind of just chill.
I don't know, I was so pumped. Yeah, good feelings.
My first competitive gaming experience was in one of the Rocket League tournaments, the in-game tournaments, and I just remember feeling the pressure on me, the pressure to perform well, and just the overall excitement of being inside the tournament.
Another set up into the corner, potential redirect, popped up high, nobody able to connect, and it's going to be Ado. And they're trying to close this one out perfectly.
air dribble is there. No! Somehow it gets saved away as well. Spin to see if we can score. Underneath? No, blocked out. Schnaggy able to recover down. Underneath, should have a breakaway here. The shot, it's good.
He starts off game one, falls into security, and then he comes out and ends up clapping the other player. So we'll see if that keeps up. Either way, good save opportunity. Tilting back towards the midfield. Threw it there, but unfortunately should have held it close. Got two players on your team.
Yeah, you know, mistakes were made.
Take it. Take it.
Oh no. Oh no.
And a 50K prize pool. Shout outs, by the way, to the sponsors, Samsung, Logitech, Astro, Skull Candy, for myself. But a little trickery here from Brisk.
Was not having it. Oh no.
That's an important goal, Super. Either way, into the midfield, wide open net. Quick pass down and a good shot. They lose this one. They're dropping to the lower bracket. They're on the back
Roxy
board.
pre-jump?
Pass down,
No.
shot across. Like Griffins did yesterday, ready to sit in the midfield. Got an answer for just about everything. All three players up, a shot on target, and why not one for the road?
Sends the ball safely into the corner. This should be a breakaway goal, and Boo tries to get up to steal it.
Oh no.
Close
Again,
one.
that
Oh,
crossbar.
it's still there. Corner past the mid. Sar shot and good. Up by 2.
It's on the way out. McGill again hasn't had
Turn.
any shots, but
Great
it's gonna be a good
pass.
turn. It's on target, and they're gonna be rewarded. Griffins. Ben, the difference maker this time. As another pass in field. Boo. Trying to go underneath. It actually ends up falling perfectly to the teammate. As a 50 low, it's gonna be Ado. A good response. Low
Just
latency.
like 3 stepbrothers. I don't. Oh,
Field. That's a wide open net if they can get another touch. And Soroxy.
out of the play was that player from Step Brothers, which gave a couple extra seconds to figure out what's going on for Griffins.
Try something. You know, just try to go for it.
Yeah,
Sit up.
he did. Got a bigger car. The reset
what a
self
fake.
pass off the ceiling to save you, but the majority of the time, you just don't have the angle.
Nissan R34.
Scarab. Octane. Yeah.
Ooh, is that the Esper?
Close. It's the aftershock.
The aftershock. Okay.
Oh. So, Komodo.
My name's Sean Spaceman Rogers. I go by Spaceman online.
My name's Nathan.
I'm NATO.
I am a professional commentator. I've been in the scene since 2012, currently commentating for the Call of Duty League Rocket League Esports Championship Series, the RLCS.
I'm a full-time cybersecurity engineer for work, and yeah, part-time Rocket League competitive player and team captain.
Like, have a mindset where you need to like build like connections with people and see what you can do about like making up a team.
If you're fueled by passion and you like the craft of whether it's the content creation itself or if it's casting, if you can make that an isolated thing and project into that, you're probably going to be fine.
The nice thing about getting into this scene is that, you know, you just got to kind of look for it. You know, you got to try to find that community, and I know that can oftentimes be hard.
Number one, global impact. I mean, having more hubs of esports around, whether it's a country itself, whether it's a state, a province, doesn't matter. Places where you can have endemic growth for fans, for players to enjoy esports, to get involved, builds out so much infrastructure.
If there was just RLCS, like it'd just be the same teams over and over again. It's giving more people a chance to do stuff.
And I think it allows to grow the Canadian community independently, which I just found pretty fun. Oh, I meme this car and I rip it all the time. I can't remember. I think it's like air something. Aftershock, yeah.
That is the Fennec, unless I'm blasted. That is the DeLorean. That's actually one of the first things I ever bought in Rocket League.
That's the Takumi. I used to main that when I first picked up the game on PSN. I thought it was the coolest looking car, and then I just got made fun of for it, so I swapped.
Oh, the Merc.
The old Dominus.
I was fine when you pulled me down. You said the stars would answer. You said our prayers were written down. I was fine when you pulled me in. We were forced to be human, and then the world came after, and I had never questioned it. And they said it was wrong. We started it
lost all we given. But honestly, you've gotta know that this ain't living. But we could run from Elysium and let it burn, let it burn. You've gotta know nothing lasts forever. I can't believe myself. I never thought that this would be our end, but it's nothing new. And my lover's honesty, I can push it back down if I have to.
Really good where, you know what, Nightingale a little bit too aggressive with the mechanic.
Ever again was not happening. Oh no.
Not even close. Oh my god!
Why? Can you get the reset for the ceiling? You can, and a little bit of space, but
Not enough pace downfield, but it should lead to a shot on target, but damn. Someone on the backfield, can they run interference? It's a soft touch, it's a shot on target, it's open net! It's the post!
But you can get it to start filling while you're on the ball. So like when you're resetting, you
stop!
Oh, a second man on like on a diagonal cheat, right?
Oh, oh my
that goes wrong
goodness,
here.
Bliss.
Ooh. Still a lot of time left. Yeah, go off.
Because I'm
man,
from
I thought-
Wisconsin, which is
Oh.
pretty- what a shot!
Is it in? Oh,
They're trying to close this one out perfectly.
air dribble is there. No.
And just clap the other player. So we'll see if that keeps up. Either way, good save,
Oh.
opportunity.
You know, mistakes were made.
Take it, take it.
Oh no.
It's down the same lane. Either way, Ado into the midfield, wide open net. Quick pass. They lose this one. They'll drop onto the lower bracket. They're on the back
Roxy
board.
pre-jump?
Pass down,
No.
shot across.
Sends the ball safely into the corner. This should be a breakaway goal.
My name is Brittany Hyatt.
Hi, I'm Armaziz, also known as Martian Online.
I really picked up on the Super Nintendo. I actually in kindergarten competed against a bunch of kids that were significantly older than me, and I ended up winning.
As a gamer, I started at a very young age playing on my Wii, which my dad got me. I started getting into competitive gaming when my parents bought me a PS4 for my birthday, and I found Rocket League online, and I just thought it was really fun. I started jumping into it, started playing ranked with the boys, and you know, it was kind of just chill.
I don't know. I was so pumped. Yeah, good feelings.
My first competitive gaming experience was in one of the...
Ladies and gentlemen, gamers, welcome back into the final match here of the day. One more potential best of 5. We could see a bracket reset. We saw it once already. We have ourselves the Elite Series Grand Finals to get underway. Spaceman, James Bot, you guys know the deal. Here's a look at the bracket. Let's get right into some Rocket League. We started off with a long one, but we find ourselves narrowed down to 2 final teams. Farmville versus Randoms. Randoms coming from the lower bracket. They win 2 best of 5s. They win the whole thing. For Farmville, staying on the upper side. They just have to win one. James, do you think we're going to see another bracket reset?
You know, it's tough to say. This one was a close one, as you saw. Randoms at least getting a game off of Farmville. So We'll see how it goes. Farmville has a player, Vegas, that we have seen before in CRL. So the two players that I know about, just the name recognition, is Nibra and Vegas. So those are the two players that I'm going to be watching closely as we go into these grand finals.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a really fun one for everybody wondering where we're at. This is the final series of the day. If you're just joining us, welcome in. It's going to be a great one. We got a best of 5 on your screen for randoms. They have to go through 2 best of 5s to win the grand finals here. Farmville, of course, coming from your winners bracket. A bit of a grudge match here as the TELUS Esports Series 3 gets underway, but this is a grudge match between both these teams who have placed highly in previous events. But to start things off, randoms get on the board first.
And look who it is. It's Nibra. Nibra getting around that ball. Hard shot as well. That was not an easy angle. And Nibra will strike first, getting around that ball nicely. So strong start there from the randoms, who do have to win 2 series if they hope to take the whole title.
Exclamation point events to find out more on the Battlefy, where these teams sit, and more importantly, where these teams have come from. And exclamation point Discord, which should be around from the Nightbot, to get involved in the tournament channel, get involved in the community. We've gone from around 300 members to over 3,000. So if you want a chance to compete in tournaments like this, or just to play against some high-level competition in Rocket League, Apex, whatever it might be, get yourself in that Discord and find some scrims. There's a lot of different channels going on all at once. Back into this grand finals to start things off in game 1. Randoms open up the proceedings with a goal, and with that, more pressure into the orange half as numbers collide. And, well, Benane trying his best to get it out to the midfield before this ball gets sent on its way.
I was going to say, you can do some exclamation point help right now if you're Farmville. You need something going. They have been a little flat. A team bump there as well. And Chow Blaze opting to not even get the corner boost, but Vegas also missed it, has to turn around to get it. So we'll be slow back on the rotation. Banani. Is that, I'm hoping that's
Banani. I hope it's Banani, because I don't think Banani's right. I'm pretty sure it's Banani.
Well, that's what it is now. Banani, who's out of boost there, working in the corner nicely. Nibra will go straight towards net, and that fit was on target, would have been in. I think everyone was a little bit surprised, expecting perhaps a pass there from Nibra. I know I was. It looked like the defense was as well, the fact that they were out of position, but fortunately for Farmville, there was the shot wasn't on target.
Got a half musty on the extension. Blaze circling through center box. Nicely done. Alcon is able to cut it down. Both teams having their fair share of opportunities. We've seen a couple of threatening shots. The placements have been great, but unable to execute so far. 1-0 lead still for randoms. Trying to jump out and do essentially what Now Is My Time did in the opening start, where they just rallied up shot after shot and took that series. The opening best of 5, 3-0. Blaze crashes in and saves it.
Okun there, that seemed like it was a scoring opportunity. It was a hospital ball. Wasn't able to get the power on it. Now almost an overpowering moment there. Rebound. It's going to be shot, and it's saved by Okun again. A Blaze in the air. Doesn't get the best first touch. Will get a flip reset. Still above the net. Now cleared out to the corner. Blaze back to the middle. Oh my goodness. Tekos was going for a highlight play there.
Still keeping it alive. Blaze was looking for the dunk. Close enough. Vegas on a fake. Niebuhr crashes in as boost to burn here. Center box to Blaze, the pass from the ceiling. I like the creativity we're seeing from randoms. But remember, if you're watching now and want to get involved in the chat, we have a $100 Nano Leaf giveaway happening. We'll have some links available how you get involved and some stuff, the information that is pertinent to that. So make sure you keep yourself active in the chat. We have a $100 Nano Leaf giveaway happening soon. We'll give you more info as we get it, but for the moment, all you have to do is type giveaway in the chat and you'll be entered to win. But a minute 34 to go here in game 1. It's been a 1-0 affair for the majority of it. Long clear. Now we look for Farmville to capitalize.
And this could be a scoring moment. Shot right at Nibra. Double tap ball. And the teammate was coming in to take the shot. You can see Elku gets a demo afterwards, but Elku might have been able to score that. Now a ground pinch. And that's saved. The randoms setting up a brick wall on the goal line. There's a few bricks missing, but it's still standing up.
And working through the demo, not panicking either, though. The triple commit does hurt. Big clear. That one will be wide of the net. And rolls up precariously. Back to the midfield we go on the juggle, burning all of the boost. Ibra stands up. Here comes Blaze. Gets through the bump, but can't fight off the second, and another clear.
Nebra, back pass. Teko's going for the 50. Banane. Sees Elkun. Elkun, light tap up. Nebra will launch it up. Tekos has a double tap. Ball goes for a fake instead. Nebra makes a little bit of contact. And a back pass right to the middle. That was a dangerous ball. Elkun will make up for the fact that he passed it by getting the save. But still a 1-goal deficit. Now airborne. Banani. It's beat out by the defense there. Now another play stopped by Nebra. Nebra going for the challenge. Rebound out. Elkun faking around, or tried to fake around, but the rebound right to Vegas. The shot is in! Vegas snipes it from downtown.
Waning moments of this game. So much pressure consistently for about 4 minutes, and they finally find the equalizer. 3 to play. Little time on the clock. Do we go to OT for game 1 of this grand final? Winner side for Farmville. Flying a last-second goal. Great touch, double commit, gonna force it back to the midfield. Ball still up. And here we go into OT.
We'll see how Farmville responds. They got that late goal. They've had some good pressure, but there's a double bump. Nebra over Vegas. The retreat back's there in time, but the rebound is also saved. Banani able to get there and get that stop. Pass out to the middle. Vegas be cut off by Tekos. Tekos doesn't have enough boost to get back to the ball. Nebra is going to bail out. Doesn't want to waste the boost there. Might have been the right call, but you can see the great play from Banani.
Congratulations to Scooty RL, who won the giveaway for the $100 Nano Leaf in the chat. Congratulations. But right now, Farmville just trying to win the battle of attrition at the moment at the midfield. So tough. Tekos is going to be off. Can he get the rebound close enough? Is it to Blaze? The cut down again. Another big double commit from Farmville, but a necessary one as they hold their horses for the moment. Cavalry runs through the back. Tekos still in the box, and he snuck through and escaped for the shot. And that's going to be all that she wrote in game 1. Wow.
Vegas, heavy first touch there. It was pounced on immediately by Nebra, and Tekos there to finish the game off. And Randoms will get that first game win. And a reminder, that is the team that came through the lower bracket. So they are going to have to get a bracket reset if they hope to take the title.
They're going to have to go through 6 games. They just saw the team across from them put up a hell of a fight at the midfield for about 4 minutes, and eventually it does go their way in OT. But even looking back to now is my time, they went 6-0 in the grand final. Not an easy feat. Don't think we're going to see it again. But if anything is to be certain in this grand final, I'm sure we're going to be getting more high-octane moments like that, because the pressure was there throughout the majority of game 1. A lot of great defensive clears, but in the end, it was sneaking through in that offensive third and putting a shot on target that just kind of broke the defense down. James, already the lower bracket team striking hot early, first in both of our grand finals. It seems that the pause period we had is not affecting anybody as of yet, but the Elite Series different than the Advanced. We're seeing a little bit more high-octane gameplay, a little bit more methodical with the approach so far. Any surprises standing out to you? Seems pretty good to me.
Well, I think it shaped up kind of how I expected. I said, you know, Nebra and Vegas are the 2 players that I'm looking for. They were the only 2 players to score in regulation. And then Vegas, not such a great play, had that heavy first touch that was pounced on by Nebra that led to that overtime winning goal by Tekos. So now we'll see. The Randoms can keep it going. Farmville just need to win this series to claim total victory.
Yep, just 3 games in a best of 5, or potential 3 games in a following bracket reset. All in all, can they get it done? Vegas on your screen, no boost in the octane. He will grab the midfield.
And I think there were a lot of missed opportunities last game for Farmville. We saw, you know, the brick wall defense from Randoms, but there were a few moments where the shot placement could have been just a little bit better, and maybe you expected it to be a little bit better. Now, Blaze with a solo play. I did not think all of the defenders would get taken out, but you see a big demo there, and the air dribble was perfect.
There's only really so much you can do. Banane was watching a hawk come into the net and recognizing that the opportunity was not his to stop. Already, Randoms again off to a hot 1-0 lead. Back and forth, both these teams go, but it has been successful for Randoms. Always striking early and really putting the pressure on.
And an impressive display of ball control there by Blaze to get on that ball and air dribble it over the remaining defender. Also a nice demo from Nibra to clear that path. The randoms look just a bit sharper. Have also been more clutch. Now a ceiling pin shot. It got through the first round of defense, but not the second. Tekos will pop it up for Blaze. Elkin trying to break up the play, but Blaze is able to hit high. Got mid boost, going for the double, close range, the triple. Rebound is going to be cleared off the goal line, but Blaze starting to heat up.
Yeah, this confidence from these players going for ceiling pinches, the triple touch off the backboard. Certainly not affected at all by the pause and not going to be affected by the double commit from the defense. Doesn't matter who's in front, Nibra is going to put that one away.
Nibra calling Blaze off, who had gotten the flip reset, but that, a beautiful shot. Double tap executed to perfection. The randoms are outclassing Farmville at the moment. And if this series keeps going this direction, it seems like a bracket reset is inevitable.
The speed at which they're getting towards their touches and winning the rebounds is just a little bit too quick. Like what we saw in our last grand final, sometimes speed is a factor. The cadence is certainly there. Tekos in open space and leaves for the defense to make their mark with the move to the opposite corner. Here comes the opportunity for randoms to find the clear. Vegas can't get the touch. That net's completely open. All you have to do is put it away and you will.
I mean, Spaceman, we could have hit that shot. That was
you could hit that shot. I'm
no, you could have hit that shot. Look at it.
Oh, thank you.
Where's the defense? Even on the replay, even on the goal explosions. Where are they?
Yeah.
There's one.
Where are the other two? Where did they go, James?
I don't know. They must have been watching the replay too.
It's a little bit too eager to overcommit. Feeling the pressure of a 2-0 deficit. Only one game against them, but a chance for a 2-0 lead in this series. Randoms are rolling right now.
They are, specifically Blaze. And Blaze is going to make this hard for the defense again. And he's just, see the defense tripping over themselves. And now a double commit, the pinch, the pass. Tekos, a bit ambitious. Where was he going? Tekos, perhaps too overconfident.
Sometimes you get one, you give one. I was looking for the demo. It didn't happen. Poke free. Everybody's up. All right, that's the warning shot.
You gotta be a little careful here. You know, just because you scored 3 early doesn't mean that you can be a little too cute.
Yep.
Farmville.
Warning shot.
Yeah, Farmville. You're exactly right. And that warning shot hit them. So they know it's serious. So.
Yeah, last thing you want to do is be up like 3-0 and then realize you're still like 2 minutes on the clock and you give up a goal.
Dude,
it's dangerous.
I have done that in so many ranked games. Like, 3 goals? This is going to be easy. I'm going to go for this double flip reset. And then you get scored on, and then that's the beginning of the end. We've all been there.
Then any team that's orgless or randoms or anything like that, they always got a little something extra. So you got to keep them in front of you. Keep your eyes on them. From the ceiling, Vegas, the pass, left it on a pinch. Okay. Communication, I'm sure, white hot in those comms. It's killed to nowhere, gives it right back. Possession here for randoms. They can certainly make something out of this.
Blaze just going for the bump. Banani. I don't know. I need to ask Banani how to say his name properly. Banani.
I'm a fan of that. If it was Banane, it'd be a little bit spelled differently. But
well, Elkun was not able to get that over to Banane. But you can see Elkun really weaving through. That one off the post. Rebound is good. And just like that, Farmville in striking distance.
Nothing is safe with a 3-0 lead and a lot of time on the clock. Vegas crashes in from the second spot. That midfield rotating, recognized the rebound chance. And a 1-goal lead is all that randoms have after a 3-0 dominance to start this game 2.
And that overcommit by Tekos, I think it was Tekos, from randoms, who was trying to be a little too cute jumping that early. Wonder if that'll come back to haunt randoms here. They have a minute left to play. Farmville, though, only down by 1.
They will help. Connection to Elkun off the backboard. Anybody going to follow up? Yes.
Whoa,
huge
that was going in.
And that's just pure reaction time. You had to get up and flip your car in front. Nicely done.
There's a reaction time of a professional goalkeeper there. Instantaneous reflex. It was a hard shot and an unexpected one as well. That keeps hopes alive for Farmville for now. Nice handoff there from Banani. This will be a high lob. This is an awkward ball. Banani to the sidewall. Pinch out. Blaze just wants to win the 50, does so. Goes for another one, but it pinches back. Banani with the wave dash. Everyone's bailing out right now. It bounces up and over. Blaze trying to escort this ball to the ground, gets stopped. And there's the dunk down. Randoms win 2 straight.
It's interesting. Like Farmville were finding opportunities in these kind of lull moments where the over-aggression from Randoms really didn't pay off. But when it was time to score, when it was time to get aggressive and put the pressure on, Farmville were not able to find much. Randoms, lucky they had a 3-goal lead. They could give up a couple, but certainly the pressure setting in. They're now up 2-0 in this best of 5, James.
I wouldn't say it's lucky, Spaceman. We saw Blaze pop off that game. Blaze had some really, really good plays. And Nebra also, that double tap was sweet, but it was a set up again from Blaze. And then we are just seeing Blaze pop off with the air dribble. And just been really impressed with what Blaze has brought to this series, because even the last time we saw Randoms play, I thought Nibra was the best player out there on the field. But so far, I've been most impressed with Blaze.
Yeah, I mean, even when you're watching him off ball, he's challenging touches on the ceiling. Whether or not he's hitting the reset to the backboard is a completely different question. He's setting up his teammates, and that's really, at the end of the day, what matters most. Everybody's getting involved. Randoms look very poised to take this first best of 5, but that's why we play the games. We got to find out what actually happens. So when we get ready for our our third game here in this first best of 5, Randoms on the brink of resetting the bracket. For everybody else who's just joining us, Farmville, your winner's bracket team. They win the first best of 5 or the second. They win the whole thing. Just got to win 3 games in a 5-game set. For Randoms, looking to close it out here, keep the momentum moving and their tolerance moving. For these boys are tired, but they want to win it here and send us to another best of 5.
It has been a hot start here for the Randoms. And they've been making quick work of Farmville. Farmville offensively just cannot get much going. Blaze being more of a pain off the ceiling, couldn't get the pass down. You saw what Blaze was thinking. And Blaze really going for these creative plays. And that one pinching high above net, but we've seen a couple really high-speed pinches. Now the read from Tekos. Tekos had it on target, but it was too light of a shot. For more chances for the Randoms.
And Farmville were stacking the goal line, so it kind of works out for him here. As they'll try to escape. A touch from Vegas just to cut it down, kill the momentum of this push. They'll track. Teammate ready for the catch, does so on one. Can't get the second to bite, but a huge save from Tekos to keep it at 0-0.
And that one was heading top corner. Very good stretching save there by Tekos. Now Tekos trying to race to the ball. Will peel off. Leaves it for Blaze. Blaze, flip reset, shut down immediately by Vegas, but Vegas didn't have more boost to go for it. Will have to retreat out. That one off the arc. The pass back to the middle. Blaze will take it up. Blaze with another air dribble. The pinch off the post. That was a gorgeous effort. It came so close to working out, but that one just not meant to be. However, Randoms showing the confidence and creativity again and again.
Oh, wow, from Tekos. That's disgusting. That's what this team brings to the table. The giveaway, Tekos catch, wait for it, then uses the rest of the reset to punch it over Vegas.
And you could see a doink or a Goomba stomp as well. Elkun actually being hopped on to prevent the save. Elkun would have been able to jump up and get that, but you called it out. The delayed flick bought time for that Goomba stomp to pay off.
Communication, probably insane. At some point in Rocket League, we'll get some live listen-ins. Man, those are probably.
I've had a few Astro listen-ins in my day, and I've enjoyed them all.
They're pretty good. Speaking of Astro, one of our sponsors, want to give them a big shout out, as well as Samsung, helping put on this event. Logitech, Skull Candy, could not be possible without them, but that is also possible with the help of Tekos, who just puts another one down, and a 2-0 lead for Randoms in this third game.
Nebra making it difficult, just trying to put this off the ceiling and force a bad hit, and that's exactly what happened. A bad hit leading out and into the middle. Really easy shot there. Randoms, they are not to be stopped right now. There is no answer out of Farmville. Oh, at least got that stop. Don't want anyone flipping on you with fancy flicks here and there.
But even if Blaze is doing that, you got to worry about Tekos, who's just styling on you. Wow, what a save. Bro, are you kidding? Crashing into the opposite post. Follow-up shot. Big stop from Tekos back and forth.
Who are these randoms? They aren't random at all.
What
is
is
calculated. Amazing saves.
Goodness. I'm a bit mindful.
Can they save this?
We just
yes! Oh my! The defense is wild now. Blaze going for the wave dash demo!
You thought it wasn't possible. You thought it couldn't get more mechy than this. Look at this shot. My goodness. What a stretch from randoms.
Man, and Blaze. Blaze is standing out. There's a 50. Finally, something goes Farmville's way. Banani able to overpower on that 50. But goodness, that has been a tough, or it has been a tough game for Farmville. They do get one back, though.
I mean, how frustrating is it to have so many chances go so close? Finally, you do get one back off the kickoff again, and a 1v1 right over. A little bit high, follow-up. Double touch, not going to happen. Crashing in. Immediate punch out. Denying it. 3-1 lead still for randoms.
And that's where the 1v1 training can pay off. Those flicks. You're in an ISO situation, one-on-one. Just got to get that flick elevated, but not too high. It sounds easy, but it's not. Especially when you're closing in close to the goal like that. Being able to get that perfect flick. So Farmville having another scoring chance, but not being able to make the most of it. However, Vegas attempting a ceiling pinch, but Blaze is first to it.
Nice job to avoid around one. Dances his way forward
Another
to midfield. Tegos.
Big save.
Disgusting carry. If you ever want to look at a player to put a game away, to put a best of 5 away and send us to a reset, that's the guy. A minute to go. No boost. Cut down to the midfield. Number stack. Very dangerous on the counterattack. Extra touch is great. Center box open. Blaze can't sneak it by.
Alcoon has just enough boost to elevate the shot, but it's saved away by Nibra. Nibra getting a slight bump. Has plenty of boost here to chase this down. Blaze doesn't have much boost, but gets the pass. However, it's cut off by Alcoon. Needs to be a quick counterattack. 2-goal deficit here for Farmville. Backward bounce. Nibra sets it up. Blaze trying to go for it. That goes. Flicked a bit too early, but still is wasting all that time on the clock. And there's a little touch. It doesn't go in, but it does keep the ball out of Farmville's hands. And there's a pinch that's going to be going in.
There's still time. There's still time on the clock. They got burned by it in game 2. They overcommitted. This time, though, the pinch on the own goal line sneaks its way forward. Nobody else back. 5 seconds ago, we've seen a kickoff goal before. And they do it again.
Calculated. That is a tough break. Will we see some magic from Farmville? It's going to have to be at 0 seconds. It's kept up. There's the lob. No way. Oh, the miss. It looked like, who was that? Somebody, was it Vegas who was airborne? Couldn't keep the ball up. And that is how this first series is going to end. Randoms.
Yeah.
They sweep. This is exactly what we saw in the last grand final, Spaceman. A 6-0. We're on track for the same right now.
We are on track for the exact same type of story here, but this one a little bit closer than what we saw in the last grand final. Regardless, though, both teams have really showed up, but it's been the creativity on offense from randoms for me. I mean, Farmville putting up a hell of a fight, getting a couple of long-distance goals, winning the kickoff, but folks, that is our first best of 5 here. Remember, type in giveaway in the chat to enter into a $100 Nanoleaf giveaway. Also at Discord, because we want you to join the Discord and join the community to find scrims, opportunities to play in events like this. Make sure you join. We've gone from 300 to 3,000 members in quite a bit of time. Make sure you get involved with giveaway and Discord available in the chat. But before we get to our bracket reset, we give these players a chance to breathe, to recite some of their mottos to themselves to get themselves pumped up for the grand finals, but we have to go to a commercial break. When we come back, the second and final best of 5 series of the day. We crown a champion right after this.
Is that a phone? That thing's a gaming machine. Is that Faker? Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Really good where, you know what, Nightingale a little bit too aggressive with the mechanic.
Ever again was not happening. Oh no.
Not even close. Oh my god.
Why? You get the reset from the ceiling, you can, and a little bit of space, but
not enough pace downfield, but it should lead to a shot on target, but damn. Someone on the backfield, can they run interference? It's a soft touch, it's a shot on target, it's open net! It's the post!
But you can get it to start filling while you're on the ball. So like when you're resetting, you
stop!
A second man on like on a diagonal cheat. Right?
Oh,
that
my
goes wrong
goodness,
here.
Bliss.
Ooh. Still a lot of time left. Yeah, go off.
Because I'm
man,
from Wisconsin, which is
what a shot! Is it in? Oh!
They're trying to close this one out perfectly.
Air dribble is there. No!
And the clap from the other player. So we'll see if that keeps up. Either way, good save opportunity.
You know, mistakes were made.
Take it. Take it. Oh, it's go down the same lane. Into the midfield, wide open net. Quick pass. They lose this one. They'll drop into the lower bracket. They're on the back.
Roxy pre-jump?
No!
No!
Shot across.
Sends the ball safely into the corner. This should be a breakaway goal.
They're set up into the corner. Potential redirect. Popped up high. Nobody able to connect. And it's going to be 8-0. And they're trying to close this one out perfectly.
I lied to you. I just straight up lied to you out loud. We're getting right into the next best of 5. I don't care what Chad has to say. We're going right into it. These players are like so hungry to get into this next best of 5. It's a bracket reset, James.
I can't blame them. You know, and for the randoms, the job's not done yet. And if you're Farmville, you know, it's like when you lose a game in ranked. You know, you lose those points. You want to get right back into it and get those points back.
Yeah, you just immediately queue up again. We're going back to the lobby. See you there in 2 seconds. Game chat's going crazy. We got a bracket reset. We already got a couple of threatening shots from Farmville. They got swept 3-0. It was close, but the randoms looking to do history yet again as we saw 2 teams in Farmville, or randoms trying to be one of them, to go back-to-back sweeps. But it's not going to happen before Vegas has something to say.
And maybe we see a new Farmville. Before their offense could not figure it out, but now we see Vegas taking matters into his own hands. A nice read off of the bounce and booming that right down the center.
That's one way to get things going if you're Farmville, to steal back some momentum in this series. You get swept out of the first one, come from the winner's bracket. You recognize you just need 3 wins. Randoms are on a roll. Elkun trying to get to the midfield. Does so in the juggle, but gives possession back to randoms. Now we trade it in Fennec in hand for Banane. And he can't do anything with it.
Elkun, nice 50. Corner snag there. Farmville has so much more offensive pressure than they did in the first series. The boom straight up the gut right to Vegas. Vegas gets some help from a teammate. Double commit, though, from Farmville. Now it's going to be a numbers advantage for randoms, but they couldn't get to the ball first. And it's moved downfield. Boom back. Huge boom, and can't get the redirect, but still shot opportunity. Now off the backboard, Tekos only has a single small pad. Wasn't able to get there in time.
And you can see just the offense recognizing that the Farmville are low on boost, so just keep putting shots high on the net. There's a demo. Vegas has to cut his rotation. Off spawn, number stack. Boost certainly here, but causing problems on the goal line. Randoms are putting a lot of pressure on these slow pushes upfield and forcing double commits from Farmville.
Banani lost possession of the ball. Tekos has a blaze over on the sidewall, but it's stopped by Vegas. You can see Nibra actually going in for reverse for a moment. The panic there from Nibra. Expecting a teammate to get a hit. Elkun, the speed. This is going to be a backboard bounce. Elkun couldn't get to it for the double tap, And this ball's popped high. Vegas stretching. It's a hit on it. But now the counterattack is on. That one bangs off the post. And now it's sent over to the other end. Off the backboard. Rebound chance. Rebound denied by Nibra.
Nibra standing up every single time. Blaze, reset over one. Comes the catch. A little bit harsh, but still makes it work. Elkun reset to center box. Numbers crash. It's off the post. We've seen that time and time again today as Blaze will escape.
The Blaze doesn't have any teammate to help in the middle. Low boost for Nibra, who will just whiff on it. Deco's just doing everything he can, just to try to get this ball downfield. But still low boost. Blaze gets a huge block. That buys time. And a whiff! And the equalizing goal. This whiff is a tough one to stomach for Farmville.
Against a team like Randoms, you can't make that mistake. Tried to recover, just couldn't. And my goodness, that's a touch you're going to want back. Tie ball game, a minute 35. Randoms trying to put this one away to start off this second best of 5. But hold on, Farmville are cooking.
All Farmville almost getting the go-ahead goal again, but now space for Tecos. Banani able to stop that air dribble. Oh, but he's out of boost. And there's an open net. Nibra recognizing the space, taking the space, and punishing Farmville.
And look how he plays that bounce. He cuts in and lets the boost grab go. Everybody pushes up from Farmville. It was a double commit. And he just is like, all right, I'm going to turn right and go towards the net.
Wow.
Huge recognition as Randoms have a lead.
This game, you know, I thought with the way Farmville started, with all their possession, the first goal that Vegas put in, that this would be their first game win. And it has all fizzled away, but now a chance. Vegas, the double tap!
A minute on the clock and a dream for a tie ball game. As Banane wins a 50, Vegas avoids one and puts the hammer down on the second.
And it looks like
60
Vegas,
seconds.
It looked like Vegas even got bumped a slight amount.
Yeah.
But still powered through and got that read on the double tap. Vegas is making the difference right now. But this game is still tied up. Tecos, the double tap pass. No one in the middle to receive it.
At least on the offense, 5 shots, 2 goals. He's really been the one stepping up. It's been Blaze and Nibra on the other side. But there has been facilitation there from Elkun at the midfield. Another 50 win that set up Vegas last time through the corner. Center, follow touch,
double.
and I think it was just a miscue there. Vegas crashed in, and now back in rotation.
Oh, that was a bit fortunate. That could have been an own goal there if that wasn't a connection by both players. Banane. They're dribbling. Going for a 50. Hit right off his hood. Now Vegas on the control. Vegas going for a bump. It's cut out. That net was wide open if that shot was on target. Looks like we will be heading to overtime unless some heroics happen, but they do not. We've got overtime. First game of the second series.
Got to be careful with those open nets. Got to be careful on the kickoff. Nibra over one from the ceiling. Trying to get out for the bump. Numbers are up. The net is somewhat open, but they are not around to corral this ball. Banane will win the 50. And the 50 game from Farmville at midfield has been so crucial in this game.
Clear out to the sidewall. Banane misses. And he's panicking. He's out of boost. Full boost for Nibra. Will he cook? What's he cooking? Overtime goals!
They're in the kitchen. They got the pots and pans. Frying pan slap. It's physical comedy right now. What is this pinch? Oh my goodness.
What was
That's heartbreaking,
that? That
dude.
was unreal.
That's nuts.
Oh my goodness. Banane, you saw that play developing. Out of boost, panic hit, and then Nibra with all that space. That's the last player. I mean, honestly, Blaze has kind of been popping off, but Nibra is that player with the name recognition that I'm looking to make plays, and boy, did Nibra deliver there. Tecos also linking up with him for that pinch. That was a highlight play. And the Randoms keep that win streak going.
Tecos has been so great today, but Nibra in this grand final has stepped up, and you say their name 3 times, they're going to show up. It's another goal for randoms.
I mean, I'd be too afraid at this point. I mean, I'm not playing games like that. Not with the randoms on your tail.
I'm still processing that pinch we just saw in overtime, but look, second best of 5, that's game 1. They wasted no time getting into this second one. The randoms are rolling with momentum. Can't blame them. For Farmville, you got to find a way to slow the game down because it has just gone by way too quickly. And though they've looked good, it's really been up to Vegas to score a lot of their goals and look at a lot of their chances.
You're 100% right. Vegas has been the big producer for Farmville. It's got to be somebody else. He's going to need some help on defense as well.
That goes from the backboard. He'll carry it out very precariously, gives it towards his teammate, and Blaze will follow suit and still keeps it alive.
Nice
What a pass! They can't close the deal regardless. The pressure mounts, and Farmville have to respond.
Great speed there from Elkun. We're talking about defense being needed as well. Elkun bringing it there. The right idea from Blaze to go for that pass. Now Vegas will lob it towards net. Hard hit. Rebound out to Elkun. Elkun, the bounce shot, and it's just hit straight back towards the net. What do you have to do if you're Farmville?
You got to hope that the bounce will start going your way. You clang one off 2-3 times in the last game off the crossbar. You're wondering when it's going to be your turn to get a bounce, but you can't overcommit. That's the big thing. And you get caught out of position just once. That's all it takes. In a situation like this in the grand finals in the second best of 5, you're very much hoping that luck's on your side, but you can't give luck anything. As this stops constantly from randoms have been brutal.
And Blaze will hurl it downfield, gets demoed, but still got that clear. Mid boost by Vegas. Now, nice tip up from Banane, and Banane scores it. Lovely control as we look at it on the replay. Look at this first touch.
And look at that cut, too, on rotation. Recognizing that, look, I can't just play this softly to the sidewall. I have a chance here. They're crashing to me. I have the outer lane. Leading with the foot, finishing with the hand. Nicely done. Farmville, get on the board.
And there's that killer instinct that you need. And there's another goal. Banane is popping off.
You needed someone to step up other than Vegas. What a second touch by Elkun, by the way. On the rollback. That's ridiculous. The pinch.
The pinch pass. I mean, how do you even pinch a ball on the wall and have it bounce out that far? If Farmville does not win this game, there is no game they can win. Not against randoms. Not with plays like that from Banane, and there's a clear out on the goal line. It really feels like a now or never moment for Farmville, and there's a goal, Nibra. Farmville was heating up, but that's a bucket of cold water cooling them off thanks to Nibra.
You work so hard and you get so far, but in the end, James, doesn't even matter because Nibra's on the other side of the field, and he does the same thing he did just a game ago through the corner. He gets you to swing right, he goes left, and when all's said and done, it's another goal for Nibra. 3-2 off the kickoff, trying to make it a 4th.
Tekos will steal the corner boost. This is another shot. It was off target, but the rebound goes straight out. Blaze will pop it up high. Tekos 0 boost. We'll have to pass this. And we'll just lob it right towards net and give up possession. And it might cost them.
There's the reset from Blaze. And out in front again, getting in by 1. Causing problems, steals the corner. All right. You got resources up if you're randoms. You can afford to force the double commit. Strong pinch around. You have to touch this. If you're Vegas, you will. These one-on-one challenges just burn a bit of time here and force the scramble from Farmville. A busy defense is a scrambling one. Huge stop from Tekos.
And that one looked like it might have been on target. Tekos was the last line of defense as well on the reflex play. Randoms up by 1. Infield pass attempt broken up. But Nibra tries to poke it back in. Stopped by Banane. There's a shot. Save. 2 jumped. Blaze will get another tap back down to the middle. Tekos, is this net wide open? No. It's blocked out. No double tap.
Farmville have to be careful when they try to pass back to each other on their own side. The last thing you want is randoms jumping that read and taking it away. And you're looking at a 4-2 game. Through the corner. Blaze will get the call. Stens. Slight. Looks like a wall dash for a second. Just to get out in front. The pass downfield intercepted. Nibra again shutting off so much of the offense.
There's a pass attempt out, but Blaze will catch it, flicking over. Nibra thinking about going, but will bail out. And Blaze is going to hit this right back into the half.
For 60 to play. Round 1. Elkun through the corner. He's in net. Net is open currently. It is a long rotation from Elkun to get back to midfield. Vegas stealing every pad available. But can he extend? There's the Musty. More of a Brezzy, actually. As Tekos will play it towards center box. Now needs his team to help him out. Under 30 to play.
There's a shot going to be saved by Blaze. Vegas the back pass, but no one was there. And now it's a hit backwards. Oh, the banana. He is being risky.
Blaze from the ceiling, holding the reset, and can't get the bite, but did enough to kill time. 0 seconds. Benane down to the ground, leave it on a fake. That, my friends, is 5 straight games as randoms are 1 away from another perfect sweep in the grand finals.
Wow, and like I said, if Farmville cannot win a game like that one, then you wonder if they are going to be able to win a game at all against randoms. We saw Vegas having some good plays earlier, but Banan really was next level for offensively for Farmville. He stepped up that first touch, the cut back, and being able to score it, and then also that pass out to the middle was a good pass, but the finishing was there. So we'll see if Farmville can do anything to stop this spree that the randoms are on.
Randoms just need one more before kickoff. Interesting. 20 times happening here in the grand finals, but this has been a dominant showing. Both teams, again, traded blows, traded punches, throwing haymakers left and right, but it really has been the step up from Nibra, who has done so much off ball, chasing players into the corner to neutralize Vegas, done so much with just scoring. That goes as well. Fantastic grand finals appearance from him. Cutting down so much, winning it around 2, forcing the third to crash back, and Blaze the pass. But randoms are just everywhere on the field right now.
Open on. Flip reset. It's just off. Rebound will be no good either. Elkun. Oh, Banan sending it back towards net. Again, just too high. Banan's already up. And what on earth are you doing? Banan has come close to some own goals before. This time, he makes no mistake. Well, actually, that's a pretty big mistake.
That is a shot. That's a whole shot. We'll
Upper
call it
9.
what it is.
Wow.
I mean, that's a powerful one. Finally, they don't hit the post.
Slipped on appeal.
Yeah, slipped quite badly. Uh-oh. It's a traffic jam for the moment. On the I-40. There goes the ball. And,
That's a hefty scoop.
Last thing you want to do right now, James, is full tilt and go down 2-0. You want to at least keep this one manageable.
At what, you want, there's a block. There's the rebound, and Banan makes up for it. The transgression has been forgotten. Big equalizing goal. Farmville still in it.
That's the thing. If everybody's going to collapse, somebody's got to score. The net's got to be open somewhere. Much more than meets the eye with Banan. So far, we have ourselves a tie game here in Game 3 of our second best of 5. Again, a 2-0 series lead for randoms. They win this game. They win the whole thing. Into the corner. Blaze, the pass. Teko is going to catch. Burns a lot of boost, but
as well.
We'll leave it anyway.
That was the right idea. Blaze didn't pass that close enough to his teammate. Flip reset shut down by Banan. Is that going in? Can Nibra get there? No!
Let's see what happened on the replay.
Finch
loses
again.
the 50. Yep. And they went out for boost. Again, huge 50.
To be honest, the fact that it pinches on target is crazy, but the fact that it was as far post as it can possibly go is even crazier.
So Banan's hit every corner. He's hit his own upper 90. He's hit far post. He's hit near post. Hopefully he won't hit an own goal, but he's placement's been there. It's never been a question about placement. It's just been the right target. Banan from the midfield. Everything in the tank around Blaze.
Cooking.
The juggle, the reset. Can't finish the play.
But Banan really amping up his game. That the own goal was a bit crazy. But when you stop and think about it, Banan has scored every goal in this game.
That's true. Just aim him in the right direction and he'll score for you. Vegas did so much of it in the first best of 5. So far here, it's been Banan. What a win. Follow up from the teammates will not happen. And then they fly off the play. Okay. That goes to the midfield. You got Niebuhr waiting. Backboard.
Huge
Great
stop.
touch. Wow.
It was a big stop there from Banan. Banan all over the place in this game. And the universe right now seeming to be on the side of Farmville, especially with that last pinch goal.
Yeah.
If it's meant to be, in this game, surely they will win. And maybe it'll get interesting as well.
All they have to do is win 3. The last best of 5 here. Hold on. Runaway chance.
Wow.
And that might do it. Elkun flies in and secures that 3rd goal.
And look at this touch from Vegas, completely fooling the back line of randoms. Nobody thought that Vegas was getting another touch there. And Farmville have a 2-goal lead now. Looking better than they ever have. And the randoms, they didn't really score. Like we had mentioned before, Banan had blasted that one into his own nets. The randoms starting to lose some momentum.
Yeah, I mean, you think you get gifted a goal, then the hype is even more so. But as
Another
of now,
goal.
they are getting picked apart. Vegas shows up, a shot and a goal to his name, and the 50 wins at midfield have been brutal. Farmville are putting on a show.
They certainly are. When they have been flat, they come alive when they are literally out of lives. There is not a single game more that they can lose. They lost 5 straight. All they need to do is win 3, and it looks like they're going to get 1 here.
Well, they can put on another. It's just for good measure at this point. But if you're randoms, you're probably pretty happy at the moment. Yes, you might end up losing this game, but still a 2-1 series lead in the second best of 5.
We got Vegas.
Recovery, the bump. Lord, Blaze. Calm down.
It looked like we were watching Vegas through the glass in a washing machine. He was just getting bumped around all over.
He's on the spin cycle. He's getting annihilated, man.
At least the grass stains will come out.
Yeah, that is true. You better hope that finishes up in time, because my goodness, this has been an absolute clinic from Farmville. This is the winner bracket team we expected to see. Elkun absolutely dominant in the offensive 3rd.
Oh my! Elkun going for goal. The pass, it was a pretty one. Well, Spaceman,
Here we are.
it ain't over till it's over.
That's right. Well, if you're randoms, you just kind of chalk this one, go next. For Farmville, build on this lead. Keep putting more shots, more saves, more goals on the board. Make your mark in this game. Bring the momentum right back. Big save from Vegas. Half of a minute to go.
Oh, no way. Vegas denying the double tap. A floating save from Elkun. Farmville. What we saw before was them not in their final form. This is final form Farmville.
They are reaping what they sowed, and my goodness, is it a lead and a half.
We
got ourselves a game 4.
It was a plentiful harvest.
That's absolutely
5 goals. That was...
It's like Freaky Friday in here, James. They switched bodies. Like, which team is which now? Farmville just exploded in this game, and I'm told that these players are all friends with each other, so the own goal is probably banter, but...
Yeah, Banan racked up the scoring on both sides of the field. the best own goal that I've seen in quite some time. And when you say the best own goal, we're not talking about it. It's a good one. It's just an entertaining one. But Banan really, I think, had a fire lit inside him after making that little mistake. He was playing like a crazy man out there and really helping Farmville get to this point. Banan has been an impact player offensively. And this Farmville team, when they have no more or had no more lives left, they stepped up and they performed. And now it's looking a bit more possible after that performance that Farmville might be able to pull this one out.
They look primed and poised to send us to Champions Field, or what should be just Game 5 regardless. As it's been really the Banan show in this second best of 5. He makes that own goal, but it says, all right, I'm going to get one back, and I'm going to keep pouring it on. But now's the time for Randoms to show us what they're made of. They've won 5 straight games. They lose their first here in the grand final. All they need is that last one.
Oh, and not a good clear from Vegas. Nibra flip reset 50. Also going for a bump. Nibra out of boost, still staying in the play. There's a scrappy game out there in the corner. Blaze will go for a pass down, but there's a bump from Elkun. This one off the ceiling. Elkun trying to tip it out. Tekos straight up. Nibra doesn't make contact, and now Blaze will have to retreat back. Blaze up off the ceiling. Has his flip. Uses it to go for net. But Vegas was there to stop it. However, this is an all-out assault. Randoms keep going. Backboard bounce. Double commit. Blaze still going. And that double commit, though, oh, that's tough.
There was a demo, too, so they had numbers. They had numbers for so long, and they couldn't just find the goal. And on the other side, it's a huge clear to Elkun, who's waiting for the pass. Everybody was committed because they had the advantage. And Farmville are like, guess what? We can play that too.
The double commit. It was the demise of Randoms. Blaze was up. Blaze looked like maybe had a better line on the shot. Not able to do it. Now this one's going to bounce straight down. Nicely defended by Vegas.
I think you're going to count them out and Farmville just show up. It took one best of 5 to get going, but they have absolutely come to play here.
I would say it took him 1.5 best of 5.
Yeah, that's true. Well, it's better late than never, right? You need somebody to pick it up. Elkun has. And it looks like they're trusting each other more on the defensive end and just waiting for their opportune time to find each other on the passes, working downfield. Nibra, who's been so good in this grand final, been pretty quiet in the past 2 games.
That is true. Nibra, this is the moment where you show your value. Just need 1 goal to at least force overtime, and then 1 more to win it. But we see some physicality come out now from Farmville. Vegas doesn't make contact. The pass out now, a big boom from Vegas. And if you're Farmville, time is on your side right now. Randoms have not been able to get much going offensively in these last couple games.
That demo is not on your side. An advantage for the moment for Farmville. Really feels like their only first demo they've had on this side of the field, controlling into the blue half. Elkun's going to pop it to himself. There's the reset, the backboard. And now we get back to kind of traditional Rocket League here, where it's very possession heavy for one squad. Farmville having their chances. Defense holding up for Randoms. The counterattack starts and immediately gets taken away.
Nibra trying to self-pass that out. Tekos will lob it towards net. Redirect opportunity potentially, but taking no chances. Farmville don't want any of those cute plays sliding by.
I don't know how you win that 50 regardless. Blaze. Tekos in the back. Nibra waiting. Patience right now from Randoms. Tekos going to try to play it down to the ground. Will do so, but the crash in and shutting down the lane. Farmville are always throwing at least 1 number at the ball at a time. Randoms can't get upfield for free.
Yeah, and Vegas playing really smart Rocket League there, getting both the corner boost and the touch. But Blaze going back down to the ground. Lob up. Vegas first stop. Elkun hitting it to safety. Blaze trying to force the issue. Out in the middle of the net. It's a lob shot. Save from Banan. Banan can't get the clear. It's wrapping around, and Vegas will hit it right back to the corner. Block from Blaze. Randoms are hungry, and they are closing in on Farmville.
Have to keep this pressure moving. Can't afford to lose possession here. Blaze, thinking maybe he wanted that off the backboard, but played it to the corner anyway. Double commit for Farmville. Got to be careful on some of those touches. Another 50 win from Nibra. To Blaze, the shot, big save in front. Here comes Tekos trying to squeeze it in. Can't do it. Follow-up shot from Nibra. And of course, we got a tie game with 30 to play.
Tekos was low on boost, had to commit early, couldn't make adjustments, doesn't make contact, but Nibra is there. And even though Tekos didn't score it, at least he made the defense think about it, gave Nibra that space. And Nibra able to at least tie things up. Will we see overtime, and will this tournament be decided by an overtime game?
All it takes is one goal for Randoms. They're feeling the pressure now more than ever. And for Farmville, can't afford any small defensive mistakes. A win, though. Nibra escapes through the pressure and bullies his way forward. Huge pass. Blaze will be back. Gonna have to punch this down quickly.
Blaze wants to get this down to the ground and does so. Randoms a golden goal away from winning it all.
There's the kickoff. Banan. Teammate up just in case. You get it to Vegas. This game's over. We're going to Champions Field. The pass cut down to the midfield. Working through the 50. Blaze can't finish.
Banan. Flip reset. Banan denied by Nibra.
Tekos was looking for the connection. Almost a redirect out. Numbers are stacking, panicking for the moment. Blaze is going to burn all of his boost to advance it as far as Banan. But gets the assist from Tekos, and it's off the backboard. These quick reads and discussions from these players on the point of contact are huge.
Happening? Oh!
The demo leads to nothing.
It's a really scary demo. Farmville, they escape for now. Nice corner pass. Banan's up, but he's blocked by Nibra. Tekos out of boost. The shot, if it was slowed down a bit, Nibra could have been able to go for the demo, but Blaze just ripped the shot too early. Alkun, pass up. Vegas trying to keep things going. Vegas will tip it up. Banan, full boost here. First touch, gets away from him. And now hit back towards net. Vegas will be there to hit it to the corner safely.
Get the boost grab as well. Very narrow on the recoveries in rotation. A little bit worrisome. Into the corner. They will pop it free, but not before Banan gets up. Vegas gets the grab. Two at a time swinging through. Nibra plays it to the opposite side. Tekos will get the call. Nan gonna carry from the opposite wing. And all right, we stall out back at the midfield.
Alkun had to slow down. Tried to possess it. Blaze. The Tekos. Vegas. All this is dangerous. Pops it up to Alkun, who's going to go off the ceiling. Back down to Vegas. And Vegas! We're going to Game 5!
He was quiet in Game 3. He was quiet in Game 4. But here comes the money machine. Upper 90. Farmville surviving onslaught from Randoms. And this is the upper bracket team we had been waiting to see in the grand final. It had to go the distance, a full best of 5, folks. Game number 8 coming up, and this one could decide it all. Farmville, we're getting the best of them now. We now need to see what Randoms are made of, but James, it's only one way I guess this could have ended in a second best of 5 in the final game. Farmville just always have an answer. They look so confident right now on the field.
They certainly do, and just to have the series go the way it did. They lost 5 straight games. Yeah. 5 straight games. But then Banan really ignited this team, and they have been on fire ever since. That last play, that was such a good pass. A nice finish from Vegas, but Alkun reading it off the ceiling, getting the second tap. Instead of going for goal, being selfless, going for that pass, was the exact play that was called for. Now the Randoms, despite that 5-game win streak, might come up short. Farmville just need one more. It's all coming down to this.
5 minutes on the clock. Banan, quick shot, better save from Nibra. And again, the defense keeps randoms in this game.
Nibra, world-class save there. Now Blaze is going in 1v1, and that is a low-risk, smart play. Just drops the ball down, because worst-case scenario, the 50 stays on the goal line. You can get a teammate to clean it up, but Blaze able to overpower.
And it doesn't eject back to midfield. You don't have to worry about having nobody back. Heads-up play from a heads-up player. Into the ceiling, Blaze opening up things with a one-shot and one-goal effort. Perfect from the field. A name. To the center. Fighting through a 1v2.
Low
Take
boost
away
here
in
for
the clear.
Vegas. Vegas going to try to get the corner boost. Does get it. And we'll take it up into the air. There's a demo trade. Vegas might be able to get a ground pinch, but Gecko's there to break up the play. Elkun off the ceiling. Has his flip, and the shot's too high. Elkun needed to get that shot just below the crossbar. Wasn't able to do so. And now a hard shot sneaks by the defense. And the randoms get another one.
Tekos was right place, right time. Watch the track. Works under Vegas. Recognizes that, hey, he's not touching this one, so I have a chance for a free shot. Nicely done by randoms. In the biggest moment so far of the tournament for them. They had to step up and show us what they got. They're not panicking. They're taking smart looks, making smart plays with the ball. And almost find their third goal.
Then on. That's all he can do. Low boost. Oh, and a miss from Vegas. You could even see him stopping all inputs for a moment in disbelief. The redirect didn't come out. And now 50 sends it back. Tekos. Oh, no way. No way. How does this happen? Farmville. After winning 2 straight games, they made you believe, but then that happens. Oh, man. Everyone's skipping the replay on that.
He was just trying to pass it to the center just to get it to midfield to keep the ball contested, and it skips off a defender, flies back into the lane.
Heartbreaking.
And you look at a randoms 3-0 lead.
Heartbreaking for Farmville.
Yeah.
Farmville, such a valiant comeback, and now this is going to be another open net unless it bounces awkwardly. It doesn't, and it's good. Blaze making it look routine because it was.
This is your lower bracket squad that had to work through a gauntlet and a second best of 5 on the reset to get it done. And it took them a while. They 3-0 sweep their way through the first best of 5. They go the distance in the second. But as it stands, a 4-0 lead is good enough. They just need 2 more minutes to close this one out. They will be crowned your champions.
0 boost here for Tekos. Trying to get a redirect. Route to the middle.
My God.
Didn't score it, but it's enough to do the damage.
4 shots, 3 goals for Blaze, but the assist is all Tekos, man. That is gross. That is calling game. That is being confident. And I can only imagine what's going through Farmville's minds right now with how close they came in this best of 5. But
wow.
This resurgence from randoms is just stunning.
Randoms, they scored 5 in half the game. On pace for 10. That was unreal from randoms, especially after how much they struggled in those last games. And, I mean, they're still on track for 10, Spaceman.
You're not wrong. The math is mathing. They're still rolling. We've crossed the halfway mark of this game. And it's just a clinic.
They're rolling. And Farmville, they're rolling over. It is done. Farmville struggling. Down 6 goals. I think the only question is can they get 1? No. Blaze says not at all.
You don't want to get Brazil. That's the big takeaway now. Look, Farmville, they put up a hell of a fight. They worked their way here to the grand finals. These teams have history between one another. Prior TELUS Esports events, sure, but these players are friends off game, giving us each other a bit of banter in the game chat a couple of series ago, but you can get involved with events like this through the Discord, ! Discord in the chat, or just type in giveaway to enter into a giveaway. I'm sure most of you are doing that right now and having a great time doing it. Minute 39 to play in our second best of 5, our final game here of the grand final. And randoms, yeah, we don't call it often, but I think it's pretty fair to say they are on routes to being your champions.
Yeah, this is the victory tour. Blaze puts in a 7th for good measure. And Blaze, you know, we talked a lot about Nibra, but I think especially in these grand finals, Blaze was phenomenal. The standout player for me.
Yeah, without question. And I think the positives here for Randoms is that it was a team effort in the end. While one player is maybe pulling the slack with Nibra on offense, Tekaz having his fair share of shots, setting up people like Blaze with the reset from the ceiling, facilitating upfield on the offense. Every single person on this team contributed to the win in the end. And
I mean,
7-0 lead is that for a reason.
Yeah, there was a lot of contributors. Many contributions made, and we might see another one. Blaze off the ceiling, going for the squishy ceiling shot. Did you see him? You see him lining that up? And Nibra, they're already down. It's already over, Nibra. You're already winning prizes. Even this,
we don't need to see
even
the replay.
production skipping the replays at this point.
I think Farmville's like, yeah, we've seen enough. Blaze for the 9th. Off the post. Oh, Tekaz, what are you doing? What are you doing, buddy? Oh, there we go.
Oh, man.
Cheers all around.
That was pretty funny. I mean, to bang it off the crossbar, to pass it. Oh.
We indeed. 8-1. Didn't think I'd be saying that for the final score of our Game 5.
Me either, especially when we just take a moment to reflect on how this series went. Randoms made quick work of Farmville in the first series. You have to remember, they had a bracket reset.
Yeah.
And they did so. They swept them 3-0. They started out this series, the final one, with 2 straight wins. But then Farmville started peaking. I think Farmville scored 5 in one game.
Yeah.
But then we see this anomaly of a game. 9-1. The defense not trying. Production losing their mind. This game is over. Just let it end.
If there was ever a time for a mercy button, we would be smashing our foreheads into it.
Yeah, learn something from the Sideswipe Grand Finals. Just forfeit.
Turn both keys, hit the red button. It's time to nuke this game into the ground.
Somebody just disappeared off the field. And a beatdown in the final game, 9-1. Wow. The Randoms are your TELUS Esports Series 3 champions, and they do it in style.
There is no team that should be putting this one away other than Randoms. Congratulations to your champions, Blaze, Tekos, and Nibra. As my goodness, did they put on, the word is clinic in that final one. It took us a couple of games. They decided they wanted to dip out in the second best of 5 Supersonic, but we got ourselves a 9-1 finish in the final best of 5 for the bracket reset. Both of our lower bracket teams concluding today with a championship, and I think that is very fitting. Boys, that concludes a whole day of action. Super. Just to wrap things up, talk to me a little bit. We saw some Sideswipe. We saw some Rocket League going the distance. I didn't expect both lower bracket teams to win today, but I think that's the benefit of tournaments like this.
It just can go that way sometimes. We've seen it before, and honestly, when a team does win or get that bracket reset, a lot of times they are going to finish the job. I don't know what it is about the psychology of that, but we see that in other big events as well. The teams that bracket reset most of the time do end up winning. So a really fun tournament to watch, and the Randoms putting on a show in that final game. So much so that it looked like one player actually did leave the game before it was even over. It was a wild ride.
I'm surprised he made it that long before leaving. It was brutal out there.
I
was sitting here like looking away, like kind of like watching between my fingers, like, oh God, what's happening? It was pretty nuts. Yeah, day as a whole though. I don't know. I'm still gonna say that the highlight for my day was Sideswipe, just because we don't get it covered.
Oh, it's fun
quite as often, you know. Sideswipe is an absolute blast. I'm looking forward to even seeing what happens tomorrow with the different skill groups too. Right, we saw the peak of it. Tomorrow we're gonna have a lot of fun because you're gonna get to see the tops of some of the other skill groups, which is gonna be super fun to see. Some of the stuff that's super fun to see after you see the top end and you see some of this chaos that happens both in Sideswipe and in Rocket League, where the ball bounces off the crossbar, off the post, ping pongs off of 90 cars, and then nothing happens. Like that happens at every skill level. Your ranked games, our ranked games, everywhere. And I just can't wait to see tomorrow and get to like make the comparisons and see the chaos that kind of ensues that just that is Rocket League.
Yeah, it's going to be chaotic, man. Look, there is no better way for today to end than for all of our players to play some of the best Rocket League we've seen so far today. That was a phenomenal grand finals, and congratulations to, of course, both teams for closing it out, putting this one on its done and dusted doors. Randoms, of course, now is my time. Congratulations to both of our winners, and of course for seeing some Sideswipe for the first time, because Sideswipe needs more love, and we love when that gets involved. But that's going to do it here for us here tonight. Tomorrow we have more Rocket League action coming on your screen, so first and foremost, keep an eye on both the Twitters and the Twitch chat to keep an idea of when things are happening. Join the Discord, !Discord, to find out exactly where all the action's going down and stay involved in the community. But also we want to thank our sponsors, Skull Candy, Astro, Logitech, and of course, always, this entire event, TELUS Esports 3, Series 3, I should say, is presented by Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra. It could not be possible without them. We thank them so much, from us here on the front end to production to all the players. We thank you so much for watching. We'll see you guys tomorrow for more Rocket League to finish off this week 3. It's been a fun one. See you then.